So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water tower fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SE off. Bring in SE off.
It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be igniting flare, correct?
Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. Keep that. We don't need any more of these.
Well, it's launch day, again. I'm live here along with some of the rest of the NSF crew from the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island, and you're looking at Starship once again on the pad, hopefully getting ready to lift off for a 10th time in this full stack configuration. Hopefully it will find a hole in the weather today. It has been, of course, 2 previous attempts until today's 3rd attempt. I know a lot of people out there at SpaceX, a lot of people out here watching the rocket, everybody at home watching wants to see this thing get off the ground. But guess what? Sometimes this is the sort of thing that it takes. It's a triumph through adversity story here. These are the launch campaigns that really prove the mettle. These are the launch campaigns that make teams form strong bonds. And speaking of strong bonds and teams, I have to talk about our ever-competent cohort of co-hosts, starting off with Mr. Adrian Bile. Adrian, how are you doing on this fine launch attempt day?
It is indeed a bond that is also forming between commentators the last few days here, because we've spent quite a lot of time together as we are watching this. But yeah, weather out looks a bit better today. So far, everything seems to be on track. And let's hope that continues to go that way, because I really want to see the thing launch, Jack.
Yeah, and honestly, all throughout the day, minus a few rainstorms in the morning, it's been really beautiful. So hopefully today is the day. Also joining us on commentary is Alex. Alex, how are you doing, good buddy?
Well, 3rd time's the charm. Let's hope for another try today, and one that goes for a launch this time around.
Indeed. And we also have Ryan Caton joining us as well. So we have the commentary team in full effect. Hi, Ryan. How you doing today?
You know, the patch is rising from the ashes. I think we probably need to modify that to say rising from the LOX leaks and rising from the anvil clouds as well, because literally everything from like half the vehicle being destroyed to pesky clouds getting in the way. This flight has faced everything, and clouds, just please stay away this time. Nobody likes you. Just go away. Just let us launch, please. 3rd time. I mean, please.
Right. I mean, even some clouds is fine. You get your little context as the rocket flies by. That's great. We just don't want anvil clouds that are attached to additional clouds because, you know, attached anvil cloud rule. That's a rule. We'll talk about it. Also, I have to mention the producers who are running today's show. We've got Kevin, we've got Jay, we've got Carson, we've got the whole team working their butts off to bring you the views, along with, of course, oh, look, helicopter. Along with, of course, everybody else at NSF that makes everything happen, the chat mods, the social team, everybody behind the scenes. So we're firing on all cylinders today. I don't know if you can tell, I'm a little bit caffeinated, and I'm a little bit hyped up. I know these scrubs and repeated launch attempts situations have been trying for people. It always is when you're dealing with rocket launches, but that's how rocket launches go. And we've been really fortunate so far with Starship. So hopefully today's the day, and we get back into a launch cadence where, you know, this sort of thing doesn't have to happen. But hey, that's just kind of the weather in South Texas this time of year. But yeah, let's jump right into it. I've been running around setting up cameras all morning. Adrian, would you please give us a little bit of the state of play? Where are we at? Is the tank farm getting ready? How are we feeling? Just give us a rundown, if you would, please.
The best thing we are seeing right now is in the camera that is in the very top of your screen, and that is our good old Pope vent going. And that means, of course, the chill down of the tank farm is started. We had a bit of a late minute red team going out there, checking out some things, but that could always be just a few more things, like hitting something with a hammer. That seems to have gone well, and now we have that Pope vent in full action. Potentially a bit late. We will see if they have some wiggle room there. They can chill down faster or slower depending on how the chill down goes. But the Pope vent started a bit later than usual, so there could be a potential that we are already looking in them adjusting that T0 a bit into the window. Besides that, everything looks to be progressing well. The roads are closed. We will, of course, see potentially some roadblock movement in a bit. Yeah, honestly, Jack, as of right now, I have no issues to report.
All right. I like no issues. I like no issues a lot. So let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday with the weather. Ryan, we talked right briefly at the beginning of the stream about that whole attached anvil cloud rule. What was that all about, and sort of how does that compare maybe with the conditions that we're looking at today?
Yeah, so essentially what happened yesterday is those storms we saw rolling through, kind of halfway through our stakeout stream, the rain had passed by the time that we had gotten to the opening of the launch window. However, those storms also had what are called anvil clouds, which are these really big, really thick clouds that kind of arc over, and they were basically hanging around. They weren't going anywhere, and they were lingering around the launch site, which means that if they were to launch yesterday, SpaceX would have had to fly Starship through these clouds, which could have generated some static electricity, as we saw with Apollo 12. Generating your own lightning is not a great idea. So these rules, these requirements, these restrictions have been built and developed over, decades of launching rockets across the world, and that's why SpaceX couldn't go. Those rules were read, as SpaceX has communicated with us. The range was green, the vehicle was green, the ground systems were green. It was literally just a big, thick cloud hanging over the launch site that was preventing them from going. So it's just one of those things. It's unfortunate, but you have to live and you learn. And you don't want to push Starship, especially, Starship might be on its 10th flight, but let's not forget, this is a development program. SpaceX is testing new things. They're trying new things, they're pushing the limits. They don't want to launch the rocket in a condition where they could, lose it several seconds into flight, and then we see something that we don't want to see in 2 hours and 42 minutes time.
Yeah, fingers crossed the weather cooperates. Oh man. Well, we have seen some interesting things in the last couple days, given SpaceX and their various social media accounts posting various things. Alex, of the little drips and drabs of info that have come out in the last couple days, have there been any that have stood out to you? There's been a couple things. We got a Starship render that had legs on it. Was that new? It's new to me. I don't know. What's going on in terms of perhaps any sort of technical updates that we've been able to glean from those sorts of posts?
Oh my god.
Technical update? What do you mean, technical update? Ironically, we actually had more information outside of when Elon talked than when he talked. I'm still waiting for that technical update, Elon. Just saying. But yeah, so for example, we've had the things that they showed in terms of the renders, they were all pretty much new, except for one later in their coverage where it was this sort of render of Starship deploying Starlinks, and it seemed like it was a Block 3 version of Starship. So we were able to see more or less a more updated render of what Block 3 might look like. That kind of thing, for example, is very interesting. We got a peek also at how they build the Starlink satellites, which I thought it was quite interesting. A few flights ago, they did a similar one with their Starlink antennas for the user, the user antennas, the terminals. That was also cool, but I think that the satellites are even cooler because mass producing that many satellites in just a very short amount of time, and it's always super cool to see that. But yeah, other than that, from the Starship side of things, we did get also information about what is the plan for landing on Mars the first time around, and they just don't plan on having any legs. Like, they are gonna literally land on the skirt, and it's like, what? Right? Because it's like, they plan on doing that. They plan just on not using legs on the first time around. Then later down the line, they'll develop the legs. And it seems to me like they're just kicking the can down the road and just being like, oh no, we're not gonna develop anything now. We're gonna develop it later. And it's like, okay, whatever. But cool. If they're gonna try, they're gonna try. It worked for SN10 at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, that's fair. It did work for SN10 briefly. Speaking of briefly, I think we're going to briefly go check in with the field. Our very own D-Wise is out in the field and might have a car report for us, which I suspect may interest Adrian, given his Twitter handle.
All right, well, it is another great day for a launch. I am once again here at the Rocket Ranch Outpost for what has turned out to so far be a beautiful day. Of course, we saw those cars heading out from the pad. We have blue skies here, a nice light breeze. It's sort of cooled off a bit. I'm feeling a lot better as far as a launch goes today. We've had our practice runs. This is the third time we're at this. We've got a lot of practice getting these cameras set and ready, and surely SpaceX, now that they're past the weather of the past few days, this is looking a lot better for a launch today. So I'm out here, we're waiting for the buses of people to arrive, and they will fill out this area, and it will be a great atmosphere for launch. Of course, just over here, we've also got Max, and it is a truly wonderful day for a Starship launch. So, we've been setting up all morning. We were tearing down, prepping overnight, but everything's looking good today, even with the potentially shifting timelines. Of course, the studio hosts will have a better idea on that, and they'll be keeping all of you as up to date as possible. But it is a truly beautiful day for a launch here. With that, I think I'll send it back over to the studio, but let's get this thing off the ground.
Muted. And of course, I was talking while muted. Thank you so much for the little BTS hit there, D and Max. That was excellent. And once again, thank you to the Rocket Ranch for hosting us for some of our tracking cameras and people, because holy cow, it's a great view from over there. And it's a great view from over here, too, at the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island. It's really, actually, a nice day. I hope the conditions stay just like this. I feel like, if this is green, anyway, I hope the conditions stay just like this. I feel like we're on for a beautiful launch. And this is the view, actually. This is the view from the Margaritaville. We have some cameras up there that are up there 24/7 for Starbase Live, of course. And today, Das and I will be up top on the hotel so that we can be filming this launch from an elevated perspective, especially given what that booster is going to do. I'm hoping that we get a little bit extra, distance over the horizon with the extra height. I don't know physics. Alex, you know physics. But yeah, very cool. Thank you to the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island, for hosting us as well. It takes a big effort to get all of this launch coverage done, all the people out in the field, and everybody just pulling 110%. So hopefully today is the day. Oh man. So we have a weather station. We have a weather station at one of our properties, our highway lot. I just got a notification that said it's raining at NSF Starbase Highway. Cool. Hey,
that's perfect.
I wonder if any of our photographers placed cameras at that lot. Hopefully the rain is not triggering. They just put the weather over my face. Really? Okay.
It's the opposite of what we do with Ryan. Ryan is the one that is in front of the weather. Now the weather is in front of you.
Huh. Yeah, this is the highway cam. I don't really see any rain.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a rain to me.
I think it
moderate
might be lying
rain.
to you, to be honest.
That's the George Russell version of rain here, for people who get that reference. So
Maybe Jack's just sweating.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan.
Good deal. Let's keep rolling through. I've asked Alex this question, if about having a favorite little snippet that's come out recently. Adrian, do you have like a favorite moment or thing that we've learned in the last couple of days?
I mean the Starbase, the Star Factory Outpost with the video going past it, and honestly seeing all of that hardware. I cannot blame him for that. That we learned a lot from that picture and like that video, because there is quite a lot of hardware there. Shows you really how everything is moving. We didn't learn anything new from yesterday's presentation. That was more directed at a very casual audience. So nothing new there, besides that Starship, of course, is big. Didn't know that. And besides that, honestly, what we are learning is that Starship still has some, like, even Starship is not immune to scraps. We thought it would be better we hoped it would be better, because it has been very, very consistent so far. And maybe that tricked us, Jack. Maybe we got too optimistic. Maybe we got fooled almost.
Maybe.
And yes, I said the S word.
I said it earlier. It's been said. It's fine. I never signed a contract that said that I wouldn't ever say that word. But I get the thinking there. Ryan, did you have any particular thoughts about the stuff that's come out in the last couple days?
Not really. Mainly from my point of view, I'm very happy from the video editor point of view within me that SpaceX has finally released a full screen version of that ship catch animation, even though it doesn't feature a ship quick disconnect arm and the chopsticks are literally floating in midair. Besides the minor peculiarities, it's nice to have a full screen version of that animation. Also, it's nice to have a full screen animation of the new Starlink deploy with a Starship that somewhat resembles how Starship currently looks, because I don't remember exactly when the last animation came out, but we have literally been using the same Starship Block 1 deploy animation for years at this point. Like, if you go into the drive somewhere, I'm sure if you just search up like Starlink deploy animation, like 20 of them come up. How many times we've used them in different videos over the years. So yeah, it's nice to have some updated renders on things, even if the information being presented alongside those things isn't exactly groundbreaking. I mean, I didn't know I could go and see SN15 at the Rocket Garden. That was news to me at least. But I'll leave that one with you.
Stop hurting me. Please stop hurting me. Why do you want to cause physical harm to me? Jeez, man. That was something. Hey, so let's recap what's been happening with the previous two attempts and hopefully get some good vibes going for today's third attempt. Alex, how did we get here again? Really?
Well, so
we didn't see anything.
Showing off the mug. Anyways, yeah, so we have had at least 2 other attempts before. I've seen a lot of people asking, like, why do we have here third time's the charm? Well, the whole reason for that is because this is the third attempt to launch Starship Flight 10, as you can see there up there on the clock name. And so we have had first an attempt on Sunday where they went through the countdown. We went into propellant load, and then as they were loading liquid oxygen in the ship, we had a leak on one of on the quick disconnect arm there. You can see that venting from the right-hand side on the arm, and that was a leak.
Replay on the right-hand side there.
Exactly, that's a replay of the Sunday event, and then overnight on Monday morning, they fixed the leak by just replacing the pipe altogether. They removed it, they removed the old one, then they brought a new one, and they installed it, and that was essentially what they did. Now, the good news of that is that it worked yesterday. Yesterday, they went into the countdown. They also loaded propellants, But the problem was the weather. The weather got really, really nasty yesterday. It was even worse than Sunday's weather. I believe this is
here you can see
lapse.
This is an 8-hour time lapse from Skycam, which is sometimes we give names to cameras because it's easier to distinguish. Like, oh hey, which camera got that shot? So this is Skycam. It's placed in one of the media locations SpaceX allows us to put our cameras. Look at that sunset.
Really
I wish the road had been open. Oh, but yeah, that's Skycam. That's 8 hours and 30 seconds. Pretty nifty. Oh, this is neat. Is this what on earth? Somebody explain
this is
'cause
very cool. This is very cool. That's from Alisar, it's a time lapse, and if you roll it, you can see basically every single attempt we have seen so far, and the corresponding weather and the movement here. So you can really see how on attempt 1 and 2, the weather also started to go a bit into the wrong direction. Like, I mean, if you roll it again, look at attempt 2. Like, look beautiful, still beautiful,
Right.
amazing.
Right.
Maybe not.
So today it looks a lot better. There's a lot more blue.
Yeah. So that's basically both of the previous days and then today up until this point.
Yes.
Is what we were looking at. Very cool. That gives me a lot of hope, in addition to the beautiful views that we are getting from all of our different camera feeds. And once again, I'm just going to take a moment here to thank everybody on the NSF side, out here in the field, out in the studio, everybody that's been absolutely working their tails off. I was carrying a battery out to actually that Skycam camera and another one as well early this morning, and the rain hit, and I saw Tyler setting up one of his remotes in the dunes, and I was like, Tyler, give me a hand. And he came over and grabbed the battery with me, and I was like, run! And we just like sprinted up the dunes to get the battery plugged in before the rain got too bad. Everyone's just willing to do whatever it takes, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this team. So thank you, everybody on the NSF side. We don't really say that a lot. We thank people a lot. I'm going to thank people a lot here because I don't want to get too far behind. Like, holy cow, Ali DeMercy, I heard what you were doing on the stakeout stream as well. 50 red team memberships, 50 red team memberships. Again, that's 100 red team memberships 20 minutes ago, right at the start of the stream. Ali, I don't know how to adequately thank you. I heard Chris B say earlier on the stakeout stream that if there's something more that we can do for you, to let him know. So I'm game. Like, say the word. I'm there. Thank you so much. But yeah, holy cow, y'all. We can't do this without your support. We have multiple properties around Starbase that we've acquired over the years. We have so many cameras on each of those properties, and we have a huge team of people to keep fed and keep busy. So it's absolutely crucial. Thank you so much. I see TC Mutt here did a super chat in Australian dollary dues, I think is what they call them down under. See, how many tons of fuel does she burn per second at full throttle? Greetings from Kalgoorlie, Western Australia. Kalgoorlie? I hope I'm saying that right. Kalgoorlie. I'm probably not. But yeah, who wants to take a crack at this? This sounds like an Alex question. How many tons of propellant per second at full throttle? That's some insane number, like 30 tons or something.
Oh, there comes the glasses.
I love this.
There's the calculator.
So
all the fun stuff happens on third attempt. So you put on the glasses.
So Raptor burns. So it produces around 230 tons of thrust. I just typed 230, and to get the tons per second, you essentially just divide by the ISP. It's a very nice calculation there, because that's why ISP, the specific impulse, for those that don't know, that's why it is measured in seconds, because it's a very, very handy way of just calculating the mass flow of the engine. In the case of Raptor, I'm going to take the sea level version, so I'm going to take 330. So it's essentially around 690 kilograms per second, but that is one Raptor engine. Now you have to multiply that by all 33 engines on Super Heavy, which, that's why I chose also the sea level version of Raptor. So that will be approximately 23 metric tons per second of propellant being consumed by all 33 engines on Super Heavy. Isn't that nice? That's about a full Electron rocket. in terms of the mass of the propellant. Because I think Electron is about 23 tons. Sorry, Adrian, continue.
No, all good. I just learned a lot. I love that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you,
NSF
Alex.
maths. There you go.
Yeah, for
better
once,
remove my
some
glasses
math
'cause they
I
are
don't
dirty.
hate.
Yeah, I like this.
Very
Oh,
cool.
But yeah.
Also very cool is everybody that's been doing the support. I've been cycling through some of them, so your name pops up on screen. I'm trying really hard to not get super behind. It's so hard on launch days. But know that we appreciate everybody so frickin' much. And if you have any questions, did I not say the question thing at the start of the stream? If you have any questions, doesn't take a super chat or anything like that. You can just type your question in chat and the letters, well, the @ sign and the letters NSF. And we'll see your question pop up, and we will answer your question as well. But yeah, let's keep thanking a couple more people. Papa Joe, becoming a flight engineer, that is one of the higher levels of support of the membership program. You basically get everything at that level. Capcom access is the level where you get Discord access, but flight engineers above that, so you still get Discord access plus everything else. So pop into the Discord and say, hey, thank you so much, Papa Joe. Also, Noel J, gifting 150? 200. What? 200 Red Team memberships.
What?
Yeah. 200. No, 250. I just keep scrolling. I keep
That's a lot
scrolling,
of
and
people.
there keeps being more. Like, I don't know if the ticker is like changing every time I click these, but I'm clicking them. Holy cannoli. Thank you so much, Noel J.
That's insane. That since the beginning of the stream, that has been combined with from multiple people now over 500 memberships or so gifted.
Yeah, that's genuinely super duper cool, because now everybody that got those, if you didn't know, we have a membership program. I'm really not even trying to do a plug here. I'm just trying to let you know, if your name is green in chat, you now have extra content. If you've ever Oh god, I'm so old. If you've ever used a DVD and had extra features, you now have extra features because people are being very generous and gifting an extraordinary amount of gifted memberships in chat. And if you're like, how come I don't get a gifted membership? I want one. A, be active in chat. B, is it a setting that you have to turn on, Ryan? Is that a thing? I think that's a setting you have to turn on. Maybe. Ryan's not there.
Ryan has
I love it.
disappeared.
Also, earlier when I was thinking TC Mutt, I believe it was. No, you're good, Ryan. Earlier when I was thinking TC Mutt, I think I said it was 10 Australian dollar dues, but it was 100. So want to get that right. All right, let's jump into it. Let's do some hanging out and figuring out what's going on, and perhaps even some question answering. Where are we at? Looks like the roadblock is still there. Alex, has the roadblock fallen back to Richardson yet?
Not yet. We can see there some of those police cars there. There's also a helicopter from the range, so that's good. That's the Richardson Avenue that you just mentioned, near our river lot. Yeah, so still right there. We're still waiting for the tank farm to keep spooling up. It's already started, right? Oh, the roadblocks graphic. So yeah, there you go. That's the one that we first looked at near the LBJ Boulevard intersection with Highway 4. Then there's another sort of a little bit up the road near the Richardson Avenue intersection with Highway 4. And then, of course, the soft roadblock at Brownsville.
Yeah, and there's often one at Massey's as well, and you were like, well, give me video of it and then we'll use it. And I shot video of it, and I haven't uploaded it yet because I'm a trash person, but I will upload that video so we can update our roadblocks video just for you, babe.
The whole reason why is because on paper these should be the only roadblocks that should be there, right? And so that's what I wrote into our videos, into our graphics and everything. I had no idea that there was another one out there as well. So, well, there you go.
Excellent. Cool. Well, how long away are we from things getting interesting and spicy at the pad, Adrian? I know we're sort of in tank farm conditioning mode right now, but they are going to start getting the GSC lines and whatnot chilled down, right?
Yeah. Basically, how this all happens is it will start at the very core of the tank farm. That's, for example, the Pope vent and everything. And then it will move over time from the tank farm all the way to the vehicle. It basically is a step-by-step process as you approach the vehicle. And then, of course, the last final step of this chill down is the very pipes that in the end will fuel both the first and second stage. And once these are also chilled down, then we will be able to see the rocket being fueled. So that is the current situation, and we are waiting, but it seems to be progressing well. I see some vents I like to see, and yeah, could still be on track for the opening of the window.
Breaking news, Firefly Aerospace has received FAA clearance to resume Alpha rocket launches. Neat.
Yay!
Like legitimately, really neat. I like seeing Alpha fly. It's a really cool rocket. I'm excited to see it fly even more, especially because guess where it flies from? Vandenberg.
Yeah.
Yay.
Not for long.
They also updated.
Okay.
They also updated on the statement saying Alpha first stage experienced a rupture milliseconds after stage separation. The pressure wave hit Alpha second stage, leading to the loss of the engine nozzle extension and substantially reducing stage 2 thrust. And for the people that have watched that launch, that is why there suddenly was no second stage nozzle anymore. So that is quite interesting to see. Yeah, well, apparently I'm reading the statement basically here as we are going about this. But yeah, basically I think what we kind of all suspected, a rupture of the first stage leading to a damage on the second stage, that is what it looked like, and yeah, that is now confirmed.
Cool. Well, a little bit of information there from Firefly. Awesome. Also, I have to just mention really quick disclaimer, NSF does provide live stream production services for Firefly Aerospace. So, just from full transparency, we do work with them sometimes for live production. So there you go. I still think it's cool. I think all rockets are cool. More rockets,
also
more better.
Also rather interesting the way that they explain the reason why they saw that. It's talking about things relating to the attitude that the rocket was flying at during this flight, that it was a higher angle of attack during flight. Sounds familiar, that? And that there was apparently plume-induced flow separation, intensified heat on the leeward side, reducing structural margins, causing the booster to rupture from stage separation-induced loads. So that's rather interesting. Quite a weird way for a rocket to fail, but hey, they found it. So now they know what can break on their rocket, right? And what things they may not should try again, I guess. But yeah, that's one of the
that's
most interesting things that I'm taking out of this, because that's a really quite a way to go, I guess.
Right. That's a story we've heard with Falcon 9. You fly enough times and you start to shake out the weird failure modes, right? It's sort of just a thing. All right, well, 2 hours, 17 minutes to go. I'm feeling stoked. Ryan, how are you feeling?
I am feeling similar to how I felt yesterday and the day before. Just general level-headedness. It's just hope for the weather to be better this time around. I have to say, in general, I'm feeling much more optimistic this time around, because they've seemed to have, as we said at the start of the stream, they've had literally everything thrown at them this flight, has SpaceX. In the last 48 hours, they've had to replace one of the flex hoses on the ship quick disconnect. They've had to work through the poor weather yesterday. They've stood down for GSE issues. They've stood down for weather issues. As things stand, we're seeing the tank farm activity as we expect. We're seeing blue skies and the sun in the background of this shot here. So, at least as things stand right now, everything seems to be a bit. But, we've had a GSE S-word, we've had a weather S-word. I hope the vehicle doesn't do anything wrong in the lead up to the launch. It might just go through and do all of the different reasons. I hope not. I want it to go. I want the whole board to be green, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know until you know, and that thing's lifting off the ground. That's for sure. Alex, how are you feeling in the count here, and as we get closer and closer to launch?
Well, I'm really encouraged by the fact that the skies look a lot more blue, a lot more clear. So hopefully, if everything goes well, we're gonna get a launch in 2 hours, 50 minutes and 48 seconds, I guess. But yeah.
Let's go, Adrian. Vibe check.
Feeling optimistic. I try in a weird thing. I try to not get too excited about it yet. But yeah, overall, I feel optimistic that we will see a launch today.
Good deal. Well, let's see how the field is feeling. Let's throw it to D. Wise and Max Evans out in the field at the Rocket Ranch Outpost.
You know, the vibes here, I'd say, are pretty good. You never want to get too confident for a launch because things can come up. But for me, at least, today the vibes are feeling good. How about you?
For launch itself, it feels great because the weather has cleared up nicely. There isn't a whole lot else in the area that would get in the way. So for launch itself, feeling pretty good. Now, as for the fate of Ship 37, that is in the hands of the universe else. It's out of our hands.
Yeah, you know, we were given a poll out here on the first launch attempt by Sam on how we thought things were going to perform on the booster and ship side.
Yep.
And I think everyone was really confident on the booster side that it'll make it, it'll go and have its simulated landing burn and then its splashdown. But the ship side was a lot more varied. Now,
that's one word for it.
Yes, they varied from almost no success to some people thinking that it'll be a complete success, which, I mean, I'd love to see that.
100%.
Now, with that said, I saw some comments the last time around about us not getting to be by a pool for our launch viewing location, which I think this is exactly where we both wanted to be for launch, which is not by a pool.
It's not, but you know what it is by?
A river.
And not just any river. This is the Rio Grande River, i.e. the border between the United States and Mexico. Like, that's Mexico right freaking there. That's Mexico.
Yeah, so another fun fact actually is if you continue looking a little bit over that way, there actually is Massey's back there. So this is a winding river.
Yes.
And so we can look over Mexico towards that Massey's test site, and this is actually where I was for the static fire test of Ship 36.
We all know how that went.
Yes, we do. But while we may not have a pool to lounge beside, we are here. The crowd, I believe, is starting to gather for this launch, and we're just about 100, 150 feet behind where we were previously here at the Outpost. So I'd say vibes are great. This is a chill atmosphere. We get to hang out by a river. We're seeing jumping fish, so
that breeze feels nice too.
It does.
The sun is pretty strong today because we haven't had a ton of it over the past couple of days, so that breeze does feel nice and help keeping us cooled down. But for launch itself, I mean, you have your cameras here. I have a couple of cameras here for myself, and then of course I have John, Paul, George, Ringo, and Pete all out in the dunes, kind of by the launch pad right now, hoping they do what they're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a wide array of cameras, a lot of which you are seeing on stream, and several of which that you are not. But
yep,
the slow-mo, the stills, all of that will be shared in due course. But stay tuned, of course. So after launch, we'll have replays and the like. And I don't know, the field is feeling good. How is the studio feeling? I think we should send it back over to the studio.
Well, feeling really good, especially after that cool little hit from our friends out there in the field, our team members out there in the field, and thank you to our friends at the Rocket Ranch once again for hosting some of our team members. It's really cool that they can be out there, and I mean, I just have to say it. Yesterday's, was it yesterday? It's all a blur.
Yep.
Yesterday's hit with Sam at the ranch was one of my favorite things we've ever done. That was really cool. So shout out, Sam, you did a great job. Steely-eyed missile man. Alex, what are we looking at here? I'm seeing some clouds of the good variety.
Yeah, those are the good clouds. That's condensation from the bunker vent. They have this cryogenics bunker there where it controls all of the tank farm systems and whatnot. And one of the things that they have is this vent that's part also of the chill down procedures for the tank farm. So that's great. That's what we want to see. And it's gonna get even more active. Just get ready for that. Just saying. This is nothing compared to how the whole thing just comes to life.
Awesome.
As the propellant.
We haven't even
starts and
seen its
everything.
final form.
Exactly.
Awesome. I do love the shots that we can get sometimes of the clouds of vapor sort of progressing slowly across the pad as the entire area becomes flooded with that stuff. When the conditions are right, like it almost looks like the rocket is launching from a launch pad that's on top of the clouds. You see no ground, it's just clouds at like waist height for, I don't know, several acres in area around it. Pretty neat.
I'm also
who knows what the conditions will be like today. It might be too windy for that, but go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was gonna also update on another thing that I saw on the other view, the wide view, that it seems like they're also loading the subcoolers with liquid nitrogen. There are these sort of there's like the subcoolers are like a big tank where you dump a lot of liquid nitrogen, very, very cold liquid nitrogen, and then you run the propellant through and you subcool the propellant. Essentially, instead of being at boiling point, you lower their temperature to be able to condense to have denser propellants. And that was sort of what Starship has as a trick to be able to launch more payload into orbit. If it did not carry any subcooled propellants, it will probably have a lot less performance to be able to do all of this. Because you have densified propellants, that means you can pack more of it in the same volume of tanks, and that means you can have more oomph on your rocket.
More oomph, more better.
Yep.
Cool. Speaking of more things that are more better, more support is more better because there's always more that we could do. There's always crazy ideas or even perfectly reasonable ideas that we have, but it just takes more money or more people, which also, requires money. So thank you everybody for the support. It really does mean the world. And even just like keeping things going really makes a difference. The cameras we have out sometimes take damage, especially the live stream cameras that have to live out in these harsh conditions 24/7. It's no joke. Basically anything and everything, no matter how much care and time you take, will eventually rust and corrode in the beachy salt air. So Saul, I believe I'm saying your name right. I hope I am. Thank you for the support. They say, alrighty, I got my scrub shirt yesterday after two S words. Now, let's actually fly this time. The weather is go for launch. Yay, Flight 10. P.S. How many NSF cameras for the launch? So that's what I'm talking about. I think strictly live cameras, if I'm not mistaken, we have something around 32, 33. I'm trying to remember the number Kevin told me the other day off the top of my head. But it's a lot, and that's just live cameras. It's not counting still cameras. That's not counting, deployed video rigs that are going to, capture cinematic slow-mo or what have you. Thank you, Jay, in the back channel. 32 strictly live cameras. That's not all of the cameras, but that's the live cameras. So we really, this is our Super Bowl. We pull out all the stops for Starship. We pull out all the stops for things like this. I mean, it's the same deal when Artemis is going or New Glenn is going. We try really hard to give you guys the very best coverage that we can. Steve, thank you. Juan, thank you as well. They got a membership multiple times. They say, I'm now eager to contribute to the community, and they just gifted 20 Red Team memberships. Buddy, thank you so much. That's so kind. And I see people. I have YouTube chat open. I see people thanking the people that are gifting them the memberships, and I love it. It's just it's like paying it forward. Good movie, by the way. Paying it forward, one good turn breeds another good turn, breeds another good turn. It's awesome. So thank you. It's like being the good you want to see in the world. Thank you guys. Alexander Sterling, thanks for the support. They say so many spam channels. Report them, guys. We do our best. We know you guys do too. Thank you so much. Another thing you can do that would really help out. I know it's like cheesy YouTube cliche, but if you hit the like button, it really does help our channel and our streams stand out above the noise. The signal to noise ratio is important, and you guys can be that signal that allows the algorithm to know that like we're the real deal and those other ones are trash. Also, you could like actually go report those other ones. That'd be amazing as well. We all kind of have our hands full, but we do our best as well. You know, everyone's doing their part. So thank you. Speaking of doing their part, Echo Deal, thanks, buddy. Always see your name pop up in chat. They say, remember, it's strictly forbidden to aggressively wash the rocket. I don't remember, or I'm missing a reference here. Tyler Bell, thank you so much. What's up, dude? Always good seeing your name pop up in chat. They say, Jack, Becca sends you frogs. What's up, Becca? the OG frog girl. Madison wants to send you all the animals. Thank you, Madison. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Tyler. It's a big team effort. Space Pope. Space Pope. They say all S words are forgiven and therefore didn't happen. Space Pope's the best. Thank you, Space Pope. Cool. Let's jump into the next little bit we're gonna do here. Supersonic Retro Propulsion is asking, do we know what SpaceX actually calls the Pope vent? Speaking of popes. Alex, do we know what that thing's actually called? Or Adrian, go ahead.
I think it has no specific name assigned. I would imagine it's some sort of like I know they call it pad chilldown. They mentioned that before in the stream, so probably just pad chilldown activation or pad chilldown preparation. So that's probably the naming convention they would use. So yeah, I would imagine that.
Good deal. Let's see. Really quick, Alan, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Camille, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership as well. Chris Waters says send it. Camille actually did a super chat as well and said, I don't get that reference either. I'm way behind on my references apparently. Space Pope, again, gifting 50 Red Team memberships. And I see Noel J going crazy with memberships as well. Like 14 minutes ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups of 50 Red Team memberships gifted from Noel. That's bonkers. I don't even... Thank you, Noel. Thank you so much. Let's move on with our coverage, because that's what you're supporting here, and I don't want to belabor the point. And you know we appreciate you. Holy cow, thank you. Ryan, what's going on with the weather?
That's a great question, Jack. It's a great question. Let's take a look, because behind me we have the radar around Boca Chica, around Starbase, and if I just go all the way off screen here, you can see, if you were joining us with our coverage yesterday and the day before, there was a lot of green about, right? There was loads of green over the Gulf. I mean, the entire land map, you probably didn't even realize this was a satellite image behind, because everything was just covered in green because of how much moisture was in the air, how many particulates were in the air. This time around, though, there's less of that green, so there's less moisture in the air, and the things that we're really concerned about, the yellows, the oranges, the reds, those are the rain showers, potentially lightning storms. We're seeing a few things bubbling off in the water. Those aren't really of a concern. We're seeing a few things bubbling over on land, but apart from these things like this storm over here, which appeared over Mexico and then went north to the border, we're not really seeing anything of a concern. So fingers crossed that actually rain showers moving over the launch site, apart from the one we saw at T-8, T-7 hours, there shouldn't really be anything of a concern there. Although, as we know from yesterday's attempt, there was, of course, that anvil cloud which was hanging over the launch site. And if we actually take a look at the Skycam, which Jack was talking about a moment ago, we can see what is known as a detached anvil cloud. Now, this is kind of drifting in over the launch site at the moment, and you can see it just to the top left there of Starship. So if you look at the chopsticks, and then that cloud behind there that reaches into the top left of the picture, that is the cloud we are talking about. That is the cloud of concern. However, for the time being, I mean, we can see beautiful blue skies behind it and the South Texan sun. So there's not really anything of a concern for the time being, but just something we're keeping an eye on. Of course, as you've been seeing in the ticker below me, our resident meteorologist Adam Suka is predicting 75% go, given the current conditions. In the upper level winds, the forecast, the last I've seen, under 10 knots, which is, beautiful wind conditions, wonderful, calm conditions, not really anything to worry about. But for the time, let's throw it over to a quick playback we have about what SpaceX has done to modify the launch mount following the untimely demise of Ship 36. Starship's 10th flight isn't quite like the previous flights. You see, normally both booster and ship get tested before flight to make sure they're ready to go. Boosters fire up their engines at the launch mount and ships fire up at the Massey's Outpost. But when SpaceX tried that for this flight, this happened. When Ship 36 blew up, we all theorised what they would have to do to repair the Massey test site and how long it would take until they could test another ship and get back on track. But every now and then, someone jokingly asked, what if they put the ship on the launch mount? Of course, that seemed preposterous and something that would never happen. The hardware is not compatible, too many things would need to be changed for that. This turned into less of a joke when just 10 days after Ship 36's explosion, SpaceX rolled an empty ship transport stand to the launch site. With no ship on the stand, nor any at the launch site, there was no reason to send one of these to the launch site, unless they were going to use one as an adapter to put a ship on the launch mount for testing. And that's exactly what happened. Of course, there needed to be modifications to be able to make all of this work. For starters, the transport stand does not have any way to connect to the launch mount, so SpaceX teams removed all 20 clamps from the hold-down arms and then bolted a metal plate to the end of each hold-down arm. By the way, each clamp is attached with 3 bolts to each of the arms, so that's 60 bolts in total to remove and then also install for the metal plates. Eventually, the stand would be welded to those plates, and in fact the bottom of the stand got reinforcements to provide a solid surface for it to be properly welded to said plates. That solves the whole putting the stand on the mount thing, but it doesn't quite solve the fact that this is a transport stand, and static fire stands have a few extra features. Things such as the supports for the Raptor vacuum bracing. Every time an RVAC is tested on the ground, SpaceX installs a special bracing ring around the end of the nozzle to keep them from being damaged due to flow separation. SpaceX quickly improvised and built 6 bracing posts that were welded to the inside of the stand in order to provide a location for all that bracing to be anchored to the stand. Crews also covered with steel plates the openings of the stand, likely to prevent any exhaust from escaping through those and damaging the interior of the launch mount. With the stand completed and installed on the launch mount, teams also added a few cameras to the stand to aid with the ship lifting process with the tower chopsticks. If you're wondering whether something special was needed to get ships to attach to the stand, well, not really, because it was already made for transporting ships, so it had the hold-down attachments just for that. It also just so happens that the static fire stands that was destroyed with Ship 36's explosion also had the same design and number of hold-down attachments, so no changes were needed. The last thing needed was a way to connect the ship to the ground systems. For that, SpaceX just bypassed the already existing booster connections. Holes were cut into the booster quick disconnect hood to access the existing booster lines, and new pipes were added to the exterior that would eventually be routed to connect to the ship. Additionally, a steel framework was built in pieces and welded to the booster quick disconnect hood that worked as support structure for many of these pipes. Lastly, SpaceX also attached the ship's engine chill lines to the existing booster engine chill reclaiming system on the launch mount, allowing them to safely prepare the engines before testing them. Ship 37 then went on to perform a single engine static fire test and a 6-engine static fire test on the orbital launch mount, the first time any ship had fired its engines on said mount. After that, we all thought they were done with testing, and in fact the ship was rolled back to the production site, the modifications started to be removed, and the ship adapter stand was removed as well. It made sense, it was time for launch. But then a few hours later, everything started to get put back together, and we spotted at least one engine swap inside Mega Bay 2. So yeah, Ship 37 wasn't quite done yet. It was sent back out to the launch mount and conducted a 6-engine spin prime test. This time though, for realsies, it was good to go. If you weren't around at the time, you might be wondering what SpaceX did to return the mount to launch configuration and how long that process took. Well, the ship was removed, the ship stand was then removed, they added the hold-down clamps back onto the arms, they tested the alignment of the clamps, the engine chill lines were removed, all the pipes were removed as well, and then the framework was cut off from the booster quick disconnect hood in just one big piece. This probably will make it a lot easier to prepare once again for testing with Ship 38 after Flight 10 launches. Although all of this work shows how quickly SpaceX can move when things get tough, let's just hope Ship 38 is the last ship to have to go through this entire process once again.
Hey, check it out. It's a view from the top of the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island. That's where I am right now. It's a great view. In fact, you can just walk right outside your balcony. You don't even have to like go down to the beach or anything. I'm looking out the sliding glass door behind me right now, and I see the Starship. That's pretty cool. But yeah, we have some cameras up on the roof. We have Das up on the roof as well, setting up his tracking rig. So yeah, we are getting excited here. Hopefully we get a hole in the weather. Things are looking maybe good. We'll see. An hour and 55 minutes to go. No. Things are looking maybe good. We'll see. I don't want to hear
So,
any, I know what you're... I know.
I'm not saying it, but like, Jack, in theory, like, in theory, we talked a lot good stuff about the weather so far. But what if SpaceX has just updated us that the probability of go is just 45%?
Woof.
Hey, if I can just
Well,
add some
there you have it.
optimism to this stream, it was 45% on Monday, and the weather was green. So...
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
true.
I mean, I think the same thing holds for today's attempt as all the previous ones, wherein as long as the stuff that pops up isn't like around Starbase, then we're good. And you never know. It might pop up over Starbase, it might not. And I'm looking at that anvil cloud. I'm looking at that cloud. Please stay away. Please stay away, cloud. Don't blow over this way. Go away. Go out over the Gulf. It's really nice out over the Gulf. There's warm air. You can intensify. There's fish, I assume. So yeah, hopefully the weather cooperates. But interesting update from SpaceX there. 45% go. Of course, we do have the third times the charm merch. I love this. It's got like kind of a vaporwave vibe. I'm super into that, of course, if you know anything about me. Comes in a bunch of colors. Comes in a bunch of forms. If you want to have
Where are the clouds
good vibes...
in that shirt?
Well, no, it's good vibes. It's a good vibes shirt, so there's no clouds.
I really don't want us to have to update the shirt. Like, can it stay at third times the charm? Like, that would be great.
Yeah. Although, I mean, for the lulz, continuing to update it would be funny. But hopefully we don't have to, and you can head on over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and grab a little bit of something for yourself and support us in the process. It would mean the world to us. Adrian, that store team pulled that out of nowhere. I didn't even see that happen. I've been too busy, I guess. Who made that design? I love it.
I will be totally honest with you that I have also not been super involved with the design process because the store team has my back here and working on this on my own. But I know that Colleen and Lindsay and Das have been working on this design. So Das has approved it, and Lindsay and Colleen have worked on this. So thanks for working this. And that's a funny thing. I needed to. I was actually not super involved in this either because I just used the time to sleep.
Oh yeah, dude, I shaved. I don't know if you can tell, but I did a little bit of self-care. I shaved. I did laundry. I don't know if anybody's wondering. Yeah, I'm wearing the same shirt 3 days in a row, but I'm also doing laundry every day. So I swear I'm not gross. But yeah, I actually got a little bit of time today. Honestly, look, I know it's challenging for people out there who are coming for the launch and have to spend a bunch of money on hotel rooms and rental cars and all that stuff. We have to do that stuff too. Like if I go to Florida and what have you, I've been in the same boat. Artemis 1, I'm still feeling the repercussions of Artemis 1, but I get it. But the point is that on attempt 3, we have a lot of stuff already worked out and a lot of stuff already in place. So that's pretty nifty. We get to have a little bit of fun with things. Ryan. No, Adrian, go ahead.
Is it time to mention my favorite Delta mission again? Or should I not even mention it and just throw to Ryan and not mention NROL 44? Because
do that.
Let's go to Ryan.
I don't know what I'm meant to say at this point, but I don't have anything.
You can just yell at Adrian for saying USS F-44.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he feels the need to keep bringing it up because it's a It's not something we need to be reminded of. But he has this unhealthy obsession with Delta 4, and he's just like, oh, look, my favorite rocket scrubbed a million times. I'm Adrian.
The thing is, at this point, I'm just curious how often I can bring it up and Starship doesn't go. Like,
Please stop.
At this point, I just
stop.
want to find out.
All right. I wish I had mute. I don't know if I've ever wished I'd had mute powers more than I do right now.
Oh yeah, your mute powers.
I'm hearing in my ear that there is a special camera. What does that mean, Kevin? I'm being told there's a special camera.
Oh my god, yes.
No way! We have
a
Kevin
Kevin cam?
camera. It's like that scene from The Matrix. I love it.
Well, you can call it cam
Kevin.
with a K, because it's a Kevin cam.
We did not plan this at all. Kevin, can you pick that camera up? Is the cord long enough? Because I would love to see an infinity shot. It's just something to, we're doing rocket launch photography and live streaming and whatnot. That's what we're really doing here. But, if you have an extra minute or two, an infinity shot would be really cool. Just saying. That's really cool. This is Kevin's studio. Kevin, are you on comm? Like, can they hear you right now? Can you say things? Can you explain what they're looking at? No, they can't.
They are. Just to mention that.
I'm sorry.
Just to mention that while we're working on Kevin, bringing it up. I think this view is one of the views that you're getting on the behind-the-scenes member multi-view. Like, there's also I think a commentary audio of producers in there, and they're like you hear all that's going behind the scenes. Kevin chatting to them, getting things ready. I mean, that's what Kevin has there is just. That's ridiculous. I feel so bad with my 4 monitors now. It's just
it's funny waving at the camera
that we have
nobody's seeing me, but I can see myself when
I can see you. I can see you I can see you in the there.
Bottom.
That's hilarious.
The second screen from the bottom on the right. Hi everyone.
Yeah, if you want to. Oh, are you there? Chat, can you hear Kevin?
Can you all hear him?
You're not here. You keep talking to me, Kevin, and they can't hear you. But this is really cool. Another little extra perk you get as part of the membership program. And wait, are you here?
I'm here. Hi.
Hi, Kevin.
I'm looking at chat. They're saying 0 by 0 on Kev, but that might be
now
old.
They can hear me.
Yep, 5 by 5.
Okay,
all right, Kevin,
you.
what are we looking at? I don't think you have enough screens, my guy.
I actually need more, and I have one broken one over there, so I need to fix that.
You have.
Yeah.
But while you say you need more, you have more screens on your first row than I have in total.
Exactly.
I mean, it happens. There's a lot of things to view. We have 3 streams going. We have copies of vMix running. We have 2 copies of OBS going. I think 17 servers running. I think that's what we're up to right now.
Yeah, just to reiterate, every time we thank everybody for the support or we mention merch that's in the store, hey, look, someone just picked up some merch from the store. See the little new order thing? It really does make a difference because this is a huge production. I mean, we're not a big company, but it's like, a 100-pound production in a 10-pound box. And we do the best that we can with the resources that we get. And holy cow, Kevin, you're making me want more. I mean, it's a running joke in our back channel. It's like, I need more screens. I need more screens. And I've never felt that way more than right now.
Us producers do the thing. We spend the money that we get on buying more equipment. So.
Oh, you know what?
I have a question.
I just realized. Something just clicked for me. Sorry, Alex. A producer's equivalent of a photographer buying more and more cameras and lenses is buying more screens? ?
More screens and more computers, because you actually need more computers.
Right.
Too. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead, Alex. What was your question?
That's what I was going to, because a little bird told me that originally you were supposed to do something later today with some servers or something.
Well, we'll see. If as long as Starship goes, then I won't have to go to sleep, and then I'll build some more servers. I have a lot of servers to build.
Yep.
Yeah, we did one already, and we did like a membership stream. It was like a ephemeral thing. You kind of just had to be there. We do those from time to time as part of the membership program. We've done like driving streams. Dan and I just drove for like 30 hours over the course of 3 days and streamed the entire thing. It's really fun. So if you're getting the gifted memberships, be sure to check that stuff out. Holy cow, Kevin, I'm super glad we have this feed from you today.
And members have it all the time. They get to watch me pick my nose or whatever I do. Because I don't know what I do. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I yesterday, I think for the stakeout, I gave you guys heads up that I was going to be working on some cameras near some of our live cameras. And I think I was on air for a good portion of that. And only later did I realize I probably should have paid attention to the fact that I was on camera. Like it didn't. Yeah. You need when you're on camera, you should probably. Yeah, sometimes you forget. It happens. Anyways, you know what else happens?
Rockets
weather.
Launch.
Hopefully. Yeah. Well, and also weather sometimes means they can't. But hopefully today, the weather will mean that it can. Let me thank some more people because we are getting way behind. Space Pope did another $50. Space Pope, that's outstanding. Thank you so much. They say, bless this test and all those involved. Fly safe. Awesome. Thomas Simi is asking, when's the next weather go, no go? I think we just got one with that 45% tweet from SpaceX there. Thomas C, thank you. They say, do they still use the WB-57? Nope. At least not in recent flights, right, Alex?
Yeah, they haven't used it. As far as I know, the last time they used it was on Flight 5. It's not really being used anymore. They do have probably their own flights with their own planes and things like that, but they don't use the WB-57. They also had for Flight 7 the Gulfstream from NASA out there in the Indian Ocean to be able to spot the re-entry. Unfortunately, the ship never got that far, so that was the only time they really went out there to try and image that. But yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, I'm told we have some interesting news. Cool. Well, that will be coming here in a moment. Really quick, the W-57s are still used by NASA. Just we haven't seen them out here. Just to be clear, we haven't seen them out here for a Starship launch in quite some time. However,
exactly.
From what I've heard, shall we say, I suspect the DoD has far better imaging assets, aerial or orbital or otherwise, than the W-57s are. Because they are brilliant planes, but they are also pretty old, even with the upgrades they've gotten over the years to their electronics. Alex, what are we looking at here?
That's the road closure website from the Cameron County. So what you can see there is they have already put out the road closures for potential alternative launch attempts on August 27th and August 28th. That will be the next two potential launch days. Yeah, I'm reading that. Let me get to that, which is, 27th, it will be the same window as today. It will be 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. However, if you look to the 28th, it says 2 p.m. to 3 a.m. So it would be, if I'm not mistaken, that will be another 5 hours. So it will be advanced 5 hours to the end of the window. And then the opening of the window will be 3 hours. So that is an interesting thing. I wonder if that means we're going to see a launch opportunity. Perhaps, I don't want it to figure it out, to be fair. I want it to launch today. But if they were to go to Thursday, on August 28th, then the window for road closure will be from 2 p.m. to 3 a.m., which probably means the launch window itself is also moving forward in the day. So we'll see. As I just said, I don't want to figure it out because I want it to launch today, but they have that alternative to potentially launch either tomorrow or Thursday. One of the things that they have is that they cannot close the beach during Labor Day or the weekend before Labor Day. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this week, they cannot close the beach. Therefore, they have no launch attempts this weekend, and also the Monday itself with that federal holiday of Labor Day. So if they don't go either today, Wednesday, or Thursday, the next opportunity will be next Tuesday, September 2nd. So I'm mostly sure they have some reason to schedule something like that as a backup, like if they were not to launch today, and they will have to go on Thursday or something like that. It's interesting that it's later in the day. I don't know what it will entail. Maybe a nighttime launch of Starship, but we'll see.
That would be interesting. I mean, I hope it happens soon, because I know we all want to see a night launch. I know we all want to see a twilight launch of Starship. But it's like I'm going to reference the Matrix again. Not like this. Not like this. So hopefully this launches into the air today, and then the next set of windows we see published for Flight 11. When that happens, we see an interesting set of times, maybe to avoid some of these weather issues, if it's like still that time of year and these similar weather patterns are happening. Because it's one of those things. I feel like it's been years and years and years now. We're all waiting for the first Starship launch at night. We've been particularly lucky and gotten so many Starship launches during the day. A lot of times a first launch of a rocket, like for example SLS and Artemis 1, happened at night, and there was a corresponding difference to the imagery, shall we say. A day launch gives you different imagery than a night launch. It's just a different time of day, different lighting, etc. And we've gotten a lot of day launches. I think we love the day launches, of course, for the visibility. I would really like a night launch of Starship for Flight 11. Maybe I'm trying to manifest that out loud. Adrian, I see. You have a thought.
Yeah, as a European, I firmly hope it launches today or tomorrow, because while I have said earlier on the stakeout that 1:30 is not that bad, moving that by about 5 hours would put the launch for Central Europeans, at 6:30, which would be
any movement of even like 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, any movement will still be quite annoying. I will also
please don't.
I would like to mention as well, because some folks are confused about the nature of these closures. Some think they might be for Ship 38, and that's a fair assumption. The problem is the closures themselves, the text says for spaceflight activities. So it is not for testing, it is for launch. So unfortunately, it does not indicate any sort of Ship 38 testing or Booster 17 or Booster 15 or whatever booster they're going to be flying on Flight 11. It is just an alternative for, in the case that they don't go today. But as we were just talking about, we really wanted to go today.
Indeed. Looks like we have the timeline up. Who wants to take the timeline?
Absolutely. I can quickly run through it. And of course, the first big thing that is coming up here is that go-no-go poll for propellant loading. That is also the time where yesterday we have seen them adjusting inside of the window with the weather. Right now, I feel like it's looking quite nice, so let's hope that stays that way. After that, of course, the ship will start loading first. Kind of counterintuitive on what you would initially expect, but the ship is the first that gets loaded. That is because of available pumps and available subcoolers. So the ship methane tank, then the ship oxygen tank, then the booster upper, the methane tank, and then the liquid oxygen tank. So basically, it goes from top to bottom in which order they are starting to load. After that, the Raptor engines needs to be chilled down in preparation for that cryogenic flow through, and in that they will start the engine chill on booster and ship. So all 39 Raptor engine, 33 on the booster, 6 on the ship, where we started to cool down in preparation for exactly all the cryogenic fluids, as we heard earlier from Alex, about 23 tons per second through all Raptor engines on the booster. So yeah, that is then leading up to the final steps, and we will go through the very, very final step at a later point today.
Sure. Thank you.
But yeah. So, Jack.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm still trying to keep up with the amount of support that we're getting here. It's absolutely wild. So thank you, everybody. Just want to make sure everybody that's coming through and helping us out with support is at least has their name shown on screen. Like Dasher here, with a €5 super. Thank you, John White. Thank you. You know, I could sit here and read names the entire time, and I will make sure we read some more support out here because I don't want to miss any big ones as I scroll. I think we're good for now. Maybe knock on wood. But yeah, let's keep rolling on. An hour and 35 minutes to go. You know, I sort of feel like I should probably go set up my cameras. Do we think I should go set up my cameras? I think I should go set up my cameras.
That might be an idea, which would mean that we are.
One of my lights just ran out of battery too, which I should probably plug in. So maybe that's an omen.
I see your European host replacement is already standing up.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
Jack, buy.
Thank you, Ryan.
Does that work?
I was gonna say, you said the same yesterday, Jack, and on Sunday, and you still abandoned us.
Yeah, but I hung out for like an extra hour today.
You didn't even come back for after the S word.
You two,
I did say.
You two are like people that are like, yeah, but you promised us ice cream yesterday.
Here's the thing. Let's go full behind the baseball or whatever, the inside baseball thing. Let's. So on attempt
baseball,
1.
So.
Yeah, well, you should. Actually, I don't care. I don't even care to do a fake tribalism about it. So on attempt 1, I left the hotel and didn't bring any of my equipment. So then on attempt 2, I didn't have most of my stuff when I was resetting my remotes. So when it was all beautiful out and storm light, I didn't have my camera. It was still here set up, and I wasn't able to get some nice, morning shots and all that stuff. So after attempt 2, the reason I didn't come back is because I was packing up all of my stuff so that this morning I would have everything and could take photos and have everything I need to refresh my remotes, etc., etc. So I apologize for abandoning you yesterday. I will try harder not to abandon you today. How about that?
Thanks, Jack.
We forgive you.
Yay! All right. I love you all. I'll see you later. Go Team NSF. You're all the best. Go everybody supporting us. You're all the best. Bye. See you in a bit.
Bye, Jack. Have fun setting up cameras on the roof. Don't break anything or get anything. Blow the rain away. We don't want the rain. It's not great.
I'll do my very best to not unplug the Starlink.
Yes, please.
That is a thing that has actually happened.
At T-minus 2 minutes, I heard, Jack, that it's a brilliant moment to do it. That's Starlink restart time.
Okay, I need to go, but it was more like T-minus 7, but still, it's awful. It's awful. Don't unplug the Starlink at T-minus 7, folks.
Yep, there we go.
Anyway, we are seeing, though, that sun quite bright in the background of Skycam there, so even though SpaceX is reversing a 45% probability of go conditions at T0, the clouds, at least around the launch site right now, these conditions are very pretty. They're looking pretty favourable. I am, as I said earlier, I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic. We can do another vibe check if you want, because at least, I don't know whether this is just because it's the third time and this is like the third rehearsal or anything, but I'm just, my gut is feeling much more confident at this point. Adrian, I don't know how you're feeling.
So, it's either I'm also optimistic or it's a huge amount of copium. That's the two options that we are having here. I will not rule out that I'm just optimistic for the sake of being optimistic. What else do we have? So yeah, I hope it goes. But again, it's a 50-50 or like a 45-55, I should say. And we shall see. But at some point, we had a multiple coin toss now in a row, right? We had multiple about 50%. At some point, you need to win the coin toss. It cannot always be heads. Sometimes it needs to be tails.
Or a coin toss if you are me.
Yeah, if you're Alex, it's a coin toss.
Typos.
Yeah. Well, Jack has done it again. He's left me an hour of support queue that somehow I'm going to need to get through over the next X amount of time. But very quickly, whilst I have an opportunity to, Ethereal Swordsman, thank you very much for the support. That's one of those names that is always in chat. We will also have Jason B gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Axel, thank you so much as well for the 20 euros. It's all the support is so good. Alex, very briefly, do you think that Starship is going to be the workhorse rocket when it gets its things going?
Yeah, if it gets its stuff together, then of course it promises to do great things, just like Falcon 9 right now. So we'll see.
And we also have Matthew. Thank you so much for the support as well in chat. If it doesn't go, Jack will dream of ship 26 every night until flight 11. Yeah, maybe. As well, thank you so much for the support. And we also had Dale Hatch in chat as well. That's not how it works, but wishful thinking. Fingers crossed. I mean, we've got so many people gifting memberships in chat that I think at this point, pretty much everybody is guaranteed to get at least 1 month of the membership program. I have no idea how many have been gifted over the last few days, but it's got to be somewhere. We're probably approaching 1,000 or something at this point, because it's just, yeah, so many gifted memberships. It is greatly appreciated. And at this point, I would of course like to welcome everyone tuning in around the world. We are NSF, whether you're watching us on YouTube, watching us on the Popular Science channel. Thank you so much for joining us this very fine afternoon in South Texas. I mean, we're waiting for the timer to count down. Under 90 minutes to go now. Supposedly, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, fingers crossed. We've also got a little bit more support coming through as well. Cornbread with the $5. Thank you so much for the support. We also had Doug in chat as well. Thank you so much for the support. Doug is asking why NASA is in the name of NSF, and I'll answer this very briefly, because back in the day, Chris B was going to found the news site. He was originally going to call it Shuttle Spaceflight, believe it or not. Thankfully, he didn't. Thankfully, he didn't call it Shuttle Spaceflight, because that name would have been outdated about 15 years ago. But then he decided to, thought about it a little bit longer. He then decided to call it NASA Spaceflight, which is why our URL is nasaspaceflight.com, abbreviated to NSF. Which is of course what our logo currently displays. But there you go. That is how the name came about there for the company. I mean, personally, I would find it very interesting if we were still called Shuttle Space. We were reporting on maybe it abbreviated to Starship Spaceflight. You don't know. But thankfully, Chris B made that decision back in the day for the company name. And at this point, once again, thank you to everybody tuning in this Texan afternoon. We've got some wonderful sunlight beaming behind Ship 37 there on the launch pad. If you're joining us on YouTube, if you're joining us on the Popular Science channel, welcome to the show. We are NSF. We are bringing you over 30 live views from Starbase, Texas, looking at every nook and cranny of the launch site right now. Look at that poke vent going. The GSE is bubbling away there at the tank farm. It is great to see, as always. We are counting down 1 hour and 27 minutes until potentially the launch of the 10th flight test of the most powerful ever built. This is the third attempt, though, for those of you just joining us. This is the third attempt. They tried yesterday. The weather said no. They tried the day before. The ground support infrastructure also said no. So we're just hanging out. We're waiting to see what will happen as we count down towards T0. My name is Ryan Caton. Alongside me at the moment, we have from Germany, we have Adrian. How are you doing, Adrian?
Doing absolutely fantastic. And adrenaline is starting to ramp up. Like earlier today, it always takes a bit, but now that we are like below 100 minutes at just 87 minutes to the beginning of the launch window, it's starting to kick in. Like you start to feel it, and you start to feel the excitement and how it's pushing you. So we are certainly in for, hopefully not a roller coaster, but just a straight up rocket launch of emotions.
And joining us from Spain, our resident physics-ologist, Alex is with us, providing all of the calculators and glasses, knowledge and answers to all of the long, difficult questions. I just made that word up.
What did you?
How you doing,
Yeah,
Alex?
what did you say? I'm doing fantastic. As I said before, it's a nice day today. You know, it's quite interesting that SpaceX earlier said that the weather chances are 45% favorable. I see the sky and it looks okay. Like, I don't know. It seems weird to me, but you know, they are the experts. They have all of that in their own hands. Of course, right now we can see there's all of those vents going on the tank farm. That chill down is underway right now. We are waiting for, right above me, you can see the rocket, but also right there, the tower. There's going to be a vent coming out of that tower, hopefully in roughly 5 to 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. 'Cause it's a bit, you know, it changes every now and then. And so once that happens, that's the start of the chill down of the propellant lines that go up to the tower. There's going to be a very similar vent on the launch mount as well. That's going to be for the launch mount propellant lines. And that'll be our indication that they are proceeding into the final stages of chill down. Right after that ends, we're going to get into propellant load, hopefully in 30 minutes from now.
Indeed. And for those of you just joining us, you can see in the ticker there, SpaceX has reported the weather is 45% favourable for a launch at the opening of the window, the current T0 time, which, as you can see in the top left, currently at T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes and 5 seconds. And counting, thankfully. SpaceX did play some shenanigans with us. They were trolling us on their website earlier because they held the count, set it to a later time, and then reset it back to the same time. But other than that, everything SpaceX is reporting and the tank farm activity is indicating that launch at the opening of the window, hence why that clock above me up there is counting down to that time. But you might have noticed the background behind me has changed because we're going to take a quick look at how the weather is doing. If you joined us yesterday, you would have seen all of this green moisture covering, bathing South Texas, which I'm sure would have been absolutely wonderful to be working in. Thankfully, I'm not there. I'm sure our field team was loving that. That has subsided a little bit, but the things we're most concerned about are the yellows, the oranges, and the reds, because they're indicating those storms, a lot of precipitation, sometimes some lightning as well. They're kind of bubbling up over South Texas at the moment, bubbling up over in North Mexico and then crossing the border. These are the things that we are keeping an eye on for the time being. Over the last few hours, no storms have directly hit base. We had a big rain shower come through at around T-minus 8 hours or so, and that absolutely drenched all of the equipment. Thankfully, that went away pretty quickly, but they are still carrying some clouds with them. We're seeing some of the dreaded anvil clouds that caused yesterday's scrub. That is also, they're popping up, and we're keeping an eye on them, which is probably why SpaceX has gone ahead and declared that 45% probability of go, simply because they won't really know until they get to the time of launch whether the weather will be green. SpaceX, of course, in mission control, they have all of their criteria. If the board is green, they'll be good to go. If the board is red, they're probably not going to be launching in those conditions because, of course, they don't want to damage Starship. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything untoward in that regard. But where is Starship actually going to be launching today? It's not going to orbit Adrian, but fingers crossed it reaches the Indian Ocean.
Absolutely, and that is what we will see here. You can also see very neatly the stop points of different flights there as it goes south over Africa there, and will then start to turn basically going over the Indian Ocean. And that is that streak there where you can see these plasma colors. That is where we expect re-entry interface and basically the plasma to start to form as they perform their re-entry test. That is, of course, what we want to see here. We can see there Flight 9, the previous flight, was the one that ended there, just lost a bit of attitude control. Sadly, with that, they couldn't perform stable re-entry. But maybe today it's finally the time for that. But I think we have also another cool news. So I'm throwing it here to Alex to report on what is happening at Starbase.
Yeah, so we just got the start of the tower event, as I mentioned before, because it's the start of the chill down of those propellant lines up to the tower. That is a very important step. They have already prepared the tank farm, and now they're going to be flowing that propellant from the tank farm out to the launch mount and the launch tower and preparing those for fueling. Hopefully, again, in less than 30 minutes, that's when the propellant load starts. Of course, that is assuming that everything is still on track for a liftoff at the opening of the window. You can see there that pipe ship on the side of the tower already venting. That is great news. That is amazing news. Propellant load has not started. I'm seeing a few folks a bit confused about that, but they are preparing for it. And that's another step in their countdown. That's why this is important. They are preparing for that propellant load.
That is just to point out, by the way, that's always something I like to point out. What we're seeing there is liquid oxygen. I think sometimes people are confused. Is that nitrogen? Is that methane? Is it oxygen? They are throwing oxygen through this. That is why they are also using a lot of oxygen, because these are the oxygen, the tower vent we are seeing, these are the oxygen line that will go into the vehicles. So that is definitely also, well, it's not liquid oxygen, of course. That's what we're seeing there is gaseous, but it will turn liquid at some point, and that will be quite an excitement to see.
Yep.
Exactly. And of course, as I mentioned at the top, we have over 30 live cameras coming to you from Starbase, Texas, across a variety of sites. Also some deployable assets that we are allowed to set up courtesy of SpaceX's media accreditation. We are, of course, always very grateful for that. But let's take a look at some of the permanent sites that we have set up down in South Texas, because there are a variety of locations where we have live broadcast cameras set up. Multiple cameras at multiple sites. I believe we should be able to take a moment. Here we go. Yep, so we're going to start off down on the border. We have our river site. Guess what? Right by the river. We have a few cameras there. I think some people might actually be watching from that site live as well. That's just outside of the exclusion zone for Starship launches. As we go by the SpaceX production site there on the left side of Highway 4. We have our highway site. Guess where that name came from? We're very creative with our site naming here. And we have the 3 cameras set up there at highway site permanently. Looking down at the launch site from the north of the beach is our north site, where we have a few cameras, as well as a deployable, I believe, set up for this flight. Multiple cameras looking at the launch site there. And to the south of the launch site, guess what? We have our south site, which is also going to be taking a look at the launch site. And Adrian, there's something else happening at the launch site right now, isn't there?
Yeah, basically the partner in crime of the tower vent has just started, and that is of course the booster equivalent of it. The tower vent is the liquid oxygen chill down for the ship side, and we are now seeing on the OLM the beginning of the OLM vent. That is the chill down of the LOX line going to the booster, which is starting a bit behind that. That is normal. That is the sequence we are expecting. And basically, this is the final step before the before they will go to propellant loading. Once these lines are cool, once these lines are chill, then we are ready for that propellant loading going on. So yeah, it's getting quite excited here, Alex. We are moving on through the milestones fairly quick.
Yeah, we're just waiting on that confirmation from the flight director of a go for propellant load. Because again, we're seeing all of those preparations for that propellant load. And this is one of the things that we are already excited about. But, you know, we've come off a long way to go. Like, this is flight 10. There's been a lot of things that have happened in the last few flights. I don't know, maybe we should refresh our memories or something. I don't know.
SpaceX has had a long journey to get to the 10th flight test of Starship. They've had explosions, amazing re-entries, catches of boosters, and even a reuse of a booster. But with 3 straight flight failures for Block 2 of Ship, all eyes are on Ship 37 to break the curse and complete all objectives. Let's start at the beginning. After many tests, Booster 7 and Ship 24 lifted off on April 20th, 2023, and the flight did not go well. However, expectations were merely to clear the tower. Booster 7 instantly had 3 engines out and would lose more during ascent. With these lost engines and a fire in the engine bay, the full stack would only reach 40 kilometers before it ripped itself apart. Also during the launch process, a hole under the launch mount was formed because the water deluge system had not yet been installed. The lessons learned from this flight paved the way for Ship 25 and Booster 9. This set of vehicles would require significantly less testing due to the data already gathered from Flight 1. Following the hole in the ground, SpaceX beefed up the foundation of Pad A and installed a deluge plate to help dampen sound and protect the launch pad. Another new addition was the hot stage ring on top of the booster. Before even testing their original stage separation idea, SpaceX switched to hot staging. Flight 2 fared far better than Flight 1. The full stack lifted off November 18th, 2023, and Booster 9 had all 33 engines running for the entire ascent. The hot staging worked perfectly, and Ship 25 started towards space. Unfortunately, Booster 9 was lost during boostback burn due to ice in the tanks, and Ship 25 was lost due to a fire in the aft section just before second stage cutoff, or SECO. This wouldn't be the last time a ship was lost due to fires in the aft section. Flight 3, which launched on March 14th, 2024, would improve on Flight 2, with Booster 10 getting past the boostback burn and getting all the way to the landing burn. However, the booster was lost shortly after landing due to possible ice ingestion into the liquid oxygen turbopump inlets, just like Booster 9's boostback burn. Ship 28 then made it all the way to SECO, but lost attitude control and performed an uncontrolled re-entry. Flight 4, which launched on June 6, 2024, was once again an improvement, where Booster 11 completed its entire mission profile and performed a soft splashdown in the water. Ship 29 completed its ascent burn, its coast phase, and a full control re-entry. The only blemish for Ship 29 was that it had a decent amount of burn through on its heat shield, even almost losing a forward flap. Despite this, it provided uninterrupted live views of re-entry, which is something no one had ever seen before. Next up was Flight 5, and with Booster 11 having completed its soft splashdown, SpaceX decided to catch the booster. This flight also had an upgraded heat shield for Ship 30 to better survive re-entry by introducing an ablative layer under the tiles. This flight would launch October 13th, 2024, and to date is still the most successful flight in the Starship program. Booster 12 completed its entire mission profile and was caught back on the launch tower, and the booster is currently in Mega Bay 1 getting prepped for display. Ship 30 completed all of its objectives and performed a perfect re-entry and landed right on target in the Indian Ocean. Then came Flight 6 November 19th, 2024, which was the last flight of Block 1 of Starship. Booster 13 completed ascent, however due to a tower issue, it couldn't perform a catch. Ship 31 completed all of its objectives and performed an on-target splashdown in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX has yet to have a ship since Ship 31 perform an on-target landing or controlled re-entry. After the success of Block 1, things took a few steps back for Block 2 of the ship. Flight 7, which launched January 16, 2025, had Booster 14 repeat a catch like Booster 12 and complete all aspects of its mission. Ship 33, however, was lost before SECO due to harmonic vibrations in the engine section. These vibrations caused leaks, which led to fires in the aft section of the ship, which led to it exploding on ascent. Next up was Flight 8 on March 6, 2025, featuring Booster 15 and Ship 34. Booster 15 completed a nearly perfect flight and was caught, making 3 caught boosters for SpaceX. Ship 34, however, had an issue with a center Raptor that led to leaks and another fire in the engine section, and the ship was lost before SECO. After losing 2 ships back-to-back before getting to SECO, a lot was riding on Ship 35 on Flight 9. With a pairing of Ship 35 and Booster 14-2, yes, a reflown booster, Flight 9 lifted off May 27, 2025. Booster 14-2 completed almost all of its objectives, but was lost on landing burn startup because SpaceX was trying to push the limits of the booster and it didn't survive. Ship 35 got past SECO, but it lost control during the coast phase due to a methane gas leak into the payload bay and was lost during an uncontrolled re-entry. Well, here we are at Flight 10. SpaceX is using Ship 37 and Booster 16 on this flight, which we all hope will be successful.
And we hope it will be successful indeed. Ship 37, I know you said Ship 36. Ship 37 sitting atop Booster 16 at the orbital launch mount. Adrian, there's a big road leading up to said launch mount. It's called Highway 4, and there are several roadblocks on it which move throughout the day. I believe we have a little bit of an update on where those roadblocks are currently located.
Yeah, there's one final roadblock right after the village, basically the last potential way before you go all the way to the launch pad. And that roadblock has also now been evacuated. That is usually happening before propellant loading on like full stack operations. This is not needed for example, static fires and stuff like that. That's fine. But the amount of propellant they are loading basically makes this spot a bit too close to for comfort. So they are deciding to go a bit further back. And that is why they are also leaving this roadblock. And that is a good sign, because that is usually happening right before propellant loading. So it feels like, right as of right now, of course, it's depending on if they choose to do it, they should be on track for the opening of the window.
Fingers crossed. Something else that is pretty good is the incredible support we've been getting. I'll try run through the queue again, once again an hour behind, but Swampy New, a fellow UK tank watcher, I understand what you mean by the sleep schedule there. Thank you so much for the support. Skip gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Serafina becoming a launch director. That is the second highest tier of membership. I mean, just incredible support. We hope you all enjoy the perks. Chazzy, thank you so much for the support as well. Asking if we could put the Skycam on the green screen, maybe for next time. We also have 2 people becoming a Capcom member, Capcom membership, 3 people actually, Alejandro as well. That means you get access to the Discord server if you want to see the abomination that Jack calls a bagel. He sometimes posts that in the food chat as well. We've got Serafina gifting Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. A lot of support in chat is greatly appreciated. Drunar, DSAC, and Alejandro Badano again gifting 20 Red Team memberships. I mean, yeah, we're going to have to go through them at some point, but it must be over 1,000 memberships gifted at this point over the last 3 days of coverage. It has absolutely been absolute bonkers amount of support, I have to say, and ease as well with the support there as well. Thank you so much. We'll get back to that later as well. Try get through the queue. Clouds continuing to drift over the launch site there. They've kind of moved over kind of directly from this camera angle, at least it looks like one is now directly overhead of the launch tower, unfortunately. Fingers crossed that gets out of the way in 1 hour and 10 minutes time, although big beautiful patch of blue sky appearing behind the tower now. Adrian, that tower vent is now well and truly going. Tank farm conditioning well underway, the vehicle conditioning well underway. What are some we should be looking out for over the minutes? I know yesterday around this time was when some of the official delays started kicking in, so that's something else we'll be keeping an ear out for as well.
Yeah, usually what SpaceX will do is they will expose a confirmation that they are go for propellant loading, which is what we are now looking for. We are waiting for that confirmation. That is also what is going on behind the scenes right now. The launch director and his team, they are going through all the things they're talking about, probably also weather, very much likely also weather, and they are basically making a decision. Do we want to commit as of right now for the opening of the window? Of course, they have some wiggle room there. We learned that yesterday, Ryan. But the wiggle room is not the whole window. They cannot go all the way to T-minus 40 seconds and just hold the window. So there's some considerations they have to make that do here before they can really finally make the call. Hey, we are go for that point. And Alex, there's also an increasement in like tower and OLM vent over the next few minutes, right?
Yep, so the OLM vent will become increasingly more active until they actually shut it down and then they start the liquid oxygen load. As you mentioned before on the stream, that tower vent and the OLM vent are related to the load of liquid oxygen on booster and ship respectively, right? And so when those go out, that means we are into liquid oxygen load. Now there's a caveat to that, and that is the tower vent right above me here is a little bit different than the OLM vent. So the OLM vent starts, gets more active, and then it shuts down and we have liquid oxygen load. The tower vent instead, it turns on, then it turns off, and then it comes back again, even more powerful than the first time, and then it shuts down, and it is indeed the start of liquid oxygen load on the second stage. I see Das is under an umbrella now. Or a tent,
I think there's been some support investments on the hotel roof because Das has shade.
Oh,
there wasn't shade when I was there.
There we go.
Oh, and Das is now showing off his wonderful robotic tracking rig, which he is very, very proud of, and he uses his Xbox controller to steer it with his little controller. I believe we're now pointing out the shade and the thin shirts available on the store, and the controller rig there as well. I'm now being told in my ear that the color of his shirt matches the color of the awning. That's what Das is proud of right now. There we go. So we've got that communicated to the wonderful boys and girls watching. I'm trying to. My preview is really small. I see some orange though.
Exactly, same. I see a little bit of orange there, so I'm assuming that's Jack. Is that Das's brother as well?
Oh, it's a Margaritaville shirt.
Margaritaville.
Nice. And yeah, I'm pretty sure the orange blob on the right side that we barely could see, but that's pretty... Yeah, like it's just like an orange blur, but usually if you spot something orange in Starbase, I would say there's at least a 10 to 15% chance it's Jackbire.
Well, I have great news for you all. SpaceX is go for propellant load, and the weather has improved. It is now 55% favorable for liftoff at the opening of the launch window. So that's the chances at the opening of the window. We'll see then if they improve then later into the window or not, but I don't want to figure that out because this is now go for propellant load, so they are going for the opening of that window at 6:30 p.m. Central. Are you excited, Adrian?
I am, and you know what I most like about this? It's that the weather is improving. We had,
Exactly.
remember the last time we had a weather situation with Starship? It went down every time they talked about it. It went from like 45 to, for 55 actually, to 30 to 15. So that's a trend. Like that's a trend how they think about it. And this time we also have a trend, but this time for the first time in this launch campaign,
the other way
we are
around.
talking about 45 increasing to 55. So that is a great news. That is exactly what we want to hear here. So I'm beyond excited that we hear that, and this makes me very, very hopeful for the weather.
That is the official notification from SpaceX there in the big box. The Starship team is go for propellant load. Weather is now 55% favorable for liftoff at the opening of the launch window. That is good trend. That's a good trend in the good direction. That's the direction that we want to see things trending in. I think that was pretty obvious, but you know, just condensing that into a few words. Looking down at the launch site here from our north site, tower vent very, very much going at this point. The Pope vent is going, the OLM vent is going, the tank farm is coming alive at this point in time, because of course that go for propellant load means that the mission control teams inside Star Factory, they are happy with how the vehicle is looking right now. They are happy to start getting those propellants loaded into Starship, running through all the lines that they've been conditioning for the last few minutes or so. And Alex, this is really this is where go time really starts to shine.
Yeah, right now it's all looking really great. I mean, it's some of those things that we usually say, right? We talk about the vents, we talk about this and that and whatever, and some folks are like, oh, why are you so excited? Because it's a step in the countdown to this launch. We are 64 minutes away from that, right? And that also means 11 minutes from now, we should see the first sort of propellant, any sort of propellant starting to be loaded on Starship. That should be at T-minus 53 minutes. That's the start of ship fuel load on Starship. So that will be the methane being loaded on the second stage on that. Very shiny looking rocket. Look at that. The nose cone is shining right now as the sun is sort of glinting on it. But yeah, very active. Tank farm as well. You can see all of the vents, everything going off there. Really great stuff, and we should see a very frosty Starship really, really soon.
Absolutely. It's gonna be amazing because I'm always excited once we get frosty. Like on the first day, we barely got some frost. Yesterday, of course, we got all the way down to that 10-second hold, that like 40-second hold, and then like they ran the clock to 10 seconds and basically made it a wet dress rehearsal. So yeah, I'm just excited to see the countdown going so far very, very smooth, and like yeah, we are hoping that it keeps that it keeps this move, because right now it looks like opening of the window still very much a possibility.
Looking to the top left of the vehicle there, I can't tell. Is that a cloud in the sky or is that a cloud from the tank farm? I can't tell.
It almost looks like it is coming from the tank farm, right? But no, that's obviously a proper cloud of water. But it's just funny because it almost seems like it's coming from the pop vent. It's hilarious.
Yeah, super big cloud. That isn't really the cloud, I would say, that is concerning SpaceX at this moment in time, because it's clearly clearing lots of clears. It's clearly clearing the location right now of the launch site. That's going to be getting out of the way, fingers crossed. There is a little bit more cloud activity to the northwest of the launch site that is drifting southeast that we'll be keeping an eye on. That's clearly what SpaceX wants to stay out of the region, but for the time being, I think it's time. We're approaching T-minus 1 hour for the third time in a row. Adrian, are you getting hyped for Starship?
What do you mean getting? I'm already hyped. I was hyped at 90 minutes. But yes, it's increasing. I'm very, very hyped. And I cannot wait to finally, and I'm saying this, see some plasma again.
Alex, are you getting hyped?
Of course I am. Let's go.
I hope chat is getting hyped as well. We've teased it. We've already showed it twice, but we've teased it enough. Let's show the hype video for the third time.
Ship 36 just blew up.
Oh my god.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Restriction cut off.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
Fly, baby, fly.
Let's go! The booster is no go for a catch.
All right. Folks, it is hot up here today. We are once again set up over on the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort Hotel at South Padre Island. Rockets in the background. The long lenses here are actually a lot more turbulent today. There's a lot of heat in the air, and we're getting that roiling. I've got 7 miles worth of atmosphere between me and the rocket, but we are all set. Over this way, it's nice blue skies going out that, but over this way, or over to, I guess that would be the west, we are seeing some of those storms sort of bubbling up. So that might be playing into SpaceX's count there in terms of the percentage go that y'all were hearing. Luckily, we sold enough stickers yesterday that we could afford an awning. So we had some shade here. It was brutal earlier. The roof of the hotel is, of course, painted white, and that's great for the I guess, inside air conditioning. It's terrible if you're up here because you have the sun beating down on top of you, and then you have the sun reflecting off the white back up at you. It gets you a tan under your chin, I guess, but we're all set up here. Hey, it's Jack.
Hey, it's me.
How's it going, Jack?
Going good. Hopefully this thing gets in the air. I mean, definitely a lot more heat haze in the air today, but
yep.
Hey, we'll take it. As long as this thing gets in the sky and gets SpaceX the data they need so they can move the heck on with this program.
See, Jack's got it right today. He wore a shirt that did not match the color of the awning. Like, I have awning camouflage on right now, and I can just blend into the awning so people don't see me. But orange, we can see you just fine.
Yeah, for the record, I've been washing this every night. I'm not gross, I swear.
It's like a
At least not for
shirt.
that.
Anyways, that is the plan right now. We are all set up here. It's just under an hour to go. Once again, thank y'all for watching us. Y'all saw the deal we made yesterday. If you show up today, then we'll show up today. And well, here we are. Here you are. I guess the deal worked out.
You feeling good? You ready? You ready to do this?
I'm ready to go. You know, like day 3. Day 1 is always like, oh my gosh, where's this cable and where's that? And you know, it's been 2 months since we set up, and then we needed to borrow this battery and put it over here. And so like the first day, it takes so much time to find all the equipment and make sure you have it. And then the second day, we're like, all right, we're good.
Let's do all those things we didn't have time for on the first day. And then the third day.
So
you start to do fun stuff. Did you do a hit from the pool earlier?
Me? No, it was AI. I was superimposed, man.
You were busy working.
It wasn't me.
You were busy working.
I was so busy working, and then somebody put a green screen picture of the pool behind me.
Pretty great.
They like put a Hawaiian shirt on me and everything. Like Grok must have imagined that.
But yeah, I gotta say, this rig you have set up here is super cool.
Have you played with it?
I haven't, but one of my favorite moments from yesterday was seeing your brother start to play with it, and just like you two fully geeking out after the launch wasn't happening for like 45. Like I was downstairs.
You was tracking boats.
I was downstairs getting my stuff packed up, doing my thing, and I come back up here, and you're still both like, oh my god, look at that boat hauling butt! Like it was awesome. This rig is really cool, and hopefully today we can use it to point at some rockets.
Point at rockets that are flying. It's one of the things that we talked about a lot in the past. Like, it's a video game controller.
It is.
Who has too many hours in Xbox?
Hi.
Raise your hand.
It's me.
Okay, he rose his hand too.
Yeah.
Whose parents told him that too many hours in Xbox would never do you any good?
Hi, it's me.
All right, hey. My brother had never driven the robotic camera tracking rig before and walked up using his Xbox experience, not sponsored unless, and was able to start tracking.
Yeah, those boat shots. If you
They were
noticed
great.
the cool, like, scenic boat shots at the end of yesterday's stream, that was Das Bro Track. That's
For the first time.
That's really
like,
cool.
Live on air for the first time you ever picked it up. Everybody was coming by giving it a shot. But anyways, all your hours of video gaming, not great unless you put them to use, honestly. Like
Right.
you can put them to use.
I mean,
but-
like anything, there's such a thing as too much, but in this case, I think we've had just enough. And we've also had just enough of launch preparations without a launch, so hopefully we get a launch today.
Yeah.
I know, like, we're kind of like in a good mood because we've had time to set everything up and a little bit of time to rest this morning, but I just want to go out and say, everybody out there that might have come out for this launch that had to leave after the first 2 attempts, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to, like, you know, make light of the situation that it's on the 3rd attempt, but for us, from our perspective, we're in a good mood, and hopefully that good mood transfers to you all out there in viewerland, because, I mean, hey, if this thing launches today, we're one step closer to the moon and Mars.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we do. Like, when y'all can't make it out here, you're overseas, you can't afford to travel, it's not realistic to get here, or maybe you came and then you couldn't stay because the scrubs and stuff. We're here for you to share this with you so that y'all can come along for the ride. A lot less stairs involved for you, hopefully. We'll carry the stairs for you, but hopefully with our behind the scenes that we've got, if you remember program, you've seen us doing some of the setup behind the scenes on the multi-view.
Yep.
Hopefully, we're space nerds, we love talking about this stuff. Hopefully you sort of feel like you're here and you're part of our team, because you are. You're like our remote production crew.
I mean, we always say, you know, if you're going to a launch, watch it with your eyes, because, you know, you will really experience it in that case versus a cell phone video. And I often say, and I'm sure you feel the same way, when we're operating cameras, we're in the moment and we're working, so we're not really experiencing it for ourselves. We're literally giving you out there in viewerland our eyes and our ears, and we're not using them ourselves. Like, it's a whole thing. So thank you for all the support, for allowing us to use our eyes and ears to give you guys eyes and ears out in viewerland.
We do have some pretty cool eyes and ears though. Like, so anyways, I think that's going to be us up here on the roof right now. Again, we're South Padre Island. It's the Margaritaville Beach Resort here. I was totally not hanging out at the pool earlier. What a way to start the morning here at the hotel. But in any event, we will kick it back to your regular team. We're going to be up here ready to go. Let's see if we get a launch here in a little bit.
Hi, Bunny, if you're watching.
Das and Jack on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel there. Always great to see them setting up the equipment. And somehow they now have an awning. They didn't have an awning when I visited. Like, that's like, legitimately, that is a brand new addition between yesterday and today, thanks to your guys' support. In addition to all of our incredible field team, we of course have all of our Starbase Live operators literally around the world right now, controlling these cameras remotely. So it's a big shout out to those guys as well. Also, a big shout out to everybody in the support queue right now. We've been getting so much support, such as this €5 support from Dasher there. We also have Darren in chat. Thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars in there as well. John White has become a Capcom member. Hopefully you enjoy your access to the Discord server. We have Adrian, you're like this one, $10 supporting from the Kansas coast there, Adrian. We also have Rafrif in chat with the $10 support there as well. Thank you so much for the support there. We also have Fazario, sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, on holiday in Turkey, saying they missed the first attempt due to being on the plane, the second attempt very late, hopefully the third is the one that actually goes, because yeah, fellow UK tank watcher, it is a little bit late here in Europe, but we're staying up, we're pushing through, fingers crossed we get a launch in 52 minutes time when the window opens. Chris Parker as well, one of those names that's in chat quite often. £10 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Let's actually have that launch as well. I think Turtle was a big fan of Kevin's behind the scenes camera here because they did 2 super chats about it. Thank you for the support. Couple people as well becoming Capcom members. Matt Thompson, Frederick Willems, thank you so much for supporting the show as always. Fosco in chat, thank you so much as well, saying that it's been great to spend the last 3 days with us. It's been great to spend the last 3 days with you as well. And yeah, it's been a few days, but you know, this is kind of unprecedented territory for everyone with the Starship launch. This is we don't want to bang on about it, but this is the first time that they've scrubbed twice in a row. So that's just something unique this time around. We've got loads of people becoming PadRap members as well. Helen, Mookafish, thank you so much for your guys' support as well. I'm trying to run through the queue here as quick as I can because I'm still 54 minutes behind. We have Cody as well. I think that's Australian dollary dues. Thank you so much. Saying it's for Kevin. Maybe that's towards Kevin's new screen. But yeah, thank you guys for the support. It is greatly appreciated. And we are now 50 minutes and 50 seconds away from the opening of the window. Alex, we've been keeping an eye in all of our different boxes here at the launch site. There's a lot of things going on. Adrian, though, I think that tank farm activity is pointing towards the ship coming alive.
Yes, we can confirm at this point with a look at their subcoolers that ship fuel load has begun on the liquid methane tank. So the first of 4 tanks is now being loaded. The next tank that will join it is at 45 minutes and 20 seconds, the ship LOX tank. So at this point they are loading methane already. Methane is the first thing. It will take some time until you see frost, condensation, because first they will have to fill that transfer tube. But once it's getting close, you will see that condensation pop up. In about 2 or 3 minutes, that's really when we will see that state change on the body of the full stack.
Indeed, that tower vent. I think the tower vent. I'll throw this to Alex, but I think the tower vent might be the most spectacular vent that we have at Starbase because it's halfway up the tower. It spreads condensation everywhere. I really like that tower vent. It's a very pretty, very beefy, very nice vent. I don't know if you disagree with my evaluation there of my favorite vent at Starbase.
No, I agree with you. It reminds me a lot of the T-20 vent on Falcon 9, so of course I totally agree with you. It almost looks like the tower itself has like a cape behind it, especially once it becomes this active. As I said before, this tower comes on first, it's very weak, then it turns off, and then it turns on again, and when it turns on again for the second time in the countdown, then it is very active, and there you can see that activity. So that is precisely where we are right now in the countdown. Ship propellant load is underway with the fuel. The liquid oxygen should be going on just as that tower vent shuts down. We'll get into that, and then the booster on its own will be a few minutes after that. So, but at least one of the 4 main tanks on Starship are now being loaded, so that's really great news.
Yeah, Adrian, I'm just curious if you could give us a little rundown of the timeline because T-minus 53 minutes, which is about 5 minutes ago now, that is when that ship methane load starts. Do we know when the liquid oxygen will load on the ship as well, and also when that fuel will actually start being loaded into the booster?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes from now we will start to see liquid oxygen load on the ship. We are already seeing condensation on like the ship QD and everything. Things are forming up. The next thing that will join after that is at 41 minutes and 37 seconds. That is when the booster fuel load will start. So that's methane on the booster. And then we will have at 35 minutes and 52 seconds the booster LOX load, which will be joining the fun at the latest. So yeah, that is where we there we can see that booster QD. It's a bit hard to seeing that with the methane side, but the methane side is the right side, the side that is away from us right now, where they're loading. You can see that on the bottom. You see these 2 pipes. On the right pipe, that you can already see frost because they are already loading methane. In 2 minutes from now, the left side will also get frosty as they are loading liquid oxygen.
T-minus 47 minutes, things are starting to get real. I know I said that, and this is going to be like 10 minutes normal Starlink stream. Starship is a whole different kettle of fish. This is a whole different deal. It is a huge amount of work. It only goes into making this stream, but also the SpaceX teams that are literally working 24 hours a day in Starbase to build these vehicles, test these vehicles, get them out to the pad, stack them, and then have to go through 3 different launch attempts. For those of you just joining us, if you were not previously aware, this is the 3rd attempt to launch the 10th flight of the most powerful, the largest rocket ever manufactured in the history of forever at all, ever, as I've said many times before. But yeah, this is a big rocket, this is a big deal. We're looking forward to hopefully a much more successful flight than last time. We've got objectives in space, we've got booster return objectives, fingers crossed in maybe an hour and a half's time, the ship, or rather a couple hours time, the ship is, you know, safely in the Indian Ocean as we are expecting with today's mission profile. Speaking of the ship, Adrian, I believe liquid oxygen load should now be underway.
It is underway. The tower vent has died off again. We expect that to be sort of like a T flip, or like a basically it goes one direction. That's the tower vent, and then it flips to the other side. And there you can see that some of the pipes getting frosty, and there you can see the tower vent dying off. And with that, we can confirm liquid oxygen is being loaded onto the ship. We are just seconds away from seeing frost on that Starship.
I believe we have Jack Bayern who is rejoining us from inside the hotel room. Jack, you went up to the hotel roof to set up cameras alongside Das there. We saw you on the roof. Yeah, how are you feeling now you get to sit in the air conditioning for a few more minutes before you head back up for launch?
I'm feeling pretty good, Ryan. I'm feeling pretty darn good. We've got all our cameras ready to go on the roof. We're feeling really good. We want to see this rocket lift off the ground today. I really hope they can accomplish some of their test objectives at least. You know, let's say the ship gets up there and deploys the Starlinks, but they can't close the door, and that causes issues for re-entry. Just like complete hypothetical out of nowhere. You know, that's fine. That's progress, right? As long as it's not the same sort of thing where they can't get to re-entry or can't accomplish some of their in-flight objectives. I really hope we can get that data today, and I hope SpaceX can, and I hope that we can see this program progress, because I think for like the last year now, ever since the first catch, we've all kind of been eagerly awaiting the next step. I think they all kind of wowed us, right, when they caught a booster on Flight 5 for the first time. That was spectacular, and it almost felt like, okay, now we're really going to be cooking with gasoline here, or you know, whatever is the appropriate idiom. And instead, we've gotten the last 12 months. So hopefully today is the start of the change of that. I'm so excited. I know I probably sound very tired. I am absolutely amped. I have a heart rate of 114 BPM, and I've been sitting down for the last like 5 minutes. So that's where I'm at. I hope everyone out in viewerland is having a good time. I hope all of our team members out in the field, Max, D, Tyler, a bunch of people I'm probably forgetting, Das, of course. I hope everyone is staying cool and frosty like we hope the ship and booster are about to get.
And we are keeping an eye on the tank farm as things continue to go. Adrian, I'm sorry if misinterpreted this, but I feel like there might be something we're not expecting going on.
Yeah, we were watching it. There is a vent on the tower, like that you can still see, that is a bit not usual. Like very usually that area where the tower vent is going is like completely died off at this point. And yeah, there you can see it. I think it's just a bit potentially like a minor leak of just a lot of condensation based on humidity, but it just looks a bit more than usual. Of course, it's obviously not super critical. From what we can tell, everything is still going. Tank farm is still rolling. It's just something that like caught multiple eyes here, and we just looked at it and we're like, oh, that's a bit weird, but yeah, go ahead for now.
Yeah, and we are taking a look at that ship Connect arm, which of course was the focus of attention 48 hours ago. That is where that liquid oxygen leak we suspect developed from. SpaceX teams overnight from Monday into Tuesday, from Sunday into Monday, they worked on that line, replaced it with a new hose. So if you did not have the opportunity to tune into our show yesterday, that is the reason why they had to stand down for Sunday's attempt. Yesterday's attempt was, of course, due to the weather. There was that anvil cloud which was hovering over the launch site. SpaceX can't launch through those because they could generate static electricity, which would not be good for Starship, which is why they had to stand down from that attempt yesterday. And today, as things stand, 41 minutes away from the opening of the window, SpaceX has confirmed the weather has improved from 45% to 55% go. They're keeping an eye on some of the clouds you can see there in the background. Those ones over the Gulf we're not too concerned about at the moment. They seem to be drifting away from the launch site, which is what we want to see. But I think we are also now, Adrian, seeing some frost appearing on the ship in substantial forms. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you look at the ship, you can see on the methane tank, that is the upper tank, significant condensation. That is because the methane is like very close to touch the wall. There it is. That's basically just the last step before the frost ring. So that's good. It's progressing well. That's also calming our emotions about that unexpected tower event there, because of course if they would have detected anything that they don't like, they would have aborted anything about this, which is obviously not the case. If we go down there, I'm sorry, I'm just putting our camera operators here in the spot if we can do that, but there on the LOX tank we should also now see any second now frost and condensation popping up. I think we are there. You can see barely here. I think we'll get a zoom shot in a bit, but LOX is also now appearing on that. And if we look at the timeline, we are now at 40 minutes, which means the booster fuel load is also underway. So 3 out of 4 tanks of Starship are being loaded right now.
Indeed, they will follow that up in about 5 minutes time with the liquid oxygen load on the booster. But yeah, we are keeping an eye on things progressing with Starship. Jack, as we are now under 40 minutes to go, I just want a final, should I say, vibe check from you. How are you feeling? This is the third time. Personally, I feel like this is kind of a rehearsal at this point because we've done the same thing so many times in a row. But how are you feeling? Are you feeling better, or how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Ryan. I do think today has a good chance at going really well, and it needs to go well. It needs to provide SpaceX with the data they need to move on. I know I've probably been repeating that over and over again, but really, SpaceX needs to continue to progress with this program. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. Sorry, my voice is cracked. But yeah, I want this thing to get off the ground. I want all the teams on the SpaceX side to get some rest tonight and get the data they need. And I want all of our people on the NSF side to get some rest as well. But you know what? No rest for the weary. This is what we're here for. And as many attempts as it takes, we're going to be here for it. And this is what we live for. So I'm doing good. Hopefully everybody else is doing great as well.
Indeed, that Jack Beyer watching and tracking live from the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island. 2 other people who are going live and tracking live in person, Max Evans and D Wise. They are currently live at the Rocket Ranch Outpost. So let's throw it over to them and see what shenanigans they've gotten up to at T-minus 38 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Rocket Ranch Outpost. And folks, let's just get right into it. We are under 1 hour to launch. Propellant is flowing right into Starship right now, and the hype is building. The electricity is in the air. Getting down to crunch time, folks. And while we're here and so close to launch, we've often said before that the Rocket Ranch Outpost is a front row seat to Starship launches, and let's show you why. From up here on the top balcony here on this sort of like building structure they have, you can see directly over to the production site. You can see both mega bays. You can see Booster 17 and Ship 20. And then you can see all the way over to Pad 1 and Pad 2. Pad 1 is on your right, and you can see the tank farm is alive, and Starship is beginning to come alive as well. And up here on this top balcony, you have absolutely no obstruction down to the bottom of the launch mount. This really is about as good of a view as you can get for the general public. It's going to make for some great photos. I have one camera set up here. I'm going to have one more down here. My phone's probably going to be right there. And then once everything happens and we have a moment, I'm going to dart down and try and get a handful of photos out as fast as I possibly can for everyone to look at and just hopefully enjoy. But everyone's feeling great. People are packing up, I say packing up, not packing up. The amount of cars is building up here as people are parking out, whether it be SpaceX employees, to be us, anyone who is able to be over here. It is a really special place. So, guys, the clock's ticking. We're getting super excited over here and honestly a little bit nervous considering how important this one is. So I'm going to go ahead and send this one back to the studio and you guys, and we are going to get ready over here.
T-minus 36 minutes. Alex, I believe liquid oxygen load should now be underway on the super heavy booster as well.
Yeah, all 4 tanks are now being loaded with propellant, and so we now have frost on the methane tank, and the liquid oxygen tank should get frosty really soon.
Yeah, and we're still seeing those
I'm gonna jump in.
Going. Jack?
Jump in.
I'm gonna barge in just because I like that BTS hit. I just want to once again thank everybody at Rocket Ranch and thank Anthony Gomez for allowing us to be there. It's so cool to be able to have boots on the ground on that side of the shipping canal, on this side of the shipping canal, and on all of our, well, we don't have boots on the ground on our properties because the road's closed, but it's just really neat. So once again, if you haven't checked out the Rocket Ranch, check out the Rocket Ranch. They have their Outpost viewing location. They're good friends of ours and they're just good people.
Indeed, it is pretty much the closest you can get as a member of the public to a Starship launch.
Yep.
Right down there on the edge of the exclusion. You are literally standing alongside the robotic cameras and our field team, which are watching from the edge of the exclusion zone there as well. So yeah, as Jack was saying, big shout out to the Rocket Ranch. They are a very, very awesome organization down there in South Padre Island. Or in Starbase. In Starbase proper, I think. Are they in the proper city?
Starbase.
I haven't looked at the map.
Oh man, so the way that it works out is the Rocket Ranch, which is like their campground, and they have like a makerspace and like a little jam space and stuff. It's really cool. It's right there on the Rio. That is not technically in Starbase proper. However, the Rocket Ranch Outpost, where we just saw Max was, that is a separate location from the ranch proper, and the Rocket Ranch Outpost is in Starbase. As you can see, all those other houses around and whatnot. That is in Starbase proper. So, of course, not in Starbase proper, but on South Padre Island is where I and Das are on top of the Margaritaville Hotel. Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island. It is an absolute treat. I'm so floored that we get to do this stuff. I'm in such a good mood today. I really hope this rocket gets off the ground.
Oh, yeah.
And we are currently getting a beautiful shot from Skycam, which is really displaying how much clearer the skies than they were yesterday, because the sun, Starship is eclipsing the sun right now. This camera placement is near on perfect. You can see the sun in the background lighting up the sky, thin clouds above the launch site right now. You can see the clouds from the tank farm. They're good clouds. We like those clouds. So we're not worried about those clouds. Just in the bottom right of your picture there, you can see some thicker clouds which are approaching the launch site. Fingers crossed those stay away. Fingers crossed, in 33.5 minutes time, we will get Starship lifting off and on its way to the Indian Ocean. I think it's about time we take a look at all of the different events that will unfold from the beginning of propellant load all the way through to ship splashdown.
With the green light from SpaceX's flight director, propellant load on Starship will begin roughly 53 minutes before launch. This propellant load sequence is very similar to the previous flight and will start first on the ship, followed by the booster. For this flight, liquid methane will begin flowing first on the ship, and then the liquid oxygen will follow about 8 minutes later. The booster propellant load will begin with liquid methane starting to flow into Super Heavy about 41.5 minutes before launch, and will be followed about 5.5 minutes later by the liquid oxygen. Within a few minutes, we'll see frost appear on the outside of the tanks, which will rise along with the propellant level on board the tanks. A neat little indicator of the propellant levels on Starship. This propellant load will also lead to venting from the rocket, so it'll become much more active as the countdown progresses. At T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds, the Raptor engines will begin chill down on both vehicles, conditioning them for ignition and flight operations. It's also around this time in the count when SpaceX pauses the propellant load on the ship's main tanks and switches to filling the header tanks with propellants. This will lead to more venting, but this time from the ship's nose cone. After loading nearly 5,000 tons of propellants across all 6 of Starship's tanks in less than 45 minutes, the propellant load sequence will end, wrapping up first on the ship at T-minus 3 minutes and 20 seconds, followed by the booster 30 seconds later. SpaceX has an optional hold point in the count at T-minus 40 seconds, where the clock can be paused for about 15 minutes if teams need some extra time. But since it's optional, they can always decide not to use it and just keep counting down. At T-minus 30 seconds, the flight director will give the final go for launch. The detonation and suppression system will also activate on the launch mount, clearing all gaseous methane from the area underneath the engines ahead of Raptor ignition. At T-minus 10 seconds, the flame deflector and water deluge system will be activated to protect the ground underneath the launch mount from the energy produced by the engines. Then, the Raptor engines will ignite at T-minus 3 seconds in a staggered sequence. The 13 center engines will ignite first, followed by 15 of the 20 outer engines just a second later, and the last 5 outer engines following 0.8 seconds afterward. These Raptor engines won't be started at full power though. All engine health checks and launch commit criteria must first be met and cleared for the rocket to command throttle up at T0 for liftoff. With Starship's engines at full power, the rocket will head east, ascending through the atmosphere and quickly gaining speed and altitude. 1 minute after liftoff, the rocket will already be past the speed of sound and passing through max Q, the area of maximum mechanical stress on the vehicle. After a 2.5-minute power descent, Starship will undergo hot staging. 30 out of 33 of the booster engines will shut down, then the ship will ignite its 6 engines to separate away from the booster. After stage separation, Super Heavy will flip up and start its middle ring of 10 engines to perform its boost back burn. This boost back burn should last about 50 seconds and should bring the booster close to the shore, but not all the way back to the launch site. Just like on the last flight, Booster 16 will not be attempting a catch back at the launch site. After finishing its boost back burn, Booster 16 will jettison its hot staging ring and prepare for entry. Unlike Booster 14, SpaceX won't attempt a high angle of attack entry to prevent any structural failures of the fuel transfer tube. After going through entry, Booster 16 will perform a rather experimental landing burn. It'll start with the 13 inner engines as usual, but it will be followed by a planned shutdown of one of the center 3 engines to simulate an off-nominal scenario. The booster will then try to use one of the 10 engines on the middle ring to compensate for that one. The booster will then shut down that engine and land with only 2 center engines. The landing burn will also be cut off at altitude, so it impacts the water at high velocity and prevents another scenario like Booster 13, which floated in the water after splashdown and ended up in Mexican waters. But don't forget, while all of this is happening, the ship will be powering its way to a near-orbital trajectory. This burn will go until nearly 9 minutes after launch, and will place it in a trajectory that should see Starship re-entering over the Indian Ocean. During its coast through space, Ship 37 will fly over the Atlantic Ocean, heading south over Africa and the Indian Ocean. 18.5 minutes after launch, the ship will also start the deployment sequence of its 8 Starlink satellite demonstrators, a first for Starship. Roughly 20 minutes after that process starts, Ship 37 will perform a short relight of one of its Raptor engines, just like we saw on Flight 6, to demonstrate de-orbit capability for future flights. About 10 minutes after that, Starship will start its re-entry through the atmosphere, which will be another nerve-wracking 15-minute period where we'll see lots of plasma in a variety of different colors building up outside of the ship. For this flight, SpaceX is trying out a number of features that will be used in the future for ship catching. This includes a structural version of the catch pins, the removal of tiles on the side of the vehicle, and protection around some delicate parts of the side of the vehicle. SpaceX is also flying Ship 37 with several new experimental materials, including metallic tiles, which are once again part of the mix, and one of them also features active cooling. The mission will culminate about an hour and 6 minutes after launch, when Ship 37 will start its 3 center engines, performing its flip and landing burn for a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Here's hoping that by the end of it, SpaceX has completed all of its objectives and has a wealth of data to make Starship's future a reality.
Here we go. T-minus 27 minutes. Alex, what about the T-minus 20-minute event? Just kidding, just kidding. Jack, I think we should probably take this opportunity to allow you to head back up to the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island. Again, thank you so much for coming on the stream at the beginning here. Fingers crossed we get a pretty launch, and fingers crossed you get a pretty track of that launch.
Absolutely. I'm so excited for today. This is going to be a big one. It needs to work. And, you know, we've pulled out all the stops for this launch, as we always do. So, chat, I want to see you pull out all the stops. Let me get a chant in chat going, launch, launch, launch. Like, let's do this thing. It's go time, baby. The hype train is sailing. Let's go. All right, I'm out of here.
I hope the train isn't sailing, but we can look over that one and hit the support queue very quickly. Chromatic, thank you so much. Chromatic, thank you so much for the $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. A direct way to support us. It doesn't go through Google or any of the other providers like that. Thank you so much for the support. Greatly appreciated. We also had a Harry in chat with the $20 super chat. Fingers crossed this is indeed a good launch day. Carl with the £50 super chat. Hopefully this helps buy some coffee to keep you on these long stakeouts. Yeah, fingers crossed. They're asking, what Starship milestone are you most looking forward to? I've got to say, Artemis 3, HLS landing humans back on the moon. That's going to be quite something. I do have to say, that's going to be quite something. Let's have a look through here. Dash Riptide, $20 super. Thank you so much for the support. We also have Brian with a $10 tip to $10. Thank you so much as well, asking where you can find the shirts that they are wearing, that Das and Jack were wearing underneath the tent. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Highly recommend. That's where you can locate particular items of clothing. I'm just trying to click through these here. You guys have supported us so much. The panel is starting to struggle a little bit. I'm not going to lie. And we also have Novus in chat here saying the Dream Team. Thank you very much for your kind words there. Thank you very much for all of the support there. See, which I'm sure EJ would have perfectly understood from the stakeout earlier. If you've been with us throughout the entire day, you'll understand what I'm referencing there. And we have Robert as well supporting the awning fund. We can get a second one up there for the next attempt. So Das and Jack can be understanding there. T-minus 25 minutes on the dot. The clouds continuing to clear. The sun continuing to get lower in the sky as we approach the time of sunset today. A question we've seen a few times raised, Adrian, over the last few days, is the jellyfish. We've seen it many times with Falcon 9 because Falcon 9 has launched many times. Is that a potential today for Starship, or are we going to be launching in the conditions which are just going to be too bright?
So this is right now is targeting the opening of the window, which is still about 1.5 hours away from sunset. So there will be no jellyfish. It will be pretty with the starting of the sunset. So there's a very good chance that we will get some very, very cool photos. Depending on how late we go, if we go all the way to the end of the window, that would mean we are somewhere around 20 minutes before sunset. That is still not enough for a jellyfish. If this launch would push like in the same time slot 2 or 3 weeks, then we are getting closer and closer with that, because then of course the days get shorter again. But there's a very at this point we don't hope that, so sadly no jellyfish effect.
No jellyfish effect, but fingers crossed we do get that Mega Mark Diamond effect from the 33 Raptor engines burning in 23.5 minutes time. Fingers crossed, one can hope. But of course, if SpaceX does delay, they have an hour launch window for a reason. They have held at T-minus 40 seconds more times than they haven't, or at least it feels like it's been that way over all of their attempts. So SpaceX has a lot of leeway with Starship, unlike Falcon. Falcon, at this point in the count, they'd be locked into a T0 time because of the super chilled propellants they use for that particular launch vehicle. Starship doesn't use those propellants. It uses liquid oxygen or liquid methane at temperatures which can support holding for a little bit once those propellants have already been loaded on the vehicle. So we're not too concerned about that, at least for the time being. But the latest reports, for those of you just joining us, weather 55% favourable at the opening of the launch window, which SpaceX is targeting. That opens in 22 minutes and 35 seconds time. As we continue to look at the vehicles, continue to look at the tank farm. Alex, how are things progressing? Is everything looking good? Are we seeing the vents we want to see? Are we seeing the accuracy?
Yep. Yeah, still everything proceeding to plan. We're seeing, you know, in that little video that we played earlier, Lisa was saying, we will see the frost rise, and it'll give us an indication of the progress of propellant load. It does work as a progress bar of sorts, and so it's really awesome that we can have that as sort of, again, as a progress bar, so to speak. You can see the ship liquid oxygen load is roughly halfway through propellant load. The methane tank on the booster is also halfway full. It's a liquid oxygen tank on the booster that is usually the last one to get full because it's a really large, really huge, it's the largest tank on Starship right now. One other thing that will happen in just a few minutes will be the Raptor engine chill. That's when all of the pumps on all 33 engines on the booster and all 6 engines on the ship will get cooled down and prepared for ignition at T-3 seconds on the booster, and obviously T++ 2.5 minutes or so on the ship. And we're tracking boats, apparently.
I think Das's brother has gotten a hold of the tracking rig
guys,
again on the hotel roof.
You better track the right thing in 21 minutes, okay? But yeah, so hopefully everything goes to plan.
I now imagine that, like, they're tracking boats, suddenly loud noises in the background. Oh!
Yeah, dome flip. Point it to a dome flip.
Oh no, not the dome flip.
We also have, of course, watching from the Rocket Ranch Outpost. That's literally, that road is the the border of the exclusion zone right there with Starship. You can see the launch site in the background. Loads of people. Unfortunately, some people have had to go home because, you know, this is the 3rd launch attempt. Some people's vacations were not long enough in South Texas to see the rocket launch. But Adrian, I have to say, T-minus 20.5 minutes to go. This time, this time 24 hours ago, we'd already had like 2 or 3 different delays. SpaceX is gunning it. They're going for the opening of the window. Things, at least on my end, are feeling much, much more optimistic than they were on the previous 2 attempts.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. I'm getting a way more optimistic feelings. To be fair, from what we can see on the clouds and the radars, it also seems like the beginning of the window is the best shot. Like, after that, bit more chances of from clouds being in the area. So there could be a chance where they just have to go at the beginning of the window. Otherwise, some anvil clouds, some pesky anvil clouds might be in the area again. So we will see how that evolves and changes over time. But that could always, of course, be a consideration of them, because weather is not necessarily always improving in a window. It could always also, well, not improve anymore in the window.
Indeed. Under 20 minutes now. No T-minus 20-minute vent like we see with Falcon all the time. Starship's vents are a little bit different, and we are seeing frosty tanks. All 4 tanks are frosty. Alex is now going to correct me. Apparently there is a T-minus 20-minute vent that I was not previously aware of.
Yeah, because of what I said before, that they do the engine chill around the T-minus 20-minute mark on the countdown for Raptor. That means there are vents. So, as you might have seen, there are vents underneath the flaps on the ship. There is also another vent as well, a bit off the ground, sort of back on the tower as well in the ground. There's a pit where they sort of vent out some of the oxygen used for that engine chill on the Raptors on the booster side of things. So there is indeed actually vents related to this point in the count, but it is not the T-minus 20-minute event from Falcon, of course.
I think that's kind of cheating, but either way, I'll forgive you. Very quickly, I think this is probably the last time we'll have the opportunity to thank some of the folks supporting us in chat before we get to the launch. It's about to get very, very busy as we get to the pointy end of the count. We have Dash Riptide saying, here's to building a permanent press box on top of the hotel. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what Das can come up with in his head. Unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine. Boom. Knock that name out of the park. Thank you so much for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. A lot of people. I swear it must be over 1,000 memberships gifted at this point in the stream. Shazbert, thank you so much. $10 of support there, watching from New Orleans with your janky phone whilst doing laundry. Let's get this off the ground. I 100% agree. And we have Sam from yesterday is in chat saying that they're using their mum's YouTube account. So thank you for tuning in once again, Sam. Brilliant report from you yesterday, and thank you for the support. It was great having you on the stream. Yeah, fingers crossed we get a good flight from Ship 37. And we also, unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine again. They're making me say the difficult names. €50. Thank you so much for the support as well. Just saying this is an addition to the awning fund from Germany. I'm sure that's greatly... We're going to have like 50 on top of the hotel by next flight at this rate. This is brilliant. Thank you guys so much for the support. Yeah, let's light this candle.
I
17
fully agree.
minutes to go. Adrian, I want to toss it to you for one cool fact because, of course, we know that cold things contract, right? They've been loading this cold propellant into the vehicle, which means that the steel is going to be contracting. The vehicle almost seems like it's alive at this point. But there's another thing that makes the vehicle contract, which is kind of a little bit more obvious.
Yeah, of course. We have talked about in the past how the booster shrinks a bit. The first reason is, as you said, the frost here. But the second reason is that there's about a 2,000 tons heavy ship on top of it that is also pushing it down. So, yeah, you literally see gravity in action, basically, as this heavy ship is pushing down that booster. And there you can think about all the structural implications of this stack, because you have 3 millimeters thin steel that they are using to balance a 2,000 ton ship on top of that booster. So quite a work of art that they are performing here.
And Alex, we are getting a quick overview here, looking at all of the different bits of tank farm infrastructure at the pad. Can you just give us a quick overview of all the different things SpaceX needs in order to actually get fuel loaded into a Starship? Because liquid nitrogen, why on earth does SpaceX need liquid nitrogen?
Yeah, they need liquid nitrogen because it's used for a lot of the things on the tank farm, including the chill down of those two propellants. Liquid methane and liquid oxygen, of course. In space, you don't have any oxygen, so you need to bring it with you to burn that methane. And both of them, they get cooled down below their boiling temperature. And they do that with the help of subcoolers, of liquid nitrogen on those subcoolers. And that's mainly the reason why you see a lot of that venting on the tank farm itself. Of course, the venting from the booster itself or the ship are related to that condensation, that really cold propellant already on those tanks. So look at that. All of that is nitrogen, by the way, for people that might be wondering what it is.
Yeah, that is just so incredibly mesmerizing. I remember all the way back to Flight 5, the atmospheric conditions were just so perfect that all of that lingered in the air minutes after launch. I'm not kidding. Like, they had the vehicle had departed. The vehicle was gone, but the condensation was still lingering around the pad. That, of course, one of those early morning launches, which I'm sure there's pros and against there with the morning launch versus the evening launch. Under T-minus 15 minutes, Adrian. Propellant load continuing on both the ship and the booster at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. When you remember these very old tank watching cryo tests, you had these magical nights where there was no wind, and it was basically whole Starbase just covered in like a nitrogen clouds. Always amazing to see. I want to give a quick task to chat here, because of course shortly before launch, there's a lot of people going to YouTube and searching for a stream of Starship, and there's a ton of scam channels out there that are trying to scam people into gifting Bitcoin and everything. So we want to make sure they find the right stream. So the best thing that you can do here is just smash that like button. Show the algorithm that this is a correct stream to be on, so people don't fall for these weird scam channels, and of course report the scam channels. Just wanted to get that out there, and now back to the launch.
Indeed. Ooh, deep breaths. Das. Oh, we saw Das for a split second there on the hotel roof. Maybe that camera wasn't meant to be switched to. Let's stand by. Let's see if we can get a word from Das momentarily. T-minus 13 minutes. Let's throw it to the hotel roof for a final moment from Das.
All right, y'all, we're up here. It's getting real. It's less than 15 minutes or so. I don't know. I'm not trying to keep track of time or anything. We're all ready. We've got the robotic tracking mounts. We've got the crewed tracking mounts. We've got cameras. We've got people with cell phones. We are up here ready to see this thing go. I've got my Xbox controller. We've checked out all the systems. I'm about to do a little rocket blessing. If you see my mount go up and down and then left and right, I'm making sure that all the axes are freed up so that I can move in whatever direction I need to move. But we are good to go. It's nice and clear all the way across. It's nice and clear the way out, I guess. If this thing takes off, it is a beautiful shot, and I will lose it because it gets too small, I think. Hopefully we get that booster splashdown, so if it comes down and hovers, I'm going to be staying with the booster because they've got the onboard ship cameras, right? So I'll keep the robotic mount on the booster, and we'll see if we can't catch that hover out there. Hopefully. It is just absolutely beautiful behind us right now. So there's a cloud somewhere. We should all collectively shake our fist at it like old men, old women. Oh, here, Jack, hop in. You're the meme.
How dare you?
Do the meme. Yeah, there you go.
How dare you call my tracking camera crude? It's quite sophisticated.
It's quite sophisticated. I was going to call it a meat tracker, but I didn't think that would work either. It's always it's like a man versus machine up here, but we're gonna toss it back to the regular team. We're gonna turn around and focus on the monitors, share with you what we see, and we will see you nerds after launch. One way to find out.
I hope he wasn't about to say see you nerds later, because that would have meant the stream would have ended. We do not want the stream to end at this moment in time. We are T-minus 11.5 minutes. We could be 16 minutes away from seeing Booster 13 hovering above the Gulf. That is quite something. We could be just
16?
a few minutes away.
Bit
What did
more,
I say?
right?
17?
Yeah,
18?
more. But,
no, I think you said Booster 13?
Oh, I did the thing. I meant to say Booster 16.
Yep.
Booster 13 definitely not hovering above the Gulf. Booster 13 is inside of the Gulf from Starship Flight 6. So I did the thing. Can you tell this is the third launch attempt that we've been live streaming at this point? Anyways, as we can see from SpaceX there in the top right, green, 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 weather green, range green, vehicle green, T-minus 10.5 minutes. This is so much better than it was looking yesterday and before.
Is chat also green? Chat, are you green?
Better be.
All
Just
the
checking.
members are probably green because your name turns green if you become a member. Or if you're gifted a membership as well.
Whew.
But yeah, so far everything is looking great. Ship main tanks look to be nearly full. They are probably now loading fuel and of course oxidizer on the header tanks. So really great.
That's something else to remind ourselves of, because it's not only the two main tanks in the booster and the two main tanks in the ship, Alex. SpaceX has some smaller tanks that they use, which they'll be using for landing burns and potentially in-space relights if we do get that far.
Yeah, if the ship gets that far, we will see also those tanks being used for that Raptor relight test that they have on this flight. They've been trying to get that on Block 2 for the last 3 flights. Hopefully this one will be the one. And yeah, those header tanks should be getting loaded right now on that ship. They are right at the tip of the nose cone. There's a header tank for the liquid oxygen right at the top, then another one for the methane right underneath it. And so we hopefully will get, I think they're now actuating the flaps as usual at the T-minus 10-minute mark. Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Beautiful reflections off the forward flaps of Ship 37. Of course, I feel like as we approach T-minus 9 minutes, it's just for a moment, let's cast our minds back. Ship 36, unfortunately, not going to be flying this flight attempt. We lost it 2 months ago. Ship 37 taking its place as the upper stage for Starship Flight 10. We could be 8.5 minutes away from launch if everything continues to track as it is currently tracking. I don't believe, do correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we have anything currently preventing a launch. Everything continues to be green, continues to be go.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. As of now, we are not aware of any issues. Weather looks good, vehicle looks good. I mean, they just did a wet dress rehearsal yesterday, right? So it should have been hopefully good. So, yeah, as of now, everything as we wanted. There's, of course, some items still to clear. The final, we always know, the final minute or so before launch, where the tanks get pressurized, where the Raptors are getting ready, where the deluge system spills up. There's a lot of moving parts in that particular segment. So that is really another crunch time for them, where they have to execute perfectly, or the vehicle has to execute perfectly, because at that point in time, the vehicle is, of course, in full charge. But if they clear this, and they have done it before, then I think we are on a good track to see a Starship launch in 8 minutes from now. Alex, 8 minutes from now! Can you believe it?
I do believe it, but woof, boy, my heart is racing right now. Yeah, hopefully we get that launch today in just 7 minutes and 13 seconds from now. Whew. Yeah.
Chat,
I don't know. How is chat doing? How are your hearts racing? I bet everybody is currently excited for that.
Yeah, we got everyone hyped up an hour ago with our hype video, which we played for the 3rd time. That's the most amount of times we've ever played a hype video in a Starship Flight campaign, that is. So hopefully everybody in chat still hyped, still looking forward for a launch of Starship Flight 10. For those of you just joining us, welcome to NSF's live stream. We have over 30 live cameras dotted around Starbase, from our permanent sites to our deployable rigs, from Das and Jack on the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island. We have Max, we have D doing some live streaming from the Rocket Ranch Outpost down at the edge of the exclusion zone. We have so many other members of the team in photography helping out, getting all of the different rigs. We have our Starbase live officers across the world remotely controlling cameras, PTZ robotic cameras positioned at Starbase. Of course, the production team behind the scenes, and of course everybody joining us in chat. Thank you so much for joining us as we are 6 minutes away. We are sharing this moment together. Everything so far continuing to look good. Deep breaths. There's Kevin. Quick Kevin behind the scenes camera of all the different cameras we have going live right now from Starbase. Yeah, I think I can imagine Kevin is doing some deep breaths right now from my experience on the production team. We're also doing some deep breaths right now on commentary, approaching T-minus 5 minutes. And I know it's a bit cringe. But by the way, we are only 500 subscribers away from 1.4 million subscribers. So if you want to be our 1.4 millionth subscriber, then go ahead and do that. Because we're 5 minutes and 15 seconds away now from the opening of the launch window. The ticker has been cleared. You know, when the ticker is cleared, it is game time. We are getting ready for the launch of Starship Flight 10. We should be seeing propellant load wrapping up, Adrian, in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the countdown. That is when ship propellant load is complete. That is when we should see the return of that tower vent. And then the booster propellant load will wrap at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That is when the OLM vent will return. Once that has happened, well, there's not that much more to do. Like, the tanks will pressurize for flight, deluge will activate, and then hopefully we see 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Yeah, T-minus 30 seconds. That is when the flight director, the SpaceX flight director, verifies go for launch. Unfortunately, we can't bring you that live because of the stream delays, but we'll be able to tell that they're go for launch when we see the flame deflector, that water deluge system underneath the orbital. That will ignite, or well, it's water, it doesn't really ignite. That will start firing off at T-minus 10 seconds. After that, 3 seconds before liftoff, the 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster will start firing at their maximum thrust, over twice the thrust of the Saturn V at that point in time. And then, fingers crossed, Starship, Super Heavy will be on their way to the Indian Ocean and the Gulf, respectively. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go. We continue counting down. For those of you just joining us in the final moments of the count here, we're doing so much better than we were at this point yesterday. Definitely much better than we were at this point on Sunday.
Blue sky.
We have, yes, exactly. We have blue sky. We have green weather. There's no anvil clouds leaning over the launch site. The weather is beautiful. There's no winds, basically no winds, under 10 knots.
And we should now have seen ship propellant load wrapped. If we see that tower vent returning, that is a complete confirmation of the wrap up of ship load, which should be any second now or should have already happened. But yeah, it's gonna be amazing. I think I see it. I think I see barely the tower vent there. Yep, there it is. So ship is fully
down the
loaded.
side of the tower.
Yep,
There we
ship is
go.
fully loaded, and just to count it in, this is now also where the booster is full. So if you go down to the OLM, I'm sorry, producers, I know I make this very exhausting for you, but if you go down now to the bottom of the OLM, the next thing we should see is that the OLM vent returns, and that means that we have a full booster. Just look at that OLM. Any second now, we should see a beautiful return of that OLM vent, hopefully, unless they are running a bit late with that booster.
Keep your eyes peeled. We're looking just underneath that black structure on the
There it
left.
is.
There it is. OLM vent returns.
Booster load is complete. And
Deep
we
breaths,
have
everyone.
also... Sorry, Ryan, just to chime in here. We have another confirmation from SpaceX also that due to limited commodities, if they would stand down today, which right now it doesn't look like it, they would not be able... they would not be for sure if they could try tomorrow because there might be a lack of commodities. So that is just an information. Should that happen, of course, we don't want that to happen. Back to you.
We are hearing they are not planning to take that 40-second hold. I will say it again. SpaceX are not planning to take the T-minus 40-second hold. So we could be, everything's looking good, 1 minute, 20 seconds away from launch at this point in time. We should blast through that second hold point. We should see the flame deflector lighting up. We should see those engines lighting up afterwards. They're just beautiful, beautiful engines.
Wonderful.
The super heavy engine configuration is just incredible. I think it's one of the most incredible engineering things ever accomplished. We've got SpaceX teams watching in Starbase, SpaceX teams watching in Hawthorne, California. They're very excited. We're very excited. Everyone in chat should be very excited. Under a minute from launch. 45 seconds to go. Let's look out for the detonation suppression system underneath that orbital launch mount, and then that flame deflector lighting up as well. 40 seconds to go. We should be blasting through that hold point. 30 seconds now. We are going through the hold. There is no hold. We are counting down. Let's look for that detonation suppression system, which we should see underneath the booster any moment now. T-minus 20 seconds. Here it comes. Stand by for the deluge. We are go for launch. There's the deluge. Here's ignition. We are 60 seconds into flight. Starship is well and truly off and away. Vapor cone!
Ooh.
Oh my goodness! Look at that live shot of Starship ascending into space. We are 33 engines for 33 engines on the Super Heavy booster. We are headed to hot staging.
Amazing. That was stunning.
And we're getting the onboard views of that beautiful vapor cone. The expansion of the exhaust is now starting. We're seeing the pink and purple hues of the Raptor engines. Alex, how was that from your point of view, the first 90 seconds of flight?
It's going well. That was an amazing vapor cone as Starship was just punching through the atmosphere, getting into space. So far, so good. It looks like
Starship
it got one engine out now.
continues. Have they lost an engine? So we're now 32 for 33 engines. Alex, whereabout is that engine on the booster? Is that one of the center or one of the boosts?
On the middle ring of 10 engines on Super Heavy.
Okay. That's going to be interesting to see how they play out for the rest of the flight, because remember, the Super Heavy booster intended to do an experimental landing burn where they would use one of the middle ring engines to supplement one of the center engines. However,
I was going to mention the roll that is happening right now, that is nominal. It is in preparation for the flip at hot staging. Remember that the booster will flip up during hot staging.
And we are only a few seconds away from that hot staging maneuver. We should see all but 3 of those Super Heavy engines shutting down, the ship 6 engines not lighting up, and then those 2 vehicles separating. Let's watch from on board these vehicles. And we have the shutdown on the Super Heavy, the ignition of the vacuums, the ignition of the centers, and we should have visual confirmation. There we go.
There's the flip.
The ship has separated and the booster is now flipping around. The middle ring ignited on Super Heavy. That is now heading not back to the launch site, but close to it. We're going to the Gulf with Super Heavy Booster 16 this time around. So let's keep an eye on that boost back burn to continue going. Ship on its way to its near orbital trajectory. Adrian, let's throw it to you.
Absolutely, and the good news here we are seeing, Ryan, of course it's early in the flight, but 6 healthy Raptor engines on the ship. That is what we want to see. Yes, the booster is an interesting topic, but of course the big ticket item today is that ship, and we want to see these 6 Raptor engine continue to burn.
We see the middle ring of engines shut down on the Super Heavy booster. Those 3 Raptor middle engines continue burning for a few seconds longer, and then after that we should see the the hot staging ring jettison from the booster. SpaceX doesn't keep that attached for this Block 2 generation of booster because it's simply too heavy. It messes up its aerodynamics and its mass on the way back in.
And we can confirm that the boost back burn has shut down on the booster. That single engine in the middle ring that went out on ascent is also what was also out on the boost back burn. So it's going to be interesting. I'm starting to think that it probably just is not there at all. Maybe, because usually they try to relight it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure with Alex, maybe you can answer this, but we have seen before a booster go out in a Raptor go out in flight on the booster before, and then it came back. That engine relit for the landing burn.
Yeah.
So that could happen this time around if indeed the engine is still there. I'm not sure which particular booster that was, but we can see now the venting from the booster. Alex, this all looks nominal, correct?
And the hot staging ring as well. Yeah, the venting is normal. They dump the propellant on the main tank. Now they're going to be using just the landing tank. So
you can see separation of the hot staging ring and the Super Heavy booster. Those are separating away. As things stand, see them kind of glide down towards the ocean at the current same relative rate. But very shortly, here it comes. The booster will start to fly down towards the ocean, and the hot staging ring will it's kind of like a pancake. It'll sit in the air much longer than the hot staging, than the booster does.
Yeah, now what will happen is the booster will go to an angle of attack during the atmospheric glide of 17 degrees offset to the direction of the airflow. That is not as punchy as they tested before, but still a big punch in terms of aerodynamic forces that will go through this booster. So I want to preempt this. There is a non-zero chance that that booster might solve some structural issues. Go ahead, Alex.
I don't think they're trying that on this one. They're actually not trying to force that, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
So the entry should be a normal one, but it is the landing burn, the one that we should be looking for, because that's the one that's going to be testing out interesting things. We're still
seconds away from the landing burn, tracking the booster, going through that vapor, going through the atmosphere. Stand by for engine ignition. It should be coming shortly of those middle Raptor engines. We are standing by, and there is the landing burn igniting over the Gulf. Let's see if we can stick with the booster here. It will be hovering above the Gulf. It looks like we have now down selected to those center Raptor engines. Booster continuing down. It's going to hover. Expect the hover. It seems to be stationary. Let's wait for engine shutdown. and we should be getting a beautiful explosion. There is shutdown, and the booster plummets towards the water. Here it goes. Stand by for impact. Boom!
There we go.
Wonderful.
It did use a middle ring of the engines, one of the engines on that middle ring. It did use successfully that one as a backup to one of the center engines. It did simulate successfully the engine out capability on landing. That was amazing.
Let's go to that ship, by the way.
Exactly what SpaceX wanted them to do. Adrian, let's keep an eye on the ship. 6 Raptors still burning.
It had a bit of spinning in a bit, but it seems to be stable now again. There was some, but that could be a planned rotation.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a planned rotation. So at this point in time, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds into the burn, 6 healthy Raptor engines, that's good. So far, we are not seeing any issues on this ship. Everything looking good, looking what we want to see. Please do it, Ship 37.
Yeah,
Alex, to you.
Just like happened on the last flight, when they do that directional flip with the booster at hot staging, they rotate it, and then when the ship is going on its own, then it flips back to the original orientation from liftoff, right? And so that's essentially what they did with the ship on its own as it was going up into space. But so far so good. Let's hope it keeps continuing to be like that. Another minute or so.
8 minutes into flight at this point. Ship continuing on its way. We are seconds away from SECO. This is the point that ships in the first 2 blocks of flight.
It's a bit longer, I think. They extended that a bit.
I heard a sonic boom, I think.
But either way, we're getting very close to SECO. This is a point that the first 2 Block 2 ships didn't get to. The last ship did. However, it did see some issues which meant it lost attitude control. This is the time for SpaceX to improve on the previous flights. Look at those 6 Raptors still burning. 8 minutes, approaching 9 minutes into flight. SECO should be coming up. Oh, there it is.
Shutdown.
And with that shutdown, now we are waiting, because the last time the problems of course occurred there. But these vents that you're seeing right now, that's all okay. That's all purging, that's all control. Everything looks good. I don't see anything we don't expect at this point. And also, if I see it correctly...
Ship engine cut off. There we go.
Yeah.
All engines have shut down. We are in the trajectory. Fingers crossed.
Nominal orbital insertion.
There we go. That is the correct trajectory for Ship 13. It is on its way to the Indian Ocean.
It seems to be holding.
And there was some venting there. I want to point that out. But that venting looks to be normal. That is, that's like normal control dump after the Raptor engine has shut down, as we are seeing the people there at the outpost watching. But the ship, you can see it. It's stable in bottom right. It has attitude control.
The camera view you are seeing right now is on one of the forward flaps. So the camera is moving because they're moving the flaps in space. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Maybe checking them out before entry.
Yeah, like
entry
a bit of wiggle.
Still a long way to go,
but I like this so far. Like we are usually pretty able to spot these kind of problems once they occur. So far, I'm not spotting anything here that makes my makes me feel bad. So that's good. I want to hear this. I want to see this.
There's the timeline.
Yep, absolutely. Next up, and that's a very important milestone for the program, is at 18 minutes and 27 seconds, we will start to see the payload deployment demonstration. That might be the first time that something is going to be released from a Starship in space.
Intentionally,
not the Raptor nozzle.
But yeah, that is what Alex, remind me, how many Starlink simulators are we intending to see deployed at T plus 18 minutes and 27 seconds?
8 of them should be deployed from Starship's payload bay. We're entering now orbital sunset as Starship heads into the shadow of Earth. And again, we should remind that venting is normal. One of the things of Starship is that it carries a lot of propellant, right? But it also carries a lot of payload into orbit. And one of the things that they don't need is those tanks full or with any sort of propellant for entry, because they already have their landing tanks. Starship already has a set of landing tanks. The main tanks don't need to be full or with any fluid at all. So they're dumping all of that. That excess propellant is not needed. So that's what we're seeing right now. That is a planned vent.
Yeah, this is actually good that they are able to do all of this. And also, don't be nervous about all of these chunks flying away there.
Yeah, that's ice.
That's ice. That's just ice. It's very cold propellant. So far, we are doing good.
You may notice that a bunch of these chunks are also like flaky, just like ice. It's ice. And you can see some of it also on the side of the tank as well, shaking off. But I'm happy about this. This so far looks stable, a lot better than the last flight. And you can also see on the bottom right corner, they have also an attitude. Now in 3D space, that's amazing. They had an attitude sort of little graphic there.
Is it? I'm sorry, my preview is too small. I need a bigger preview for next time. It almost looks 3D, like they've got the KSP gyroscope kind of overlay effect going on there.
Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. Everything so far, everything we're seeing Starship now way beyond the Gulf, already over the Atlantic Ocean, on its way to Africa. So this is good. This is at this point, the last flight, we were already knowing that something was off. So it's the fact that we are still positive is progress.
And as we get our first view inside the payload bay section, those 8 Starlink simulators, those COPVs as well. Let's keep an eye out for those as well that we saw with Ship 36. But there we go. Alex, this red color, this is just the sunset, right?
Yep. Starship is going into Earth's shadow, so it's getting some of that sunset color in there. I was very happy with that view of the inside of the payload bay. This time, I don't see any bits of like ice floating. Last time around, we thought that was normal. We later found out that they had a breach on the pressurization system of the methane tank. So not seeing them on this flight kind of makes me think that they no longer have that issue, and therefore it's
Did we just see some lightning?
Too.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think we're seeing city lights and perhaps some lightning from over the Gulf there. Or just if we look at the diagram, Starship was just past the Caribbean, so that might have been maybe from South America. I'm not sure. Forgive me. But if you were in the Caribbean, if you were in one of those areas that managed to see Starship launch, remember, we want to see all of your guys' experiences. But remember, watch the rocket launch with your eyes. Don't film it with your phone. But if you did get any cool snaps, do tag us on all of the social media platforms, X, Facebook, Instagram, all of them. And it looks like the cops, Alex, have returned to that the closest checkpoint, the closest roadblock there, back on the ground as we take another look in space.
You see on the right side is the door, right? Like if I'm seeing this correctly, on the right side you can see the shape of the door. And the next step, of course, for them would be to open that door. And then
we're seeing some sort of vapor, some
fumes
gaseous
there as they are venting now.
Yep. Alex, I believe
we
from
saw the
SpaceX
same of Flight
themselves. 3. Yeah, they had said in their update they released ahead of this flight that they had some pressure problems. The inside pressure much different from the outside pressure, which was they think probably the cause of the door not working. Could this be related to equalizing pressure, making sure the door can actually open this time?
Yeah, one of the things of this nose cone is that it's kept pressurized, and then they vent it out because otherwise they cannot open the door. So, whew.
Alex just took a breathe. I've been taking some breaths. Adrian's been taking some breaths. Chat, are you breathing? Are you still with us, chat? Because that was quite an intense 15 minutes or so of flight. You know, I'm sure we'll get some replays of it as we get towards the end of the ship's mission here. But that booster splashdown, oh my goodness, that is definitely going in the next Starship intro. I can assure you of that. That was pretty epic. Adrian, let's toss it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the crazy thing is, the most exciting thing that we have been waiting for to see so long now might still come up, because I mean, let's be real, Ryan, re-entry is potentially on the menu here, and I think watching the re-entry the last time was one of the most amazing things I have seen in spaceflight, and seeing a stable re-entry again would be the absolute amazing thing.
I'm seeing some of that material inside the bay, Alex. We should be seeing that payload bay door opening shortly in preparation for the deploy demonstration coming up at 18 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh, you can see the vapor going to the door as it opens. There.
Here it goes.
You can see that it suddenly moved to that door. I think they started to, like, at least wiggle it.
Yep, it's going up. Look at that.
There it is. It's opening.
There we go.
Congrats, Starship Payload team, with that. That's already first success.
Now, I don't want to be pedantic, but technically SpaceX already achieved this on Starship Flight 3. They have managed to open the door in space before. The thing they haven't done is deploy something and then close the door again. Those are the two big ticket items coming up in approximately 1 minute's time, according to the timeline published before the flight. Of course, these things are dynamic. The ship could be in a slightly different trajectory. We're there in the planned trajectory at least, but things could be slightly different based on the live timing. The ship is in control of the mission right now. There's nobody on the ground at Starbase with a joystick. Das isn't on his Xbox controller flying the ship right now. The ship is in control of the ship. The onboard computer's in control.
That Starship
How listen this time he cooperated. He opened the payload door for us. There's a view kind of behind the Pez here, looking out into the vacuum of space.
About 15 seconds until payload deploy.
Stand by.
10 seconds. Come on.
They should get flung out of there.
Do the thing.
Ship has transitioned to payload deploy.
Come on.
Do the thing.
Camera a bit glitchy there. Go to the other one.
Bit of a dodgy Starlink signal there. Should have gone by now. We're just standing by.
Might be some signal delay as well. Come on, do it.
Oh.
It's moving.
They're getting raised. And there it goes. The first one is getting deployed.
There we go.
Let's go.
Starship has deployed a payload.
Let's go. Second one.
Pew pew.
SpaceX team's obviously very
Been waiting
happy.
way too long to do that.
Let's
There we
watch
go.
the second one go.
Let's see.
There it goes.
There goes another one.
And
this is incredible. You can just see them floating out of that letterbox opening there.
Super exciting moment as you can hear the energy in both Hawthorne and Starbase. Everyone's super excited.
Satellites, well, technically, kind of boilerplate satellite, shall I say, deployed from Starship for the very first time. 2 of 8
now another
deployed so
row
far.
of 2.
Let's see if we can get that other set of Starlink simulators. Put my teeth back in. We're expecting 1 per minute or so. This deployment sequence is supposed to wrap up at T plus 25 minutes and 32 seconds. It did look like it took a little bit of time to actually get going. That could be slightly incorrect information from SpaceX at this point. But of course, we have the live views from inside Ship 37 right now. Let's keep watching these Starlink simulators getting deployed. Looks like another one is about to go.
There we go.
either way, a huge win for anybody working on payloads for Starship. This is an amazing work already from that whole team getting this to this step.
It's rather interesting that they use the Starlink on the back to push the Starlink on the front, and then the one on the back slides back, and then it gets pushed itself out. We just saw the first one on this row, and now the second one.
Look at this from top down, looking down. They're getting deployed. I wonder if they are prioritizing the internal views, because it would be incredible to get a view of the outside of the ship. I'm sure everybody watching on from the Rocket Ranch Outpost is going to be very happy with those deployments as well. Fingers crossed we get some sort of external view of the ship there. But yeah, looking good from inside at least so far. And we can see that rail system going once again. Looks like another deployment right up. And it goes down, slides down.
This is going good so far. 4 out of 8, halfway there.
Yep.
And the last one will have the camera, right? Right? SpaceX? Right?
Maybe.
They've been teasing it enough in their renders, right? The render of the Mars link deploy, the new render of the Starlink deploy. It has a camera following the satellite. Come on, SpaceX. You know you want to. Well, I probably should have said that a few days ago, but you know you want to.
Okay.
Next one.
Stand by.
5th Starlink sliding off.
It's rolling.
There
You
she
can see the
goes.
gears on the right turning.
There it goes.
Just
And now the
drifts out
other
of the
one
bay.
slides back. Look at that.
Yep. Look at this is so fascinating to watch.
One of the other things that we can see is that this second one, the one on the back, usually struggles to get out in the right orientation because it's like the one back. And it hits a little bit the door as it exits. Let's see
watch
here.
this
Hang
one.
on.
Bit of a run up. Let go. Let it drift.
And
that looks good.
It dips down a bit on its way out.
Yeah, it's like, but it works.
And it's also worth reminding that this is nothing compared to how they hit each other on Falcon 9s, right? They are made to have a little bit of contact. Let's put it that way, right? So a little bit of a ding there on the payload bay. It's okay. Falcon 9s, those launches are even worse for the Starlinks.
And it looks like the penultimate set now getting ready to go. Alex, just for those who might not be in the know, this deployment sequence is vastly different from what they do with Falcon 9. With Falcon 9, they essentially rotate the second stage to kind of fling the satellites off into space. This is very different.
Yeah, on Falcon 9, they just essentially just burst it out. It's like there's a stack of Starlink satellites held together by rods, and then they deploy the rods, and the satellites just fly off. Here, it's much more controlled. It's one at a time. There we go, and 7th out.
One more to go. Looks like it's getting pulled back in. Coil it up. Pull back on the arrow. Get ready to shoot it out the side of Starship. How many more analogies can I think of in the next 30 seconds?
Let's go. Final one.
And there it goes. 8. Let's wait for the camera to confirm it, because the Starlink camera is glitching a little bit here, unfortunately. I don't want to say it just yet.
The camera is as excited as we are.
But everyone in SpaceX is very happy, and it looks like 8 for 8 Starlink simulators now deployed.
Starlink simulator payload complete. Heck
That's
yeah, everybody.
A huge milestone.
Loving the energy from Starbase and Hawthorne.
There we go. I mean, Alex, I want to get your thoughts on this first. How far away? Now SpaceX has demonstrated they can deploy payloads from Starship. How far away do you think we are from the first real, proper, functioning, not dummy satellites being loaded onto a Starship vehicle? And it looks like, I'm trying to figure out where that could be. That could be the coast of Africa, maybe, or maybe South America.
I think that's the payload door. That's the payload bay, I think, from one of the one of the ships on the cameras. Yeah, I think it is.
I will tease something here. You know we are working on prints. We are not ready to show them yet, but I've teased you something. Max caught the vapor cone.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
So we are working on it. It's cooking behind the scenes. But you stay tuned. Sorry.
So let's recap what happened so far. Good launch, ascent, booster came back, simulated that engine out on landing burn. By the way, a lot of people out there, the Rocket Ranch Outpost. And we got a ship in space. It deployed 8 Starlink simulator satellites. And boy, I'm so excited because finally, after 3 tries that were not as successful, now finally they've been able to test that payload bay door and payload deployment for Starlink satellites. You were asking me when, Block 3, that's going to be the one, right? But they have already tested it on this flight. They can apply those lessons to Block 3, and now, in a few minutes, I think in 10 minutes or so, we should get that Raptor in-space relight, which will allow them to be able to not just go into orbit and deploy satellites, but also come back. Of course, today, they are already in a trajectory that if that in-flight relight or whatever fails for whatever reason, they will still go through re-entry no matter what. They are still committed to a re-entry over the Indian Ocean, but it's important to also test that for future flights as well. So, I'm really excited. And there we can see a very happy launch pad, very empty.
Yeah, the vehicle departed here 27 minutes and 46 seconds ago. Unfortunately, no booster hanging from the chopstick arms on the launch tower this time around because booster 16 went through its intended trajectory. SpaceX was testing out new re-entry profiles with that super heavy booster. Alex, do remind me, I wasn't able to keep an eye on the engine diagram during flight. They ignited 33, launched with 33, but then they lost one of the middle Raptor engines on that booster's way uphill.
Yep, and it also was not relighted for the boost back burn. I'm gonna be honest, I did not pay too much attention on that for the landing burn, but I took a look for the final end of that landing burn on booster 16. It did use that backup engine. They disabled one of the center engines on the and by the way, the door is closed, so that's great news because for finally they've been able to do that. They
couldn't do that on flight 3.
Yeah, exactly. So finally, they've been able to do it on this flight. So Booster 16, they were looking to use one of the middle engines, one of those 10 engines in the middle ring, as a backup in case, an anomaly happened in a future flight, say, with those 3 engines, one of them shuts down or whatever. They wanted to try and use one of those middle engines in the center ring of 10 engines as a backup to the one that goes out, and they successfully proved it on booster 16. Of course, the end of that landing burn was with just 2 engines, and then that booster dropping into the water. It was amazing, that boom.
Yeah, that was quite something. My fingers are crossed that we have some slow-mo coming up potentially.
I'm so happy to see this payload bay empty for the first time in the last 4 flights.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
And also, like, looking at this payload bay, I'm looking at the diffuser there at the top of the dome on the methane tank, and that was the culprit. This is why, that was why the last flight failed. We also can see some of the COPVs there inside of the payload bay. This is why Ship 36 exploded. One of those failed on the test stand at Massey's. So seeing this, as our patch says, rising from the ashes, finally, we get to see payload deploy on Starship, and those COPVs did not cause any issues this time around. That was super nice.
Redemption for Ship 36's failure at the Massey's Outpost 2 months ago. Ship 37 has completed of its 3 in-space objectives. Don't go anywhere, folks. We might be half an hour into this mission, but there's still half an hour of flight to come. We have a Raptor in-space relight in about 7-ish minutes time. entry interface. We should be starting re-entry in about 15 minutes time, and then about 15 minutes after that, we should be approaching the ocean in the daytime for, fingers crossed, a soft splashdown of ship 37, which is going to be, if we indeed do get that and the ship does its job, that is going to be quite a sight. We have seen that twice before in a fully controllable scenario, both with Block 1 vehicles, and then we've also seen a kind of a partial splashdown success with the first ship to make it through. The little flap that could, as we like to call it, was kind of disintegrating on its way back in. But Alex, that little flap that could, that shouldn't be a problem anymore, because if we cast our minds back to this time last year, we were up in arms because SpaceX redesigned the forward flaps of the ship. We were like, oh no, this is going to look horrible. It doesn't actually look that horrible in my opinion. They've grown on me. But yeah, SpaceX hasn't actually been able to test those new forward flap designs yet because they haven't been able to get to re-entry in a stable configuration.
Yeah, right now, ooh, look at that. Redemption! Of course, redemption. Whew. Yeah, so just to make sure, this is a print from Caesar out there shooting the liftoff of this very same flight that is currently above Earth. I don't even know where it is right now. Eastern Atlantic Ocean, yeah. So that ship that you see there in that metal print was able to deploy those 8 Starlink simulators. That booster did that amazing off-nominal scenario of a landing burn for the future. Of course, we've got more metal prints coming down the pipe. Look at that. Rocketing to the history books. This is from Jack, apparently, what we're being told in the back channels. Wow, look at those those mega Mach diamonds.
And I believe we have the photographer of said print with us right now, Mr. Jack Beyer, back in the air conditioning after watching Starship Flight 10 from the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island. Jack, how are you feeling? Ship has deployed Starlink simulators and the door closed.
Pretty darn amazing. I'm so excited to see if they can hit some more of their milestones, but that is a big one. We finally got to see payloads deploy on Starship. Really excited to see what is coming in from all the remotes and what's coming in from all of our other photographers. I know that Max got the vapor cone. That shot is outstanding. We need to get that in the store very soon here as well, so stay tuned for that. But holy cow, everybody is super excited to see what Starship's going to do next. I hope the relight test goes well, question mark?
Yeah, Alex, I'm going to toss it over to you quickly. If you could just talk us through the next few minutes. We're approaching T plus 34 minutes. The relight, I believe, scheduled is T plus 37 minutes, 48 seconds.
Yeah, right now they are in that coast phase. The ship has deployed those 8 Starlink simulators. It is now reorienting itself for the relight burn of that single center engine. We can see it's dark. It's really dark out there right now as it's crossing over Africa right now. And we can see there, that's a shot of the engines. One of those center engines will relight here in just 3 minutes from now, should be at the T plus 37 minutes and 48 seconds mark. So I'm really, really, excited and expecting, I want to see this work. It seems like they are now doing engine chill. I'm seeing some of those vents going off for the engine chill, so that's good as well. It's really amazing. Again, as I said before, it went into space. It did its, almost orbital insertion, and then it deployed those Starlinks. Now it needs to demonstrate that it can come back, that it can do that the orbit burn, and in the future, I mean, some Starlinks might be deployed into higher orbits. It'll need to relight the engines, right? In general, it'll need to do all of that sort of stuff. And we have now, look at that. Look at that. This is from Max, if I'm not mistaken, of that amazing vapor cone.
Yeah, I mean, holy vapor cone, as he would say. That was quite something to see on the vehicle's way uphill. And if you want to get that and put it on your wall, that specific moment in time, Max Evans can do just that for you. Available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. One of 3 prints, I think, that are now on the store. There's probably more coming as well. So if you want to remember this launch, that is one way to do it. That is, I might have to pick that one up, because that is, I think, one of the coolest photos ever taken of Starship. Like, hands down. We've seen Starship launch 10 times now. I think that might be the prettiest. Adrian, if you wanna talk about your beloved store.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away because we got that on. Lindsay is also working in the background, making sure we're getting like everything here ready. So for the print, I mean, at the moment I saw Max getting that vapor cone. I mean, that's just ridiculous. We had to get that on, and it's now on. And apparently I made a spelling mistake in the title, which I quickly fixed it because it said Starzip, not Starship. So
that's part of the problem. You know, we are super excited about all of this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yep. It's already fixed.
But there we go, a live view of the engine bay of Ship 37. 6 Raptor vacuums, 6 Raptor sea levels. Jack, we're expecting one of those sea level engines to reignite ever so shortly. How are you feeling? We're finally in space.
Jack is
We're
muted.
not hearing you, Jack.
I'm really good at this. Sorry, I'm like riding the adrenaline wave right now. I'm doing great. This is amazing. I hope they can get this engine lit, because that would open the door to orbital Starship flights potentially, including actual Starlink flights deploying actual Starlink payloads, especially given that deploy went well. So fingers crossed. Looks like we're seeing some.
Door. They did that 20 minutes ago.
No, I'm saying, given that test went well, if they can get this relight test done, then Starship's basically good for orbital ops, right? They can start deploying real Starlinks.
Few seconds.
Potentially.
We want to see some light here.
A few seconds away.
Engine graphic?
All eyes on that engine graphic and on the live views from Ship 37 right now. We're expecting one Raptor sea level engine right now.
There we go.
Oh,
and shut down.
Ooh!
Wow.
Let's go!
And
let's
It
go.
looks like
good.
we confirmed the relight of one of those center Raptor engines. Second time we've done that. Super exciting. Huge congrats to the team on this milestone.
Nominal.
There we go. SpaceX Mission Control saying everything is normal with that ship. Wonderful live demonstration from Dan Hewitt here. But we can see that in-space relight complete over, I believe we're over South Africa right now. Starship is now heading towards the Indian Ocean. Can you believe it? Liftoff was 38 minutes ago. It feels like it was 5 seconds ago. We are under 10 minutes away from entry interface of Starship Flight 10.
Get ready for entry.
Holy cow. Holy cow. So yeah, that's 2 successful in-space relights with Raptor. Hopefully that opens the door to orbital flights with Starship. I would be so very, very happy if we can start getting Starships to actually orbit, because that's one step closer to getting Starships to come back here to the launch site and land on the tower.
Deep breaths, everybody. Deep breaths. 39
So,
minutes
it's like, okay,
into flight.
Now we have re-entry.
Yeah.
Starship.
Go on, Alex.
I was going to say, so far it has demonstrated today that it can go into orbit, deploy satellites, and most importantly, deorbit, right? Like, that is what Falcon 9 does with Starlinks. Like, there you go. SpaceX, replace it. No, I'm just joking.
We have another print
Tyler
in the store. And this one from Tyler. Look at that vehicle go. If you want this on your wall, I said it before and I'll say it again. The prints are a fantastic way to support the show because, I mean, Jack, you can speak to this way more than I can, but a portion of that print sale goes directly to you. You photographers love spending money on cameras, and you can reinvest in your gear, get better imagery, get more imagery, and share it with everybody else. So if you want to support NSF, if you want to support Tyler individually, there's that print. We have a Jack print, we have a Max print, we have so many prints, we have a Caesar print. I mean, the metal print store is the best way to support our photographers.
Yeah, and it's not even just like additional gear, Ryan. Sometimes gear just breaks. Like, the environment out here is harsh. And also, it's with launches such as today, where we had to wait for the third attempt for things to go, you know, expenses add up. hotel rooms, gas, food, all of that. So the third time's a charm shirt also exists to celebrate the fact that it actually did go today. And of course, there is the Flight 10 patch, which exists. And once it's gone, it's gone. It also comes in sticker forms and in a bunch of other ways as well, including on clothing like the shirt that I'm wearing right now, which is excellent. So yeah, that is all the different ways you can support us.
I will quickly warn people here, because if we get in re-entry, we have a very special t-shirt I will want to release. So if you're like in the store right now, maybe hold like a few more seconds, because I quickly want to make
not to buy stuff from our store.
I'm telling people to wait a few more seconds, so they. I will go on record. I think Kevin, we should release that now. Give me 2 minutes.
Let's give Adrian a minute to get that special celebratory design on, not leaking anything. But yeah, there's some glowing stuff. Alex, do you know what it is? Is this just sunrise, maybe?
I think it looks like venting.
Yeah, they're doing some venting there. And it's now in orbital sunrise. It's already now in daylight. It's passing Madagascar there, as you can see on the graphic, on the map graphic on the bottom right.
I bet everybody in Madagascar right now has an amazing view of this jellyfish situation going on above their heads.
Yeah, that would be quite something just to wake up to. Look out of your bedroom window, open the curtains, and then suddenly you see a starship venting as it approaches the Indian Ocean there. Goodness, I can only imagine it. Oh, we're entering daylight for the ship. We're approaching the Indian Ocean. We are 5 minutes away from entry interface.
They're also building up a little bit of plasma now, because they are low enough that they are now in entry. The ship is also in entry attitude as well. So everything so far, you can see on the graphic on the bottom right as well, the attitude of the ship.
Kind of at that 45-ish degree angle, that side-on angle, as it approaches those thicker parts of the atmosphere. Of course, this is a suborbital trajectory, because before they hit that Raptor relight, they didn't know if Starship Block 2 could relight its engines in space. So that is a really important milestone, and that is why we're in this suborbital trajectory today. It also is a really nicely timed flight. I don't know if SpaceX does this intentionally, but you know, it's almost perfect for the YouTube things, because it gives us something brand new to talk about every 20 minutes. I think people in chat are probably very happy about that. But look at these views from inside the engine bay. This is now being lit up by the...
So gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe we've had this particular view at this point in flight before. So let's just stand by and continue watching, because oh my goodness, look at this around the flap. This is
flap.
Oh.
So cool. I'm so glad we get these views again. I'm so glad the ship appears to be in a stable orientation and attitude. This is exactly what we wanted to see at this point in flight. Now hopefully it gets into entry and can get through it. I hope so.
Yeah, we are keeping an eye on all of these things.
Yeah, quick mention. I want to quickly mention this just a minute. While you're ordering, our new collection designed by Jack is ready. Re-entry Redemption. There you can see it. All now available at shop.nowspace.com. You can see it on the top tab in the collections. Re-entry Redemption, also on the Starship Flight Test collection, stickers, shirts, everything available. Let's go back to the ship.
Biggest merch plug in human history. Back on board with Ship 37. This is one of the forward flaps, I believe. We can see that purple plasma now forming around the front of the vehicle.
Finally, they get to test the new forward flaps.
Let's go.
It's been a huge part. It's been a huge part of Block 2. You know, we've fretted over the design of these forward flaps just from an aesthetic perspective for a long time. It feels like years and years and years from the first time that we heard about this flap design change in like a Tim Elon Starbase tour kind of situation, like years ago. And sure enough, now they finally, after so many flights of Block 2, get to test this new design on entry, allowing them a little bit better control and allowing those flaps to be a little bit out of the way of that re-entry plasma and shielded more by the fuselage. So hopefully they can do their job. Look at them actuating, you guys. Oh
yeah.
My God.
Like, the movement is so crazy. And this will only... I mean, Jack, we have been through this. We all have watched this before. This will only get more intense.
You see what I'm saying? It looks like from this view, you can see the trail leading out into the distance behind Starship. And that looks like it just changed. Interesting. This is so neat. Great commentary.
Looking stable so far. In the bottom right, that view is basically your... Is it good view, right? Because it's looking like the angle we want to see.
Right.
Yep. And
I sort of wish this camera was rotated 90 degrees.
Hues. Yeah, I mean, that would be... Well, then we wouldn't be able to fit the entire flap in view, right? I suppose. You win some, you lose some. You can rotate your laptop, Jack. Rotate your laptop. I believe these are the forward flaps now. They're fully...
Yep.
Alex, they appear to be... Jack has literally turned his laptop 90 degrees. Alex, those forward flaps appear to be, like, fully hinged in at this point. So, because they've redesigned and brought those flaps closer to the steel side of the ship, those should now be getting less of that plasma, maybe kind of making its way in between the gap.
The important thing exactly is that gap between the flap and the vehicle. Ooh, look at that. That's cool. Because it's one of those things that is very important, right? The flap itself can survive. The problem is that gap in between. Wow,
there's been
what
a
was
big
that?
sort of energetic event underneath the ship there. Something seems to have blown, and there are some chunks leaving the ship.
Did you see that? There was. It looks like there was some debris.
Seems to be similar. I'm not sure. Let's keep an eye on the telemetry if it is rotating at all. But there is definitely some debris being released from the aft section of the vehicle.
But I mean, so far still stable. It's not great, but not terrible yet.
Let's not forget that they have a whole bunch of missing tiles on this vehicle to test the heat shield in spots and see what would happen if they had tile losses in specific critical areas. So maybe, complete speculation, but maybe what we just saw was a result of one of those missing tile tests around the aft area of the vehicle. You know, could be fine, could be not fine. Who knows? But we'll find out here shortly. That's the excitement of the launch.
Of course, if SpaceX says anything interesting, we will take that live, so you will get to hear that live along with us. We're seeing this kind of streakingness coming from the aft section. This is very reminiscent of the entry kind of visuals we were getting from the Block 1 vehicles. It looks slightly different because, of course, the ship design is slightly different. Fingers crossed. It looks as if whatever energetic event was, it doesn't appear to have had an impact on the re-entry of the vehicle so far. My concern right now is whether that had an impact on the engines, because, of course, the sea level engines will be used for that flip landing burn for a soft splashdown. So if there's any damage, they look to be intact, but if there's any damage,
right, so at this point, the flaps have control. That means we're getting into a dense enough part of the atmosphere that the flaps can start controlling us. We're not only reliant on those kind of reaction control system thrusters.
We're gonna continue.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, it's it looked like potentially. I mean, there's always a chance that something that shouldn't have an ignition source also caught an ignition source, to word it like that, because there's of course a lot of methane on the ship, and or potentially even a COPV, who knows. But for now, it doesn't seem to be. I think we are seeing some parts flying away from the ship sometimes, but overall, I think this is still stable.
It's also interesting to mention as well that the heat shield tiles that they removed is one of the things that happens is that they remove tiles on one side, so the other is clean.
Yep.
And we're seeing some more things being ejected. Maybe some of those tile experiments causing some breaking up of that look to be coming from that left, I think, port aft flap.
Yeah, but seems to be dying down a bit now.
I think that flap is not like in the re-entry.
Yeah, I feel like...
Wait. And that seems to be a breach of some sort of hinge there, maybe. Like we saw with that forward flap on Flight 4, I believe.
Come on, little flap. Come on, little flap, you can do it.
I have never believed so hard in my life than into these hinges and flaps, so I'm sure they will be.
Peak heating?
It's...
Do we think they're... When is peak heating? Do we know?
It will be ironic if now it's the aft flaps the problem after having redesigned the forward flaps.
That would be
so
ironic.
far this still looks better than the last. Like I think this is still okay.
I mean, going by the ship graphic, it looks like it's in the right orientation. If I can see that properly.
Seem to be losing parts of Starship. We can see
the
that
aft flap is it's struggling.
Right by the bottom on the right-hand side, by the hinge, you can see a little bit of a gap has formed there. That doesn't appear to be nominal, but again, this could just be part of the ship tile testing, as we see some more components being ejected from Starship as it goes through re-entry. 51 minutes into flight right now. Fingers crossed it can hold.
There's a lot of...
Yeah, I don't think this is part of the testing though.
You can do it, little flap.
Yeah,
you can do it.
I see some ablative material, but yeah.
Ship is really doing its best to stay together right now.
Yeah, still doing okay.
Yep.
Again, this was all part of
Holy
experiments. They reduced heat shield. They have it's all possible that this is a high level of stress.
They are getting loads of re-entry data for version 2 of the ship right now, which they have desperately needed for a long time.
I mean, it's still having control. I will not be negative as long as that ship has control.
See around, we have our teams on the roof, teams at Rocket Ranch, everybody eyes focused on re-entry right now. So are we, and at least for now, that aft flap is, I don't want to jinx it, but it is holding for the time being. The ship attitude appears to be where it be, judging by that overlay from SpaceX. But it is getting toasty in the engine bay right now. It is getting very toasty indeed.
That is fancy.
Whoa, look at that flow! Look at that flow! What is going on there?
Almost looks like an aurora.
My God, that's right?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It looks like plasma following magnetic field lines. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. It is a giant steel thing flowing through the atmosphere, which certainly can...
Oh my God. Look at that.
Oh my God, the atmosphere. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think when I called yesterday, earlier, the sunrise, I think that was just the plasma building up. Now it looks to be the actual sunrise. But yeah, we still have 13 more minutes until that landing. Oh boy.
Can we just take a moment?
So nerve-wracking.
For real. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the fact that we're getting live re-entry views as the ship is literally fighting to stay together? Like, what the... We're just, like, taking that as normal at this point.
And Jack, look at that. The flap's still moving. Like, they still have control. They're still fighting this.
Yeah, and you can really see the skin of the flap there rippling, which is something you can see at liftoff as well. Just the vibrations on the vehicle, clearly evident as it's coming in hot. Wow.
Bit of a freeze there from the Starlink views, but yeah, continuing. I mean, these are high-definition views right now being broadcast through re-entry. Until last year, this was unprecedented, right? We had never seen anything like this. The Starlink constellation that SpaceX has been building for the last 6-7 years allows them to do this. And look at this, we're seeing a few more kind of streaks. That looks like a big streak from the forward flap. Maybe some sort of... Maybe we're just getting into the spicier parts of re-entry right now, but there does appear to be some more of those ablative streaks.
Yeah, you can see the altitude now, already at 64 kilometers in altitude. Speed still going down.
Look at the clouds. You can see how fast it's going. Because oh my God. And you can see like pieces of debris break off the ship and then like slowly start to float away as they're still on the lee of the ship. And then they get caught by the air current and then just get like sucked away. Get Venturi'd, idiot.
I mean, this is already probably very, very important for them. And I still think this is looking splendid for the fact that they are not having that much data for so far.
Agreed.
I think we have a G meter right now in the bottom right of the picture. We are seeing 0.8 G. We're not even at 1 G yet for the Starship.
Wow. This re-entry is so long, it's wild. It's the same as like the ascent burn on Starship. It just goes on for so long.
It seems to be. Is that just me, or is it a bit leaning? Like
It does
Maybe it's doing an
seem a
S
bit
turn.
leany.
Yeah.
Maybe it's doing an S turn. And maybe it's fine. It's just a little leany.
Or
It's
maybe
still good.
the-
It's still
the
good.
flap.
Yeah, maybe
There's a bit of a bright flash there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be honest. It's not liking it. But hey, the forward flaps are working. That's the important ones.
So
Look at
my
the catch
goodness.
pin at the bottom. It's also getting hot.
yeah.
Where they have
no
the,
way, you're
the
right.
clock and the sides of the vehicle.
That's another really important thing to test if they want to start catching ships. They are past peak
max
heating.
Peak heating.
Let's go!
So it's not like re-entry is over, but it's less intense from here on out. It does get easier for the ship, but it still has to bear the brunt of that force, as it is now 61 kilometers in altitude, still traveling over
However,
19,000 kilometers an hour.
It's worth remembering that just because they pass peak heating doesn't mean that the ship doesn't keep building up that temperature. Like it just
That's
means
a really
that
good point.
the amount of heat that it's getting, it's going down, but the temperature itself can keep going up because this is still getting that heat, right? The heat is
if
the
you think
transfer
about
of
it,
the energy, and it's building up the energy.
The tiles don't make the heat not exist. The tiles soak up the heat and are really, really, really bad at conducting it. So this entire time, they're soaking up that heat, and that doesn't mean that heat doesn't go anywhere. Most of it's radiated off, but the backside of the tiles over time...
Wow, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Anytime views
flap,
of the
it's still
Indian
holding.
Ocean. It's still going. It's still going.
The little flap that could 2.0.
Little aft flap that could.
Block 2.
The attitude is still weird to me, but okay.
It's literally the Block 2 F flap that could.
But yeah,
I
we
love
can see
seeing
now the
them
speed.
actuate.
It's gone down about 10,000 kilometers per hour, more or less.
That aft flap is cooked. Look at the end on the right side.
Yeah.
It is
No
glowing
way.
orange. It is very, very... That looks like someone's left the toaster on for too long. That's how bad that aft flap looks. Look at that go, though. But for the time being, it's discoloured, but it is holding.
Yeah,
And
that
as
F flap might be cooked, but the ship is still cooking.
Yep.
Hey.
And as we were mentioning before, that heating, they went already through peak heating. It's sort of like a stove. You go through the peak of the stove, but it's still going. You're just going down on the heating, right? So it's still soaking up that temperature. It's worth remembering that, you know, when Flight 4 we saw that little flap that could, it actually broke off after peak heating, right? Because it kept getting that heat. There we go. And then we're gonna get peak atmospheric force from re-entry. So that'll also be a proof of fire. No, I guess of wind.
This is a bit red, a bit
another bit of
glowy.
Awesome. So awesome.
G-forces,
Whatever
by the way.
happens from here on out, I would personally classify this as a huge success and huge amount of redemption for the program. Hopefully things continue to go well and they can soft splash down this thing, but oh my goodness, what a turnaround.
Look at that attitude.
They're almost through the very, very spicy part. Like they're not that far away. So
yeah.
They
see
might
the clouds getting closer and closer. It's like when you're landing in an airplane, the clouds are getting closer and closer.
Look at that speed bleed off.
The speed is now
the ship
half.
is almost perpendicular with the Earth now, right now, as it enters. I mean, we're approaching 12,000 kilometers. We're like losing 100 kilometers per hour per second of deceleration. The G meter, 2.3 Gs now. Ship seems to be, maybe it was just my imagination. I thought the ship was pitching up there, but it was just the clouds.
And this is what I explained I don't know how many streams ago, that the G-forces are the maximum.
Subsonic.
That's G-low peak.
So this is what we've been talking about. Where we
it actually happens after the maximum of the plasma.
Essentially try
the plasma is going away.
to fully deploy those aft flaps and really stress them out. So again, this is meant to test the extremes for the vehicle.
Oh.
Ooh.
Awesome.
I'm standing by for a
Oh,
cooldown.
they're testing
You're seeing
that
the ship
flaps?
using its flaps.
All right.
Oh my
See
God,
those
it
flaps
works.
swinging
Missing from
out.
that aft flap.
Again, we're putting ship through the ringer on this flight in.
How do they have control?
bonkers. Just
absolutely crazy.
Bonkers.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy.
Maintaining control.
It split off already 20,000 kilometers per hour.
Wow. 41 kilometers in altitude. 7,000. Oh, 1.5 Gs. Oh my goodness.
Look how ripply that front flap is. That is so discolored. It
Flaps
is
are
like
in
the
there.
front of re-entry.
It's so pretty. I cannot wait till we see a caught Starship. It's going to be the most gorgeous thing. The way the metal, I think it's called oxidation.
Starship.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Holy cow, that's beautiful.
We're now
going down quickly.
Yeah, we are approaching 38 kilometers in altitude, approaching 5,000 kilometers per hour, and quickly decelerating.
Look at the sides of the vehicle.
Gs.
Oh yeah, it's like you can see the burn marks
of the ablative material. Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, at this point, come on, soft splashdown. Like, let's go.
I mean,
on, soft splashdown. Like, you can do it, Ship. You can do it.
They have through re-entry. Like at this point,
yeah.
the plasma is gone.
Right, they made it through
re-entry.
Prepare for 100%.
For it turning horizontal, because it's gonna turn horizontal very soon. Already under 4,000 kilometers per hour.
So it's gonna enter into that belly flop mode. Oh my goodness.
Look at the attitude. Look at how it's starting to pitch. You can really see how it's starting slowly to bleed off its horizontal speed, and it's starting to pitch over.
Like a big skydiver, but except of jumping from a plane, it's jumped from Boca Chica, Texas, and is now on the other side of the Earth. An hour ago, it feels like 5 minutes ago, we were leaving the orbital launch mount. Right now, Ship 37 approaching the Indian Ocean, 30 kilometers away. We should be approaching Mach 2 very shortly, and then we'll be going through that sonic regime.
Is that the moon?
I don't know if I'm...
Yeah, I mean, that's either the moon or Death Star.
Or it's a lens flare. I think it's a lens flare. I got too excited.
The moon last night was a sliver, so it's possible. I'm not sure. Either way...
Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
It's going to belly flop. Look at the camera
quality. For
this.
About to go transonic.
It looks like we're getting those shakes, which we've seen many times before. The ship is starting to shudder as it approaches its belly flop, nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour. Barely 10 minutes ago, this was going 20,000 kilometers an hour. This deceleration is crazy to 24 kilometers in altitude.
I'm really interested on that landing burn with that little event that happened in the skirt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed those Raptors relight.
Belly flop coming up. Look at that.
Almost at. Look at that speed. So slow at this point.
It is pretty much horizontal at this point. This is incredible. Under 1,000 kilometers per hour. Pretty much only vertical velocity right now for Ship 37. The first Block 2 Starship to make it to this point of flight.
We are now airplane altitude.
SpaceX is basically waiting right now to control a bit with the flaps the speed, because you don't want to like go too crazy too early with the braking here in the aerodynamics regime. So they slowly increase the drag.
Is that parts coming off the aft flap?
Yeah, I was just thinking
test
the same
tiles.
thing. It looks like something is shred off the back. The back, rather.
And a little bit of a nose down orientation for a second there. Awesome. Give me some cross range, baby.
I think I see some early signs of the engines preparing, because you can see some venting there.
The tiles that they had in the leeward of the flap flew off.
Nice.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of shed tip there. It's just shedding its skin. It's getting ready for the landing burn. Don't worry, guys.
And remind us
coming
that
up on that flip and burn
has arrived at this point.
Come on, flip and burn. You can do it. You can do it, 37.
Look at the aerodynamic control.
60 seconds away from that landing burn, approaching 5 kilometers in altitude, under 500 kilometers an hour. Starship fully horizontal as it now skydives towards the Indian Ocean. We're now going to be passing that cloud layer. Oh my goodness, maybe the clouds are fogging up the cameras at this point. Oh my goodness, this is
so
beautiful.
slow.
So graceful.
Wow.
I mean,
it doesn't look like it should be able to be that slow.
Yes, keep an eye on that bottom right, that ship engine telemetry. It'll tell us when those center ignite.
Looks like it's a terminal velocity.
Through the
Wow,
clouds?
look at that.
Through the clouds.
It's approaching speeds of like Formula 1 racing cars.
Oh! Oh, come on.
Here we go.
Starship landing burn startup.
There's the call out.
Seeing 3
no
engines.
Way. There's the engines.
Wow.
Yes! Come on.
There's our flip.
Come on.
It's the ocean.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
There's a
yes. Touchdown. Touchdown to Starship 37.
On target.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. That is what we wanted to see. Ship 37 on target in the Indian Ocean.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh man, yeah. Farewell, Ship 37. Thank you, buoy cam. Landing flip, landing burn, splash out of the Indian Ocean. There we go. All right.
Let's go.
Third
They did
time
it. They
is
did
indeed
it.
the charm.
Full redemption.
Let's see if we get a reaction from Das. Okay, we're not getting a reaction from Das. Oh, there he is.
Oh, we need audio? No, I'm sending you audio. It's on the other side of the planet, and respect for the buoy cam, by the way. I like the buoy cam. I'm a fan of buoy cam. Like, I like cameras. I like remote video feeds. Good job, buoy cam, bringing us the shot. That is serious redemption for the program.
Let's go to the Rocket Ranch.
Absolutely
so it looks
incredible.
like we'll be waiting at the outpost there, but everyone on the roof of the hotel, everyone at the Rocket Ranch outpost, everyone at SpaceX, absolutely delighted. 37, soft splashdown, on target, redemption day for Starship Block 2. It took a few flights, but on this time of asking, they did it. They did it.
Yeah, so about that Block 2 curse, I think we can
It
put
got
that
broken.
to bed. Yeah, you know, a little bit of
It's
iterative
broken.
development had to happen to get here, but they got here. And you know what? When Block 3 comes around, version 3, whatever you want to call it, maybe they have some more hiccups to get through.
Yeah.
Hopefully not, but they got redemption today. They got that thing all the way to the water. They flipped and burned with flaps coming apart in a... Did you see that heat shield? It was red! Was I hallucinating? Was that really a red heat shield?
Jack, we were talking about the aft flap stuff. The forward flaps, the things that they change for Block 2, they survived. They went through, like, I did not see any burn through or anything. I don't know about you guys. It was awesome.
So awesome.
Oh.
If you want the
I mean,
redemption shirt, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's there.
Yeah, not to pat the store team and especially Jack on the bag, but I think that design kind of nailed it.
Absolutely. Also, not me, Jacques. Not me, Jacques.
Jack.
Yes, different person, distinct different person. But yeah, that awesome design available, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I just want to quickly reminisce to the buoy cam that we saw in the Indian Ocean. The steel side of Ship 37 was cooked. It was orange, it looks rusty, it looked like it's done its job. Oh my goodness, that was quite something, quite a sight to see. Let's now throw it back over to the Rocket Ranch outpost and get a reaction from there.
Header into the ocean, splashdown, time to go through the data.
What was that like? Tell us about seeing this launch.
Wow. Again, seeing it, I can't talk, honestly. To see it lift off and fly with the rumble, hot staging, descent, and even landing burn. I actually lost the booster during descent, but then to see that landing burn, it was, and to see that
and being part of all the community here. How was that to be with everybody?
To be able to discuss to discuss the program with other people, and even there was some tile engineers. It was so amazing. Just every now and then doing re-entry, just how's it looking? Is this okay?
Well, I had some tears. I was like,
did you?
Well, I was trying not to, because I was filming Sam's reaction. I was like, don't cry on the camera. You'll be like, no, you're crying on the
don't
camera.
Cry now.
I mean, and I have to say, everyone has been so kind here and so supportive of you. It's just been a cry again. No, just been thank you, everyone. You know, it's just been so amazing.
Did it do better than you expected?
Yeah. Yes. Say about the outcome. I can't comment on that.
I thought we may lose it in re-entry. That's my honest opinion. I felt we may, and I was really worried at that moment when it nearly lost control. But not long after the plasma started to still can't talk, to dissipate, I got to see it splash down. Wow,
that's what I
haven't seen this since November 19th. 19th for Flight 6. Finally, to see that again, it was wow, it was amazing.
Well, this was a great experience. Thank you so much for being here. I think it's time we send it back to the studio, but what a launch.
I know.
Amazing.
Unbelievable.
Indeed, and as Sam fan club in chat by Sam so perfectly put it, that those tiles, the tile team at SpaceX, finally have re-entry data, as we're now going to go through the replays and re-watch what we witnessed. Goodness gracious, an hour and 12 minutes ago. It certainly does not feel like that. Yeah,
but what is time? Like that happened apparently an hour ago, not 5 minutes ago. I don't know.
What was that?
Yeah. So Starship launched before all of this. So you cannot see our cameras right now, but like there's multiple different dimensions of contemplating life right now, and like
you could see our cameras if we had if you had the members multi-view open. Also, quick mention, thank you to the Rocket Ranch again for letting us be there, and thank you to the Margaritaville Beach Resort South Padre Island for letting us be here. That's where this view that you're looking at in this replay is from the top of the hotel. So that is that camera that we're looking at in this particular replay. I'm so excited to go through all of these replays. Oh my goodness. It went.
Yeah, I mean,
it did it. It did good.
I mean, this looks... And Jack, of course, and like Jack Ryan, we all have seen from a hotel. This view right now, how you see it like there, this is very representative how it looks like from the hotel. Like, this is absolutely 101. That's what you see.
Yep,
100%.
That's basically equivalent to what you see with your eyes.
Human eye POV perspective. You know what I'm trying to say. This is what you see, and yeah, that huge dust plume that's kicked up. We're a little bit closer now. I believe from our north site. Let's take a look at that launch once again. I mean, the sky conditions today so much better than they were the last 2 days over the weekend there. Third time's for this particular launch attempt. Fourth time is the charm for Starship Block 2. It is all the way to the Indian Ocean. Just look at this machine go.
I'm looking at my heartbeat, and it dropped.
Outstanding.
Yeah, I got an alert that my heartbeat had dropped.
That is gorgeous. What a beautiful day.
Just watch it go, just ascending into the sky.
It really feels in the moment like it's just, up and gone. Looking at this, it's like, this is really slow. I agree. If Kevin was audible to the stream, I heard it in my ear. Kevin was like, it's crazy how slow it is. It is. It's crazy how slow it is, even though in the moment we're riding the adrenaline wave, and it just seems like it goes by in the blink of an eye. Unless I'm just dumb and tired and that was already slowed down. I don't know.
I think this could be from the Outpost, wide view from at least that direction, looking over to the launch site. Huge plume as we expect.
This might be river.
Look at it go. Very similar shots either way. Just literally just a few houses down the road from each other.
Yep.
I have thoughts.
I've so
many, but one in particular that it's sort of flying around my brain because before this launch, a lot of people were asking, well, if this flight is successful, what are they going to do on the next one? I think I know what they're going to be on the next. What they are going to be doing on the next one is improving that reentry, right? Like, just getting it better, getting those out-flap shenanigans off the board, and getting a much cleaner reentry. I mean, that was amazing that they were able to do all of that on target as well. On flight 4. They did not go on target when
they had some deviation.
Exactly, but this was on target. We saw that buoy cam. Boy, that's amazing.
Yeah.
This will be from the Outpost.
Right up on the tower there, looking over the grass and the water. Jack, is it appropriate to call these floodplains? They do flood sometimes.
Yeah, I always kind of waffle on what to call them. Mud flats, salt flats, floodplains. But yeah, I think that's fair. We've gotten a lot of rain, as you may remember, in the last couple days. So the mud flats are currently largely water flats. Estuary? Bay? I need to get better at geology. Geology. Yeah.
You mean geography?
Geography. Can you tell that I am fading fast from the adrenaline rush? I need to get better at geometry, you guys. I don't know what a bay or an estuary is.
Yeah, I'm just this was. It's always like a roller coaster because you're going through so many emotions in a single hour, and you're like constantly under a huge amount of adrenaline. And I mean, everybody that is watching this has the same feelings as we are right now. And that's amazing because like the power of engineering also bringing so many people here together and enjoying something. I think that's just a lovely thing. Like, yes, it's a technological and amazing thing, but it's also cool that we just enjoy all of this.
Humans were able to do this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. A team of humans built the largest flying machine ever made, and they just launched it from South Texas, and it safely splashed down in pretty much one piece in the Indian Ocean barely an hour later. I mean, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. See the crowds.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite
at the ranch.
Like SpaceX isms, made on Earth by humans. I love that. I love that so much. It's so much cooler than whatever, designed in California or whatever. Like, who cares?
Made in China.
Made on Earth made on Earth by humans. How cool is that? We can do this. We can do all kinds of really awesome stuff if we just put our dang old minds to it and commit and don't waffle and don't design by committee and you know all the things. Thank goodness today worked.
Yeah. And Alex, I think in the top middle view, we can see cars returning to the pad. SpaceX teams, the sheriff there, I think, as well. They'll be working on safing the area. Well, they work on safing the area remotely, right? But they'll be working on various items at the launch site.
Inspections and things like that, making sure that everything can be reopened as expected. Let's get Flight 11, right? We want to see that booster static fire, that ship static fire. Also getting that second pad ready for launches of Block 3. I cannot wait, guys. It's just going to be amazing.
Yeah,
let's look on from our side here.
Can I just say, because we're just discussing this, I will just, we're just discussing if something is slow-mo or not. I always forget how slow Starship sometimes seems because of its size. Like, it's sometimes you see it, like, creeping off the pad very slowly, but it's just because it's also so huge and like it's a bit of an illusion going on there. It's not that slow, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe the servers are struggling a little bit because they've been online for the last 3 days supporting streaming.
Yeah, maybe.
There was that moment when we started off this stream where the intro played and it like slowed down and sped up and slowed down and sped up like a wobbly record. If anyone still alive that has listened to vinyl. Yeah, the servers, the poor server hamsters, they've been running in their wheels non-stop. Servers are not actually powered by
Indeed.
hamsters.
Yeah, I just had a sudden realization as we watch these replays at some point I'm going to have to go through the support queue again, which I've been neglecting for the last hour. Okay,
you did bad.
That's a later problem.
That is real time.
Let's go to Das, probably still on the roof of the hotel.
All right. Hey, yo, let me know if you can hear me. Can we hear us okay? Yep. I think we are, hopefully.
I can hear you this time, Das.
We are going to start packing up over here on the roof of the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island. Look, I say the whole name, but massive thanks to the hotel for letting us be up here on the roof. They had the launch playing and all the screens down at the swim-up bar and stuff like that, the restaurant and stuff. But big thanks to Margaritaville for supporting us and letting us come over here. We got lots of stuff to pack up over here. We've been continuing to provide the live shots from this side. But I wanted to say thank y'all for hanging out with us. Like, we do this, but it wouldn't be very exciting if nobody showed up. So when y'all show up, it makes us want to do an even better job next time. I'm not going to take a lot of your time right now, but thank y'all so much for hanging out. For now, I'm just going to kick it back to the rest of the team. We will get our equipment all packed up here, and we will be ready for the next one in what? It was like 4 weeks? 5 weeks? How long? How long before the next one? We'll be here for it. Anyways, thanks for watching, y'all, and thanks for all the support.
One of our remote cameras getting knocked over at the danger lot, I think, or maybe in the dunes. Got knocked over, got engulfed in the plume. Maybe we need to on that one next time, Jack.
Whoa, wait, can we play that again? Which camera was that? Hang on.
Yeah, because maybe you have some cameras nearby, right?
No, that's why I'm slightly worried about that. So, two things. I don't remember if I rolled my slow-mo. So, that's a problem. I might have rolled it, I might not have. But when I went back to that camera after launch, it no talkie to computer anymore.
Oh, dear.
So something happened to that camera rig at launch, which is why I'm very curious. So it was Skycam and CP11. Dang it. Okay.
Road is open,
Noted.
so if you want to go out down there,
I should start going up to the roof and pulling all my gear off and helping DOS out. So I'll let you guys keep watching replays. And I do need to get out there and see what the heck happened to that camera. So
CP11 was doing...
It
was doing so good until the very end.
CP11.
And then over it goes.
That's like going slowly.
Gets knocked over. Here comes the big gust.
That's annoying, Jack, right? Because it's a dome, right? So
it's annoying for a variety of reasons, not the least of which.
Oh, there it goes at the very end. Oh no!
It's not like we don't know that that's going to happen at that location. It's the closest spot that we put cameras. We'll fix it for the next one.
We put it there.
Hey, Jack, it also fell in sand.
Adrian, stop it. We had a good day today. Why do you want to do psychic damage to me? Like, stop rolling D20s over there. I'm like, I got no AC, okay? I'm tired.
You never know when vicious mockery will hit you, Jack.
Oh my god, this is the most D&D conversation we've ever had on stream. Okay, for real though, I'm gonna go give them a hand on the roof. These replays are crazy. Oh god, how am I supposed to walk away from? Look at the orange and all right. I gotta go help. I'll be back maybe.
It's orange.
Or maybe I'll abandon you. It's orange, like me.
And now it's
orange.
brown.
Buy the patch. Okay, bye.
Look at that plume grow. Oh, just look, zoomed in from the highway site as well. I always love this shot looking through the tower. Like, head-on view of Starship.
And the arm, look at the arm. There
Bottom
it goes.
arm, not the two top arms.
Yeah, not the chopsticks. This is slowed down. You cannot tell me
this is 100% slowed down.
Yeah.
I don't know what Carson was talking. Carson said this is real time. I think Carson's tugging porkies because this is definitely slowed down. I think the server is definitely struggling a bit to play out all of our views.
The other one we saw earlier that was real time. This is definitely slowed down at least half speed, judging by how it's going up. He says it's not the server, so it might be that you pull things wrong, Carson. Just saying, and I'm throwing you under the bus here. But it's
the least technological person at NSF throwing somebody under the bus for potentially getting something wrong with technology.
First of all, I'm not really good at technology. Second, it's also a very time critical thing, right? Because as soon as this thing lifts off, we are like, let's pull. And making errors is common when you try to go fast, right? So, there we go.
Oh my god.
It's not like I'm fully throwing him under the bus. I also understand that, we pull this quickly.
How did this happen?
I don't know. It happened. The thing is in pieces in the ocean, and both pieces.
Yeah.
I guess. And that's by design. They were planned to be in pieces.
This is honestly, Alex, anybody that tries to spin this to anything else than a huge success would be absolutely wrong, right? Like, anything you could have expected from this happened.
Yeah, you can be super, super duper picky. Like, one of the center engines, one of the middle engines on the super heavy got out on ascent. Cool. You can be picky about that. You can be picky. One of the aft flaps on the ship broke off and things like that. Not broke off, but you know what I mean, right? We saw that mini rut, if you will. That mini thing. It was like a small explosion. They'll figure that out. Like, this is the whole thing, right? Things happen when you're flying and testing. This is test flight, right? And it sounds cliche, and I know, but look, nobody else is trying this. If you want to complain, go and build it yourself. I don't know. That seems very, very actually not good to say, but you know what I mean, right? There's no other company out there trying this scale of operations and trying to bring both stages back and all that, and then trying to reuse them.
Yeah,
so,
like
yeah.
I want to point out. I want to be pointing outing that people are like, oh, but the ship exploded, the booster exploded. That was both basically always gonna happen. The booster shut down its engine 150 meters or so above the ocean. What did you expect would happen? Like, that was the planned shutdown location. And the ship, yes, there is a scenario in which, with a lot of luck, the tanks stay intact after dropping. But that was, that's a lot of luck and not expected. So losing both stages is very much part of the design here.
Yep. Now we need to get to ship 38. I'm mostly sure they're going to be flying booster 15. It's got engines already, and it's been in the Mega Bay for a while. So I'm mostly sure that they're going to be rolling out booster 15 probably in the next week or two. We're going to get that booster static fire test. They'll modify the launch mount for ship testing. They're going to test ship 38. And hopefully, maybe in October. I'm thinking October for the next flight. I don't know what you guys think. I think October, maybe if they are super unlucky, like they have issues with testing or whatever before the flight, maybe it slides into November. I don't know. But I'm thinking October for flight 11. And then we'll see if those same issues reoccur. That's the whole point of this, right? Those flaps on the aft end of the ship need to behave. And I'm sure they're probably going to have some experiments for the booster. Not sure what, but they'll probably have some more experiments.
Whew.
Was that long enough, Ryan?
No, I think we. Sorry, I will be completely honest. I just took a 2-minute break just to go and refill my drink because it is rather hot in the studio here, and I've just been literally waving my door open and closed to try and get some of the colder air from outside into the room to try and cool it down a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be maybe I'm on copium, maybe I'm a bit of an optimist. I am going to say 4 weeks. I think. What's the date today? 26th of August? 26th of September. I wouldn't rule it out. I'm not going to rule it out at this point. I'm going to be honest. Because they have a booster with a known flight history, with a known testing history. They have a ship which is getting ready, and we are expecting they essentially de-rigged that ship testing mount in one go. They cut off the truss structure in one whole piece. They removed the SQR in one piece. I think they could, essentially reattach it in an afternoon. Fingers crossed. It's a bit janky, but fingers crossed, the last flight from that pad shouldn't be too far away.
Gage's track here with one of the robotic cameras.
Yeah, I mean, that vapor could... Like, the crazy thing is, remember in ancient times when we talked about that amazing vapor cone? Like at somewhere in a weird thing that happened before this. Like, so much happening.
Yeah. And I believe this is Das track.
So this is the Xbox controller track.
Actually looking at something other than boats for once. There we go. Beautiful ascent. You can see that roll program. The flaps moving.
So cool.
Well, the flaps, you know what I mean. The flaps not moving, but rotating with the ship.
They still wiggle a little bit. We saw a bit of those onboard camera views during liftoff, and they still wiggle a little bit, probably from the air rushing through.
And one of our Dune cameras here. Oh, because it's lined up with that pillar of the OLM, you can see ignition. It doesn't get washed out by the plume.
Wonderful.
It doesn't get knocked over, fingers crossed, like our other Dune cameras did.
Wow.
Look at this ascent. How magnificent.
Oh my god.
How majestic is that? Oh my goodness. 33 Raptors burning. Oh my goodness, that is beautiful.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. Like, it is quite a testament to SpaceX, just 2 months basically after such a huge setback that has been Ship 36 explosion, to be here and having basically fulfilling all goals flight. I mean, look at this. Oh, just beautiful.
Yeah, from here on, next flight again, it's improving on this, and then we go to Block 3. And Block 3 has lots of more exciting things in store, because they're going to have ships with docking mechanisms to be able to get that propellant on orbit. Wow, look at that. Another metal print as well.
I kind of want to, if I may, Kevin, should I do a quick rundown of all the things we now have, because there's so much that...
Go ahead.
If you go to the print section in the top left, you can see all of these amazing prints that we are now up there. All of the flight, of course, not only from this flight, there's also pre-flight pictures and everything down there below. Amazing. Everything. I think you will find something for your taste there. And of course, if you go to the collections tab at the top, if I may, Kevin, then we also have the re-entry redemption designs available on all kinds of items, including stickers and t-shirts and hoodies for the Cold Time, if you want that. That is still quite amazing and now available. If you want that, I think it's a cool design celebrating the success of Ship 37. Now, I have to say this, celebrating the success, and that's the crazy thing I can say here. And then, last but not least, Kevin, if we go to collections again and to the Starship Flight collection, I want to, of course, talk about our patch, our Starship Flight 10 patch. Still available. We still have some more. So if you want this beautiful patch, shipping late September, early October, that's still available in the store. I'm so thankful for Jack's work, and I'm so thankful for being able to present this to all of you, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much. Again, the store is a good way to support us, and I kind of wanted to mention that while we are still here. So thank you, everybody.
I don't know. Sorry if I'm throwing you under the bus here, Jack, but are you back with us, or are you just de-rigging?
Just de-rigging, but also hi, but also de-rigging, and I heard Adrian was doing the patch thing, and I'm wearing the patch shirt, and I just want to say once again, thank you, store team, because it's the best patch we've done.
Are we gonna do replays of the SpaceX views?
No, we're gonna do replays of us. Perhaps.
Oh no!
Maybe? No.
Oh
okay.
No!
yes.
Don't need to do that.
It was probably a fat finger.
Look at that! Wow!
I think this is one of that one's definitely not real time. I think that's sped up a bit.
That's sped up.
I think Carson I think Carson is messing with the speed slider here, because that was a bit quick. But I think
Carson at this point is like, "Oh, you thought the previous was slow-mo? Watch this."
And I think this is DAS's wide spotter camera. Just look at the plume here, guys. The plume is twice as long as a 120-meter tall rocket.
Yeah, so that plume is about 200 meters long.
Just incredible.
I mean, can we, at some point, Kevin, I'm throwing this to you at some point, not yet. Can we look at that, let's say, violent event before the re-entry? I want to look at that again. Once we have time later.
Jack's view.
That might be my feed, yeah. Yep, that's it. Sorry. The shaking is me firing off the stills camera that's mounted on the same mount.
Okay.
And then here I'll detach the tensioner for the tilt lock, and then start tracking it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So remember how Max got that insane shot of the vapor cone?
Oh.
We didn't get that here from South Padre. You never know what the vagaries of launch are going to bring, and that's why we have multiple people in multiple locations with multiple different types of tracking rigs, because vapor cone time is in about 3, 2, 1. That's about when the vapor cone happens.
That was smooth tracking, by the way, Jack. I gotta say, you did not have any Xbox controllers or anything, right?
Yeah. Das and I almost called him John. What's wrong with me? Das and I do sort of a John Henry thing every time where, or D, we have some people on robotic trackers and we have some people on meat trackers, which are, human powered trackers with like a hand on a tripod arm. And both have different utilities. If the electronics on the robot tracker could go down, you're going to want to be able to have meat skills, for lack of a better term. But yeah, there's a whole reason we do things the way we do, and it extends not just to individual, photographers or videographers. It also extends to how the sites are built, the electronics at each site. Like, we're all about redundancy. So thank goodness for the team over on the other side of the canal for being able to get that frickin' vapor cone. That's
and
some
the
meat
glinting
skills.
of the flaps as it rotates.
Absolutely.
That's so
okay,
cool.
I'm gonna go keep breaking down. I can't wait to watch the rest of these replays. I know you guys are gonna keep watching the replays. Oh, with the cone. Oh, the cone. Yeah.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Look at that.
It's just like when we see this with Falcon 9, every single flight there's something amazing with the vapor cone. The same thing is happening now with Starship. It's like every single flight of Starship, it just the vapor cone just gets better.
That was exceptional.
Jack, very quickly before you go, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is your first launch from the hotel. All the other ones you've been like at the Southwest, at the Rocket Ranch, or at the River Lot. How did this view compare to the Rocket Ranch view?
Oh, it was exceptional. I wouldn't say one is necessarily better than the other. Certainly is a much different view. From the Outpost, it's sort of like the rocket flies away from you. But when the booster's coming back, it really feels like it's directly on top of you. It's almost creepy. It's amazing. It's similar to how when you see an RTLS of a Falcon 9 at Vandenberg, if you're right there at Ocean and Renwick, that viewing location, it looks like Falcon 9's coming down on top of you. The same thing happens at the Rocket Ranch Outpost with the booster when it's coming back for a catch. It's wild. However, from South Padre Island, it's more like the rocket lifts off and then sort of goes past you. Instead of going away from you, it's more perpendicular, if that's I need to get better at my geology. But yeah, the thing is it's a different view. It's not necessarily better or worse, but the view we had today from the top of the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island, was absolutely exceptional. And yeah, I have no complaints. I mean, yeah, we got that little cloud in the way, but that just as easily could have been on the other side of the canal, and we could have gotten vapor cone, and the people at the Outpost could have not. I'm reminded of Starship Flight 1, where the vehicle from our river lot ascended straight into clouds after like 5 seconds. Meanwhile, everybody over on the island was able to see, the thing doing cartwheels and all kinds of crazy stuff. So you never know what you're going to get on launch day, and that's part of our superpower is we have cameras everywhere. So on the off chance that you're somewhere out here and can't see it, don't fret. Oh crap, I should probably help Das. All right, I'm gonna go. Love you guys. Bye. I'll be back maybe.
And I think this is the BTS camera view from... We can actually watch Das in real time Well, not real time because it's a replay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can check if Jack is really helping.
Controller. Yeah, we could watch Das. I think he might still be setting up at this point. I'm not sure. Maybe he's just making sure it's recording. I want to see the Xbox controller action. Oh. Looks like he's counting the cameras to make sure he's not forgotten one of them. We'll keep watching.
But that tent really helped, I think.
Yeah, that shade, very helpful from the sun there. Because of course we had clearer skies today. Beautiful clear skies versus the anvil cloud that denied the launch yesterday. But I do have to say, these viewing conditions much better. So much better. Yeah, look, he's got the Xbox controller in hand.
There we go.
Look, he's in that forward-leaning stance. He's in game mode.
Oh, it's a replay.
Yeah, it's a replay of the.
It took me a bit.
Oh my goodness, Adrian. Oh my goodness. It's daylight, and you just realised it's a replay. Never mind. But look at Das go with his Xbox controller.
Oh my god, you can see the camera?
Yeah. Yes, the camera does move, Adrian. Keep an eye on the rig, because it will point up and then move to the left. Start panning to the left. So
People
cool.
in chat say, he's gaming, he's logged in.
Yeah, he's very locked in.
It's the meme of like, you know, leaning in.
Yeah, it's the gamer stance.
Ah.
Whew. Nearly pointing straight up with the tracking camera. Look at that.
And now you can see him getting nervous where it is.
Oh, maybe he lost it for a moment there. He was looking.
Yeah, the clouds,
to
I think, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the clouds. So looking to reacquire with the Mark 1 eyeball, and with the super long telephoto tracking camera as well.
Successfully doing so because the camera is tracking again.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is like by just pointing the camera, looking past the camera. He's like no-scoping this thing right now.
Yeah, as chat said, locked in.
There we go. Look, literally pointing straight up that camera as he waits to reacquire the vehicle. Look at that. This is definitely sped up, by the way. That's quickly in real time.
Yeah, if that's it's not like that supersonic speed.
It looks like we're now catching the booster coming back in, but judging by how that camera is moving. Maybe looking for it a little bit more. And you can see the launch plume in the background as well.
I think he's preparing for re-entry, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth.
Whew. You can see basically how the booster's going down because the camera's going down.
Yeah. And it's pointing, 90 degrees to the left, so you can really see how far offshore that booster is, even though it has done a boost back burn. The booster still, reversed its horizontal momentum to come back towards the launch site, but of course not going for that catch this time around, just like the last flight.
There's so much you have to analyze about this and watch on multiple times before you fully understand. It's gonna be a lot.
Some people joking that the aft skirt thing was like the orbital sniper. And somebody just threw space debris at the thing.
Yeah, hopefully not. I'm not sure if the ULA sniper returned from Amos 6. Hopefully not. I think this is real-time dash now. I think it's slowed down a bit. Still looking for that booster.
Yeah.
It was a good tracking.
I've completely lost track of time. I have no idea how long this replay has been running for at this point. And it looks like we're going to be taking a look at some of the ship replays.
That's when it went boomy.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's watch this again. This
about
is
it not
definitely
being
slow-mo.
slowed down.
I think
Exactly.
Carson has this at 0.25x speed. Let's keep watching.
So, it's bottom right, right?
A little bit of
Yeah, keep
venting
an eye.
and
Stand by.
there.
Boom.
It was energetic. Alex, do you have any
Kinda-
theories
kinda
as to
cool
what
that
may have
the-
caused that right now? It doesn't look like it was an engine.
No, I think it was probably part of the one of the vents that they have for the oxygen, because there are 3 vents sort of 120 degrees apart, and I think that occurred sort of where one of those vents are. You can see, in fact, one of those vents across, like on the other side, to the left of engine 6 there, one of the RVAC engines on the right. There's one of those vents. And there's also another vent on where that camera is, sort of below where that camera is. There's another vent. And that might have gone. Maybe there was a blockage, for example, and they were trying to vent. The ship was trying, to do its thing as usual. And like, I don't know. Might be that. Might be whatever. Like, this is one of the things that we just simply have to speculate on, and really there's no hard information from SpaceX, unfortunately.
And tanker trucks already refilling the tank farm for the next round of testing. Literally queued up, already loading propellant, commodities, all the different things they have to load there. Let's go back to ship 37.
landing burn.
Going through the clouds. Let's watch
The
that
engine graphic
landing
did not
burn
work, by
slow-mo.
the way.
Yeah, the engine graphic. I looked at the engine graphic and was like, "What do you mean
Where are the engines?
Yeah, what do you mean landing burn startup?"
Still slow. Okay, Carson.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Here we see that aft flap is cooked. To say how the kids say it, it's cooked.
Yeah, it's
cooked.
It's no longer very
Doesn't
skibbity
have
riz of that
aura.
aft flap.
I think Adrian has been on stream. Thanks for joining us, Adrian. We will see you next. I think we can continue without you at this point.
And look at the altitude as
streams
well.
in.
It starts to burn really low.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I was getting a little bit worried at this point. Not seeing anything. At 1 kilometer.
And this is why it's not doing it like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 comes in for landing vertically, but it comes at nearly 3 times the speed and at 3 times this altitude when it does its landing burn. It's a much more efficient way of landing with Starship.
And even on this onboard view, leading edge there of the flap is orange. It is like bright orangey,
orange.
flamey red. Yeah.
Now
it's like it is toasty red.
There they go, the engines, all 3 burn. You can see how they're splaying as they're gimbaling.
Oh,
There goes
shedding
a little
a
flap.
little bit of mass there.
Yeah, like
There's
mass
the buoy.
optimization and landing burn. Very important.
And
You could see it's going a bit over and then correcting like it did for the landings of, for example, SN15.
And look at
And
that.
there it
It's
is.
so toast.
It's orange.
It's an external
It's
tank
white
from
at the
shuttle.
top. Yeah, it literally looks like the ET. It's so orange.
And there you can see it's like it's Splashdown. At that point, it is vertical, but it will break from the impact on the ocean. There it goes.
Yep. And remember,
And, stand by
the
for the
telemetry
kaboom.
below is faster than. So you can see already on the telemetry is nearly horizontal, whereas on the video it's still sort of in the middle of the.
Yep, there it
There
goes.
you go.
There she
But-
goes.
But all of this is very
And-
important for them. They're gonna be able to
Bada boom.
inspect. Yep.
I really hope they recorded that locally on the buoy cam so we can get that 300 to like 60. Oh, it's me and it's Kevin. You could get that 360.
Oh, that's the
preview that
replay
we saw
from
Starship Flight 6.
Is it
so- no,
replay
it's
or
not-
is
This is a
it
replay.
live?
I'm so bad. I look at me moving. I'm
I
like,
am
oh, it's
not a replay. I am real.
This is real apparently. This is not a replay. I'm trying to zoom in and have a look. Yeah,
Oh my.
these are Kevin's screen. You can see all the encoders have gone up that way. All the encoders have turned offline whilst people are packing up. Yeah.
Lots
So
of color
as
bars.
Lots of color bars. As you might imagine, we do a lot of planning before the stream. What are we going to do before launch? And I feel like every single time, we always forget to plan what to do after launch. So I'm not 100% sure what to do right now. I think I may just mash the support queue because my screen is saying it is 3 hours long.
I think you better do support, Ryan.
Because Kevin is telling me that I think I need to do support.
Can people hear you, by the way, Kevin?
Yeah, I believe Jack can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's talking to us, but I don't know if he's talking to you guys.
Let me before I do this, because now we have Kevin here. Kevin, how was that for you?
I have to watch it back. Like
Same.
I don't know. It happens so fast. Like definitely that those were slow-mos that we were replaying.
I think we need to do Carson on the production next time so it launches slower.
Yeah, that would be nice, actually. It moves so fast.
Yeah, like the hour as well, right? Like where you're also in this weird time conundrum where suddenly the hour just is gone.
The entire launch stream just went by so fast. It was so fast. I don't even know where all that time went. What time did we start? Like 4:30 Eastern? 3:30 Central?
Tell me about it, because I'll start feeling tired.
Launch stream,
that was 5 hours ago.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it, because then I'll crash and then this stream will be even worse.
All right, Ryan, I think what we need to do, though, is I think you need to run through support. I'm producing it live on stream because so many people have helped us pay the bills today. And it's expensive to send all those people out to Starbase. It's
and all of that.
To have all these hosts
Yeah.
and all these computers.
How do you think we have 20 cameras and 20 screens in front of Kevin? Oh my goodness. Not
only all of that, but also all of the things that all of those screens are showing, right?
Exactly. Yeah, as Kevin is so eloquently saying, like, we could not do this without you guys. This costs a lot of money, and we reinvest every single penny we get into the equipment, into the travel, into the people, to make sure this stuff. We don't drive Ferraris, all right? We reinvest absolutely everything we can back into the equipment to make each stream, each video better than the last. So first of all, this is 3 hours of support. This is going to be a support speed run. It's currently, let's mark this, T+1 hour and 53 minutes. Let's see where it is where I'm done. Cad Monkey FPV, thank you so much. Gifting 20 Red Team memberships if you received one of them. If you received a gifted membership, I have to say, I don't know this for sure, but it must be over 1,000 gifted memberships over the last 3 days. For sure at this point. So many gifted memberships. Paul, $50 super chat. Let's get frosty. We did get frosty indeed. We also got toasty. Just in case, thank you so much for the support as well in there. Eric in the chat saying, Jay, your panel is breaking a bit. Just saying, it's a bit delayed. Anyways, Eric, thank you very much for the $10 support, saying, I accidentally stumbled on this channel during the original Hoppy days. I've never looked back. I can't imagine a launch without you. Thank you all for everything you do. Thank you, Eric, for the support. It is greatly appreciated as always. Again, we couldn't do this without you guys, and I suppose without us, you guys wouldn't have had anything to watch today. So thank you guys for the support. Ando NZ, I assume you mean New Zealand, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Click, click, boom, $20 super chat. Let's make it Splashdown. Yes, and we did get some booms, but luckily intended booms, good explosions from the booster and the ship. Bo, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, saying today is my birthday, hoping for a flawless launch. Fingers crossed, those 33 plus 6 candles were good enough for your birthday there. Rick, $20, thank you for the support. Cheesecake, Adrian, is your cheesecake still good in the fridge, or has it gone off? I know you've had it for a few days.
No, Dad, the ripcord was pulled yesterday.
Oh,
it turned into a post-stream. Yeah, turned into a post-stream snack because I didn't think it would make it to today.
Okay. Andy's dad saying with $20 super chat, help Jack buy extra orange shirts for the stream. I'm sure we can figure that one out. Get some more orange shirts to Jack.
I don't want to alarm you, but as you're reading support, we're still getting more support, so you better go fast.
We need to end this stream. We can't do 24/7 coverage, guys.
Yeah,
we need to end this stream at some
people
point.
are putting more at the end while you're trying to reach the end. It's like it's a snake going away from you.
Okay, Tony Z, $20 support. Go SpaceX, go NSF at Astra per Aspera. Thank you for your support, Tony. Brian with a $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. saying that you can't find any of the lightweight shirts in the store. Adrian, is there a specific search term or collection? I'm not 100% sure.
I will get
what
that. I
are
will
they
post it in
exactly
chat.
called? Thank you very much, Adrian. That was like 2 hours ago, so fingers crossed Brian is still watching and is in chat. Echo Deal, $10 support. Anvil clouds imply the existence of blacksmith clouds. I think they're named that way mainly on the shape of the cloud rather than the person who produced them. But thank you for the support nonetheless. Daniel with the $10 super chat saying this is the best way to watch the Starship launches. Fingers crossed we did you guys justice, did you guys proud in today's broadcast. Buzz with the $20, just saying thank you. Thank you, Buzz, for the support. We couldn't do it without you guys. And Eric in chat again, posting the same message with another $20 support. Thank you so much, Eric. I promise we weren't ignoring you guys, by the way. We literally just, there was a Starship launch going on. I'm not sure if you noticed. We had to pause for a little while to focus on the launch. But Neil saying, shout out to my fellow space nerd, Jimmy A in Portland. Shout out to Jimmy. Z-Man, $50 super chat saying, let's go flight 10. It certainly went indeed. Thank you so much. That's a huge amount of support. Another huge amount of support. Robert Persons with a $200 super chat. Long-time follower and supporter. Love your current investment into following SpaceX. Thank you so much for your support. And yeah, it is greatly appreciated. I can assure you that NSF will only be focusing on the spaceflight side of that there. But thank you so much for your support. I mean, that stuff goes straight into the people, straight into the equipment, so we can keep doing this for the future. We have Terry, we have Jace becoming PadRap members, Quiet Lantern becoming a PadRap member. We have Christian, I'm not even going to attempt your last name in fear of absolutely butchering it, but a super chat here, equivalent of $70 saying up and away. Thank you so much for your coverage. Thank you so much for your support from Denmark there, Christian. It's greatly appreciated. Telstar86. Telstar86 is one of those names that is always in the support queue. Even if it's just like a 3 a.m. Starlink launch, Telstar86 is in chat saying, just got home in time to watch on the big screen. Thank you so much for your support, your ongoing support. You're always in chat. Thank you so much. Brown Doiby becoming a Capcom member. You now get access to the behind the scenes member Discord. Larry Nelson gifting 10, just had to get my breath there, swallow a bit, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Daniel Hogbin, $10 super chat. We want more KMR. Kevin coming on the stream there before the launch and just after the launch as well. There he is again. A big wave from Kevin. All the support there. Jesse Whitehead gifting a Red Team membership. UN60Y, is that boy? I'm not sure. Sorry if I said that wrong. Gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Jason with the $20 super. Thank you very much for the support. Eric, another Eric saying let's go with the €10, saying let's go. Yeah, that was pretty cool to see on the live stream as well. You can see I'm already stuttering. You guys have broken me. Right, Chris B on the Raptor sides.
I keep seeing more support coming in. Just saying.
You guys are trying to break me. Ashley, no message, but the $2 support. Thank you so much. Texas Blade, $20 support. Thank you so much. Oh, so give me a minute. I don't know if someone else can talk for a second. I just need to have a quick sip of a drink because this support queue is still 2 hours old.
The funny thing is that you're now doing a break, which once again...
Kevin, what are you doing?
What is Kevin doing?
That I should talk? I don't have the panel open. If you're trying to make me go through the support, I don't have it open. Just saying.
Sorry, I just needed a drink. The list is too long. There's too much support. We've got too much support. Mike becoming a PadRap member. A £20 super chat from UK Hudson. Congrats to SpaceX. Main question is whether to upgrade the dumplings to space pizza or space cheesecake. We of course, I think that's in a reference to the wheel of cheese we saw being launched on Falcon 9 way back in the day. Lava Ash with the $10 support. It's a great time to be alive. I have to agree. Turtle with the $10 saying, Jack, hold on to the plank. You can do it. Is that a Titanic reference? I've never watched Titanic. I think that's a Titanic reference. I'm not sure. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah,
Bideford.
Titanic.
Bideford is one of those names. Again, always in chat, whether it's a late night Starlink or a Starship launch. $100 of support. And yeah, Bideford, first of all, they're saying, I'm crying with glee, love NSF for all the launch coverage with this fantastic launch. And yes, thank you so much, Bideford, for your support. Of course, we're sending our thoughts your way over this launch campaign. But yeah, seriously, Bideford, you're always in chat. You're always supporting us. Thank you so much. What's next? Melissa Davis with becoming a PADRAP member. ODST Moody. I think this was in reference to Alex earlier, having a star sip out of your Starship mug. Funny pun. Sawyer would probably be proud.
I'm seeing that these are from 80 minutes ago, so this was already at entry.
Now you open the panel.
Yeah, I opened it because Kevin put my face on. Continue.
Bob Davis, $5 of support. Thank you so much. KG Bear, $20 support. Thank you so much. I'm not sure Jack would appreciate that one. Matthew, $10 Canadian. Thank you so much. Oh. My Coca-Cola is coming back up there a bit.
We'll have to go through the coverage again and see if he said that. Continue.
Drisbane, $10 of support. Thank you so much. Melting or not melting, this is good data.
Exactly.
Excuse me, I have to agree. I'm literally at my limit here, but we'll keep going. We're still 60. Elijah, thank you for the $2 of support. John Hall, $10 of support. Thank you so much. Clark saying it's orange. The ship was orange indeed. Blake gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Drunar, one of those names we always see in chat again, with the $5 Canadian. Thank you so much for your support. Bob Morris, $10 saying congrats, SpaceX. We love the coverage and commentary at NSF. Blake, $20. I love this community. Thank you for the support. Things aren't okay. Well, they weren't that okay, but they turned out okay in the end for the ship with the $4.99 UK GBP. Thank you so much for your support. Matt with the $4.99 USD. Saying, do you think the first Mars landings will deploy Roadblocks, humanoids? Any insights? Well, we heard from Elon yesterday saying that they were going to be flying Optimus, the Tesla robot, to Mars in 2026, maybe. They're on the render for 2026, but he only spoke about them for 2028. So we'll have to find out whether they actually send them in that time frame. Beth for the PADRAP member, becoming a PADRAP member. I don't know what Alex is laughing about, but I'm going to continue anyway. Andreas is becoming a PADRAP member. Corey with the $5 super chat, thank you so much. Music Duck gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Oscar Chelberg becoming a PADRAP member. Bob Lee gifting 50 Red Team
That's a lot of memberships.
And not only that, Bob Lee, first of all, thank you so much. That's a huge amount of support. My earpiece is falling out because there's so much support. Casey J. Bomber following with a $100 super chat. Another huge super from Casey J. Bomber. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, fingers crossed there isn't a great filter that holds us back. I'll be honest, at one point I thought the payload bay door was the great filter, but they proved that wrong today. They opened it and closed it. Mr. Fluffy with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, saying, who needs sleep? We will need sleep. There's going to be a big crash soon. I'm sure some people are already feeling it.
It's going to be
I'm feeling much better today
Splashdown
than I was yesterday. Yeah, indeed, Alex, indeed. I'm feeling much better than I did yesterday, I will be honest. Probably because I'm pumped up by that flight. Noel J. 20 Red Team memberships. 10 Red Team memberships. 5 Red Team memberships. 10 Red Team memberships. And 5 more Red Team memberships. Noel J must have done well over 500 Red Team memberships in total at this point.
I think they did it that way because it shows a different thing. Before, they did like the same amount of memberships. Exactly. Because if you do the same amount multiple times, it doesn't update. It just shows the same thing here below. But if you do different, it shows different. I think they did it on purpose.
Smart. Thomas Lewis, greetings from Andover, UK. Another one of the UK tank watchers in chat. £5, thank you so much. Let's go, Flight 11. The Laws become a Capcom member. A $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com.
Meanwhile,
I can't actually tell. What is this?
That's CP11.
Yeah, our Dune setup.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about that right now. The team can deal with that later.
Good luck.
Hopefully it survived. I'm sure our SBI operators in the background would really like that to be at the production site right now, but maybe the camera tipped over and it won't be able to. Fingers crossed it's salvageable. But yeah, Ryan Harkins with the $50 tip saying, thanks NSF, but I ordered my ship cooked medium rare. This was clearly well done. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether SpaceX can moderate that too much at the moment. It was definitely an ship when it reached the Indian Ocean, but a super cool live view from the buoy cam there. Solid rocket
like
candy.
Firing an engine.
with a $50 super chat. No message, but a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Devin gifting 20 Red Team membership. Again, it just keeps going. And this was only 12 minutes ago. Adam with the 50 Australian dollary dues. Thank you so much. And they're saying thanks for your dedicated work this week. I do have to say, I'm looking forward to just not having much to do tomorrow. What day is it tomorrow? Wednesday? Just sit back kind of day. Yeah, I'm looking forward to not having to wake up and go straight into a Starship stakeout.
So I'm gonna start.
Go on, Adrian.
I will quickly start this discussion right now. So in theory, there is a Starlink in 10 hours from now, right? I'm just saying. Do we discuss this now or later? I will ask.
Think we need...
Why me? No. Is Kevin implying that I should be on that stream?
I think maybe we need a poll in chat whether chat thinks we should do dedicated coverage for that Starlink launch later or not.
Yeah. Are we even gonna have notifications for that?
I don't know. I don't think we will. Robert Clark, another huge support, $50 super chat. No message, but just throwing money into the pot. Thank you so much, Robert. I mean, yeah, seriously, thank you.
I think that was the first piece of support that I saw when I told you there's more support coming. So you're catching up now.
I've been going for 10 at this point. Look at the clock. Let's keep going. Giant Skis, thank you so much for the support. $10 there. Cheddar, Tailend support. Carry on smartly. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Patrick gifting correction with $69.99 Canadian dollars, saying thanks NSF with the amazing job. Kudos to the cameramans and the photographers. Thank you so much, Patrick, for your support. JROG becoming a PadRat member. Colin doing a $45 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, saying a great way to wrap up this year and start the next tomorrow. It's not New Year, but maybe you mean academic year. I'm not sure. Tim Westerby with the €1. Thank you so much for the support.
Oh my God, there's a poll in chat.
Is there really? Let me know the outcome of the poll. Goob with a $9.99 saying we will all sleep well tonight. Cody with the $2.99 Australian for Kevin. His setup looks great. Margot becoming a Red Team member. Ingi, sorry if I said your name wrong. Gifted. You know what I'm trying to say. $12 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying was playing a gig during the launch, watching on my iPad at takeoff. I played Rocket Man by Elton John, and once we reached SECO, I played Three Little Birds. That's quite apt. I'm just going to ignore these people laughing in my ear. Richard Turner with the £2 support. Thank you so much. Dave W with the £5 support. Hopefully, yes. A little bit of a leak there in the ticker if you read it in time. Cheetown Eric with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for your support. Things aren't okay. It's back in the queue. $4.99 Great British Pound sterling. Dude. Keep going. I appreciate the support, but I would really like to wrap up this stream at some point. And Sackles13, $5
No, they added two more.
Add
Hang on, we've got two more. In another one.
I'm about to pass out here. Mike Anderson with the $5 super chat saying one more for Ryan. Go SpaceX, go NSF. Can we turn off the queue? Oh my goodness. The
no
Enigma
mercy.
Blade. No mercy. CRE. No breaks ever.
We really needed that.
I just need a minute.
We really needed this. You know, having fun, having a laugh, you know, enjoying. Look, we're not asking for this, but you guys keep throwing this at us.
I mean, at this point, it's very funny.
It is.
Eric saying we need the Alex laugh in the intro. JTTV, go Ryan. Oh my goodness, Goob in chat again with a $50 super. Nothing to say here, but Ryan will say it anyways.
The panel is struggling to catch up.
The queue, it just grew by 10 messages in 10 seconds. Oh my God, we're never going to go home. Oh my goodness, Adrian has lost it. Things aren't okay with the $1.99 saying no chance. Cat in Wonderland with the $2 with the Starlink launch with the EU team. Fufar saying meow. Sorry if I said your name wrong. It's late. Roseanne Devasto with the 9.99. Success like this makes the work worth it. Tim Westerby with the no message. Thanks, Tim. Michael Moore. Oren Quake. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Oren Quake. Gary Swift. Oops, I did it again. Kenneth. No sleep until launch landing. 21 volts, get some rest. Don't tell me to go and get some rest and then people keep filling up the queue. I'm never gonna. Cody with the 99 Australian cents. James, keep it going. the queue is getting longer. It's not getting shorter.
Ryan, don't worry. After this, Adrian has to thank everybody. So you'll get a break.
Okay.
And don't forget, we also have the DY slow-mo coming.
Let's just give it a minute. Let's just give it a minute. Catch our breath.
Yeah, chat, get it out of your system.
I'm literally crying right now.
Yeah, I'm in tears.
It's 20 minutes to 3 in the morning here, and the support queue isn't shrinking.
Oh my god, there's so much more. I mean, let's be real. Like, from the bottom of, let's be real. This is an enormous amount of support. We are very, very thankful for all of that you're doing right now. But it's also incredibly funny. Sorry, I was away from my microphone, Chris. I'm losing it.
Elijah, dance monkey dance. No, I will stop. I'm going to stop reading out the messages at this point because this is what's slowing us down. Patrick has just done $100 super chat with no message. Patrick, thank you so much. I mean, genuinely, it's incredible what Adrian was saying. Just repeat what Adrian was saying. 9/8 Central. Here's a minute. Thank you. Ethan, $50 super chat. Thank you. Money Machine with the $5 super chat, just saying ha ha.
What's happening?
Oliver with the 5 Swiss franc. Thank you. Methane Man with the $10 support. CRE with the $2 support. David C with the $5 tip. Jay, the panel broke again. Come on, panel. David C, there we go. $5 tip. Thank you. Dylan T with the £2. Chris with the $2. Mike with the $2. Vlex with the $2.99 Australian dollars. Jason with the $2. Supra Freak with the $10. KJ with the $10. Matt PD with a €2 laugh tax. Thanks. Matt with the $4.99. Matt, I would Starbase Live 20. I've got you on a technicality. Tiny G with the £5. Thank you so much. Do we have a camera and production behind the scenes video? We don't have a video, but if you become a member, this entire launch stream, there has been a behind the scenes live stream. And if you saw that view from behind Kevin's head of all of his screens, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was live the whole time on the BTS stream. So if you want to see that and you want to replay through the launch,
there is 5 hours of the back of my head.
There we go. If you want 5 hours of the back of Kevin's head, go become a member and watch that. I believe that's available all member levels and above.
It's not stopping.
Harold H, thank you for the support. Tom, thank you for the support. Tim, thank you for the support. Money Machine, thank you for the support. Sugar, thank you for the support. Bacon Warrior 750, thank you for the support. Goob, again, thank you for the support. Spacey Plum, thank you for the... yes, I am home, but that's not the point. Jim Laz, thank you for the support. 21 Volts Gaming, thank you for the support. KBX8, thank you for the support. Thunderbolt, thank you for the support. Patrick, thank you for the support. Dipinon... So, I'm not sure how to say that, I'm sorry. Thank you for the support. If you're finding this funny, brilliant. Kevin, thank you for the tip, saying I'm on this train, no sleep at 11. That's certainly not happening. Overlord, thank you for the support. Mike, thank you for the support. Patrick, thank you for the support. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra Matt, thank you for the support. Green Tone IO, thank you for the support. This doesn't help. Tater, thank you for the support. The Cosmic Nebula, thank you for the support. Rye Guy, thank you for the support. Marcus Soul, thank you for the support. Mr. Mago, sorry, I'm not sure. Thank you for the support. Tom, thank you for the support. Aman Singh, thank you for the support. Leo Black, thank you for the support. David, thank you for the support. Jay Keegan in chat. Jay, no, go away. Your panel is breaking. No, thank you for the support. Silverstone, thank you for Green Tone, again, Green Tone. Was that the person who was asking about the BTS? They just became a member. Anyway, thank you for becoming a member. Ethan, thank you for the support. Gregory, thank you for the support. D Wise, pack up cameras. I'm not even going to read your message out. Captain Desync,
oh,
thank
come
you for the support.
on.
And Tom, thank you for the support. And with that, Adrian, please thank some people. Oh my goodness. Graham, thank you for the support. Goob,
there are more.
Dan, thank you for the support. Adrian, thank people. It's clear. Thank people. Go.
There is, I think, one more, two more coming. But we will do another round. Wait, give me a second.
I didn't approve of
I need
this.
to catch my breath.
Yeah.
From too much.
Oh my god.
Flying Abrams,
laughing.
Thank you for the support. Harold, thank you for the support. I can't do this all night. Kenneth, thank you for the support. Adrian, please thank people.
Okay, at this point, should we thank some people, Kevin? What's the plan here? Is that the plan? Yeah, like
Adrian,
Ryan has.
Adrian, I'm gonna take charge. Just thank people.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, Ryan has been awake for long at this point. We all have been.
Scientifically correct.
I'm gonna go clicking on the messages so they appear down there.
Yep. I will start.
Given another file to download, so you got to give me a little more time. So, just what did you see today? What happened?
A Starship.
I saw a Starship launch, Kevin. I saw a Starship launch. It was big. It was beautiful. It went to the Indian Ocean. It touched down. It was wonderful. And then I saw loads of people spamming the support queue. And that's. I'm gonna have nightmares about this support queue. It just like not clicking or not going through.
Chat is awesome.
I mean,
yeah.
Like
that was
the
amazing.
meme by. Yeah, the meme to the side by whatever. We invest a lot of things. Yeah, sorry. We invest a lot of time and a lot of things into these flights, and this kind of support, like, it's so appreciated. It's all the things going behind the scenes. It's all the people. Like, there's so many people involved in these launches. So, yeah. Oh,
is this the host replay? Is this the host replay of the launch? Come on, this is the thing we want to see. I for a brief moment express emotion.
You can see me doing the hand things like they are go.
Yeah, in contrast to Ryan, Alex and I stay very calm. You can see us staying calm there. That's our calm face.
The water coming up. Oh, blue sky cam.
That's why I stare at the tip if it moves.
Me looking at the engine.
I very much liked this shot.
33.
I'm so glad I finally took that shot. I've been trying to take that shot for like 8 flights.
And somebody mentioned, I have a green screen. Of course, I don't have Ship 35 behind me.
Yeah, we are actually not sending Alex to space for every Starship broadcast. Kevin, I have to say your switching on this launch has been superb. Like, that was glorious. There you can see that we are all very nervous.
Oh.
What on earth was that transition?
We will never ask Carson to edit this again because of that transition.
Oh, I see a cube zoom
Carson.
coming.
I think the biggest regret from this live stream, from this launch campaign, was putting Carson in charge of the replays, because he's got terrible transitions, first of all. Terrible transitions. And then half of them were in slow motion. What's he doing? What's Carson doing? We need a poll in chat. Should we put Carson on the replays for the next flight?
No, Carson will call the next one, I heard. That's his punishment.
I did actually say that, didn't I? I'd say that live on stream.
Yeah.
My face of like, what's going on?
I see Carson typing in the back channel. I think we are about to get some feedback. Whoa. We were such a... Look at that, Ryan is happy.
Oh my god. What was that?
So, I missed the explosion, by the way. I was looking at something else, and I missed it.
Oh, hang on. Let's see.
There, I look at on the right. I'm like completely confused.
my face like, what was that? Oh. Somebody saying Carson has to read super chats.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair price to pay for that abhorrent transition.
I mean, as long as there's no cube zoom in this.
Oh, don't bring it up.
Yeah, it might be coming.
And my face of like, I'm just gonna go and replay this on my laptop. Because I have my laptop here. And the first thing that I did was replay it there. Ooh.
Looking. Happy faces.
My face of like, is it doing it?
Very happy faces, fist bumping.
And there's the explosion. Yeah, I do hope they recorded raw from that buoy cam, because that is quite the sight. That is going to be quite the sight.
Absolutely incredible.
Is this a D special super slow-mo, Kevin?
This is a D special, but as we do the D special, I think you need to start thanking people, Adrian.
I will. Let me, before I thank any specific person, Kevin, let me thank the whole team, because covering or doing 3 9-hour streams in a matter of 3 days is
I think it's been longer than 9 hours, Adrian.
Yeah, to be fair, it's a log. It's a huge amount of work, and this is not only for the hosts on screen. This is also for production, for SPL ops, for the people in the field, for everybody that has been working non-stop on this, and I feel like that's a general appreciation to everybody in the team. It has been hugely stressful. I mean, we all talked about it this morning. It has been exhausting, and we are so happy that it worked out. And I honestly think, and maybe that's the excitement of the moment, I think this was our best Starship launch stream so far. I think everything went very, very well. So let me thank.
We had 3 attempts at cracking it, right? Genuinely, we are bummed when things scrub, but I have to say, like, my personal emotions, yesterday, I was absolutely bricking it before the launch. Like, when we were holding at T-minus 40 seconds, I was shaking. But because we did that today, I feel like we were just able to knock it out of the park. The field team knew what they were doing. We essentially rehearsed everything twice in a row, so it was just so good to finally get that out of the way.
Oh, that's slow.
Absolutely. So let me. Am I getting cards at least, Kevin? Like, so I can thank some specific people here, or should I make it up?
They're gonna hit Ryan in the face.
Absolutely. Props for Adam. Adam absolutely said to us this morning, weather looks good, and Adam was right. And weather looks good as always. Thank you so much for all of your insight, Adam, into that. Yeah, I'm me. Whatever. Thanks, me, I guess. And then next, Alex. I think 7, 8.
Long, I literally
Sorry,
can't escape
I was doing a little bit with that footage. Sorry.
7, 8 hours or so per day on stream. Absolutely crazy performance as always. Working on the assets, working on everything. The best. Brady doing the amazing thumbnails for all the streams, and had been quite a lot the last few days. So thank you so much for that. Carson, of course, working constantly on the background.
Replay.
Yes,
just kidding.
Yes, we giving him some flack for the replays, but honestly, very impressive work. Cody on stakeout every single day. Absolutely amazing, Cody's like hold down a fort of multiple hours. D in the field working completely crazy every single day on all of these cameras, on all of these replays, on all of these hits from the field. EJ on the stakeout hosting constantly in the morning, giving us another host option there. Amazing work. Go check him out on Twitch. Alicia with the work on the replays and on the videos that were played during the countdown. Thank you so much for that, Alicia. Check out Twist as always. Gage behind the scenes, working on the camera operators, making sure everybody is good in order there on the camera operations. Also tracking during the launch. Gage, as always, you're awesome. Thank you for that. Then Hopper for starting it off. Thank you so much, Hopper. I guess that's what you get. But besides that, you didn't do anything on this one, so Jack, of course, hosting in the field, tracking. It's not easy to jump between that, so thank you so much, Jack, for being available as host while also doing all of the field work and as always being there in Starbase. Jake, I'm not sure, did Jake do that? But like, did we see?
Sawyer was on the stakeout earlier.
Yeah, we had, but so I guess supporting. Sawyer saying Jake did help. Yep. Supporting Sawyer. So thank you so much, Jake. Thank you so much, Jay Keegan. Kevin, I think it's safe to say without Jay, you wouldn't be able to do all of this. So thanks so much, Jay, for helping completely without sleep the last few days. Kevin there in the production room. And then we have Das in the field. I mean, there's so much to say about this, but like the tracking, the commentary, making sure everything works in Starbase, being our glorious leader here, everything. Thank you so much, Das, for everything that you do. With next,
keep going.
Yeah, Laika for emotional support in the field. Very important topic. Very, very important. So to keep the moral high. Max Evans, amazing shots as always, Max, capturing that vapor cone, also being on commentary, also being in the field. Max, as always, amazing. You're such a talented photographer. Socials, absolutely. Thanking our
also
whole social team. X, Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky, TikTok. The next 2 days there will be more pictures to check out these socials. I can say that thanks to the socials team. They are working so much on making sure these socials are filled with the best possible content that you can imagine, and I thank you so much for that. I'm not sure if Pat was on for this one, Kevin, but I still think
Pat wasn't on, but Pat helped with the network, and also this is a great opportunity to thank our network team who works tirelessly behind the scenes, and we don't have cards for them. Jerry, Steven, Jay's part of the networking team. I'm forgetting people, but like keeping our network up, if you watch the behind the scenes thing, is not ideal environment in Starbase, and these guys keep it going no matter what.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Next up,
look who's decided to show up. I don't know if he's coming on commentary, but Jack.
Next up, we're thanking the Pan Token.
Hi, Jack.
You can see him. Then next up is Ryan. Ryan, thank you so much for all the work on hosting. Yeah, it's
Is that the
you.
most that you've
the hosting, the videos,
put it back.
the
I want to see if I
commentary.
can line myself up. Put it back.
Oh, come on.
Thank you so much. Ryan Weber as well, also on commentary, also helping with the article, with everything.
Here we go.
Both the Ryans, oh my god. Both
Is
of
that
the
the same
Ryans, thank you
shirt?
both so much.
By the way,
I
Ryan
think I
Caton
took
is
that
a
picture.
superstar. I don't thank him enough. Like Ryan Caton does so much at NSF. He edits, he plans, he operates.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're a superstar. Thank you.
You know,
Yeah,
a bunch
thank-
of the graphics
You're welcome,
and overlays
Kevin.
that you saw during this stream, by the way, and some of the replays as well. Not replays, the playbacks of the videos. You know, people talking and everything, explaining stuff. That was him.
Yeah,
So-
and absolutely here, Sawyer, amazing commentary, as always, holding down the fort in the stakeout stream. Thank you so much
Scott?
for being on as always.
It was
Scott
Sunday.
Manley being on the first launch attempt on Sunday and being there with us with like 4 hours. So thank you so much, Scott, for that. Tana also working behind the scenes as both in our IT as well as also as an SPL operator.
And this
Thank
is a
you
great
so much.
opportunity to thank all of the SBL operators. I think we had like 20 that were out in the last couple days working on SBL and making sure we had the coverage and camera movements that we needed. Thank you, SBL Ops. You're awesome.
Absolutely. cannot state it enough. And this is a thank you to every single one of them. Nope. Absolutely not. Not in a 100 years.
No.
Nope.
Nobody needs
you can
to
you can
yeah.
get nope.
Nobody
It
needs
will
to
not do
acknowledge
that.
Horrible shit.
Yep.
Tyler Gray.
Tyler
with the
in the
pictures.
field. Yeah.
And metal prints.
Delivering more pictures. As always. I feel like Tyler always has a very, very cool style that I love on prints. There's some very, very cool shots of him in the shop. Check him out. Kevin, I mean, this picture below speaks volume. But there's so much work going on, of course, before we go live with this. So thank you, Kevin, as always, for being there as our producer here and making sure this was as awesome as it was.
Last but not least.
Last but certainly not least, Chris
the
Bergen.
Bergenator himself.
Without you, nobody of us would do this. That's a fact. Nobody of these hundreds of thousands of people that watched the stream today would have watched this. So thank you so much, Chris Bergen, for kicking this all off.
Thank you so much
and
for
also
not
being
calling
on the
it
camera.
Shuttle Space Flight 20 years ago. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you that we are NSF. Are we through?
Is that everyone?
No, we are not. I have more actually. I want to thank because they also don't have.
Team.
Yes, they don't have end cards, so I will thank them. My store team, because I have people working with me on the store that make sure that we are good set there with Lindsay, with Kristen, with Colleen, with Jack, with the patch design. Everybody that works with me on the store, thank you so much. It wouldn't be possible without you. The store is a huge endeavor, and I'm having to do less and less on every single Starship Flight on the store, and that is a testament to your amazing work.
Yes.
100%. 100%. So, I
Ryan.
think we've gotten to the end of the thank yous, the end of the... What do you want me to do now, Kevin?
Just remind people about this.
Oh yeah, if you're at the end of the stream and somehow you haven't heard by now, we make patches for every Starship Flight. And, well, we saw today, finally, we have a patch that represents something that actually happened. Ship 37 raised from the ashes of Ship 36, which, a couple months ago, destroyed the Massey test site. But yeah, Ship 37, clean ascent, redemption day for Starship Block, the first Block 2 Starship to make it through payload deploy, Raptor relight, entry interface, and splashdown in the Indian Ocean. I think SpaceX will be very happy with the data they've gotten. And if you want to also show your support for Starship Block 2, we have our awesome redemption design on the store, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can get it on t-shirts.
We also broke 1.4 million subscribers in the stream.
Apart from breaking you.
Yeah, what? I told everyone to do it at T-5 minutes, so I was hoping we would. But yes, seriously, thank you. We are now 1.4 million subscribers. Over the last 48 hours, we've nearly got 3.5 million views, which is absolutely...
Wow.
Incomprehensible. That, just imagine a room of 100 people, right? And then times that by, what do I times that by? 1,000? 10,000?
A lot.
And then times it by 3?
It's a lot of people.
Times it by a lot. Yeah, that's like, that's bigger than the population of many countries. That's just incredible.
Yes.
There's one more person that we have to thank, Ryan.
Who is that?
Chat.
Oh yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Thank you for breaking me. Thank you for your stats and your support.
All
Like
of those
genuinely,
millions of views.
we could not do this. Thank you guys for just turning up to watch. Thank you guys for just turning up to watch, because without you guys, we'd be talking to nobody and it would be a little bit weird. So seriously, without anyone watching, there wouldn't be a reason for us to do this.
To all.
As Alex says, thank you to absolutely everybody, even if this is your first stream, you're tuning in for the first time, or if you've been watching since the days of Starhopper and the little ugly test tanks in South Texas. Put my teeth back in. Little test tanks in South Texas. Thank you so much for joining us. If you've been in the forums since 2005, thank you so much for joining and being a supporter of what we do. We couldn't do it without you. This one's even too long to avoid. Oh my goodness, so much support. I'll go down here. So yeah, chat, thank you. Have I forgotten anyone? Is that it?
No, I think...
Can we leave?
I think at this point, we're all tired. We all want to see some slow-mo. Kevin, are we ready to do that?
I thought we saw the slow-mo. Are we going to watch the slow-mo again?
We actually saw the slow-mo.
Yeah, I was so focused on thanking people so I couldn't watch it. Can we watch it again?
Okay.
Sure.
Cool.
You just
So
gotta
with
let me
so with
reload
that,
it.
yeah, get it ready, Kevin. But with that, I think there is just one more thing to say. How did it go? Let me remember. Oh yeah, Alex, can they static fire in the rain?
Yeah, probably.
Whoa. Oh.
My God.
So about those launch dates, I think that might delay a bit.
Just blew up. Just blew up.
That was Starship Flight 10, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
There's still 10,000 of you here. Can't go home. But you can stay here.
So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up.
Flighting downside SE off. Bring in SE off.
It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It's nothing to be exciting and clear, correct? Ship 36 just blew up. Yikes.